It was a typical Sunday afternoon when I first sensed something was changing in Amy. Her laughter, usually resonant and vivid, now carried an undercurrent of something else, something unfamiliar. The suburbs lay bathed in the tepid glow of the late summer sun, the streets quiet save for the occasional bark or cry of a child at play. Yet, amidst this normalcy, an unsettling aura began to weave its way into the fabric of our neighborhood. Amy and I had been friends since childhood, our lives interwoven with the mundane rituals of suburban existence. We were bound by countless shared memories, from schoolyard antics to teenage confessions whispered under the stars. It was this deep familiarity that made the change in her so palpable to me. It crept in like a thief in the night, subtle and silent, until one could not recall the moment it began. She was her usual self when I arrived that afternoon. Her home, a quaint bungalow with a garden she tended meticulously, was as welcoming as ever. We sat on the porch, the chatter between us flowing easily, punctuated by the rhythmic creaking of the porch swing. Yet, behind her eyes, I detected a shadow, a flicker of something feverish and restless. "I've been trying something new," Amy mentioned casually, her eyes momentarily meeting mine. "A friend from work introduced me to it. They say it's supposed to enhance your life, make you fearless." The idea intrigued me, though it was shrouded in ambiguity. Fearlessness seemed an elusive quality, almost mythical in nature. I pressed her for details, but Amy simply waved her hand dismissively, a practiced nonchalance that I found slightly off-putting. "Oh, it's just a supplement," she said, her voice light, almost dismissive of my concern. Days passed, and the peculiarities in Amy's behavior grew more pronounced. She seemed energized, more vibrant, as if the world had shed its layers of gray to reveal a kaleidoscope of colors only she could see. Yet, there was an edge to her now, a sharpness that seemed to slice through the veneer of our daily interactions. She took up jogging late at night, undeterred by the spectral shadows that danced under the streetlights. It was during one of these nocturnal outings that the first real disturbance occurred. The neighborhood we inhabited was generally regarded as safe, a sanctuary away from the chaos of the urban sprawl. Yet, in the stillness of the night, an intruder's presence had been felt, a creeping figure, seen only through glimpses from the corners of watchful eyes. Reported sightings stirred whispers of unease among the residents, but Amy, in her newfound audacity, seemed unconcerned. "Fear is a choice," she declared one evening, her eyes gleaming with an intensity that bordered on mania. "Imagine what you could accomplish if you chose otherwise." I wanted to believe her words were mere bravado, a temporary phase fueled by this experimental supplement. Yet, the transformation I witnessed was undeniably real. She had shed her former skin and emerged as something else entirely. A rush of adrenaline seemed to propel her forward, and her actions grew more daring, more defiant of the boundaries that once held her. The escalation was gradual, like the rising crescendo of a symphony. Her late-night runs extended into abandoned stretches of road, places where few dared to tread even in daylight. She took to climbing the old watchtower by the reservoir, a dilapidated structure locals deemed unsafe. Each venture was a triumph over common sense, a testament to her fearlessness. And with each conquest, Amy drifted further from me, from the person I once knew. I reached out, tried to anchor her back to safer grounds, but she was already lost in this new reality she had forged. Her laughter became a brittle thing, echoing with a defiance that spoke of an inner turmoil I could not fathom. The climax of this transformation came one stormy night, the kind when thunder rolled across the sky like an omen. I was awoken by the shrill ring of my phone, Amy's voice frantic on the other end. "I need you to come," she said, her words tumbling out in a torrent of urgency. "Come to the watchtower." Despite the deluge and the foreboding atmosphere, I found myself drawn to her call. The roads were slick and treacherous, yet something beyond friendship compelled me forward. As I neared the tower, a bolt of lightning rent the sky, illuminating the stark silhouette of Amy perched precariously on its edge. Her form was a defiant silhouette against the tempestuous backdrop, an embodiment of audacity and despair. "Look at me," she shouted as I ascended the unstable structure, her voice swallowed by the wind. I've never felt more alive. But there was something wild in her eyes, a flicker of something uncontrollable that made my heart quiver with dread. It was as if the fear she'd banished had returned, not as a specter of terror, but as a force of reckless abandon. I reached her just as another flash of lightning revealed the drop below, a maw of darkness waiting to consume. "Amy, please," I implored, my voice trembling with a fear I could not hide. "This isn't you." For a moment, her resolve wavered, and I saw the girl I once knew beneath the veneer of fearlessness. Yet, before I could draw her back, the structure shuddered ominously. The watchtower groaned under the strain of the storm, its frail timbers a testament to its age and neglect. In that moment of instability, the reality of our situation crystallized. With a final resolute glance, Amy stepped back from the brink, collapsing into my arms as the storm abated, leaving an eerie silence in its wake. We descended together, her boldness now sobered by the near brush with disaster. She was alive, shaken, but alive, and in her eyes I saw the first glimmers of returning fear. The days that followed were filled with an uneasy recovery. Amy abandoned the supplement, its promises of fearlessness, now tainted by the specter of what nearly was. But the effects lingered, a residue of audacity that couldn't be entirely erased. In her moments of quiet, a shadow flickered across her expression, as if contemplating the path she had walked. Our neighborhood returned to its placid state, the whispers of an intruder now a distant memory. Yet, the fear that had once been an abstract concept, a mere emotion to be conquered, had taken on a new form. It was no longer the fear of the unknown that haunted us, but the fear of losing oneself in the pursuit of fearlessness. I watched Amy navigate this new landscape, her steps more cautious, her laughter now tempered with a wisdom born of experience. The watchtower still stood, a silent sentry over the reservoir, its presence a reminder of the night that nearly claimed her. And though we never spoke of it directly, the fear lingered between us, an unspoken presence that bound us together in its shadow. In the end, perhaps fear was not a choice, but a necessary companion, a tether to reality in the face of an uncertain world. It served as a reminder of our vulnerabilities, a pulse that quickens in the presence of danger, guiding us back to safety. And as I walked those familiar streets with Amy once more, the fear that had once threatened to sever our bond now held us in its quiet embrace, a testament to the resilience of the human spirit. It was a rare, still evening in the quiet, tree-lined neighborhood where I'd lived for almost a decade. The maple trees that lined the streets had donned their autumnal crimson and gold, and a soft wind occasionally brushed through, scattering leaves like whispers across the pavement. I sat comfortably in my small living room, the soft glow from my reading lamp casting warm hues against the cool blue of the evening outside. It was one of those moments when the world seemed perfectly balanced, teetering on the edge of tranquility and change. The house was silent, save for the occasional creak of the floorboards, a familiar orchestra to my ears. Everything felt as it should in the safe confines of my home. My cat, Whiskers, curled up on the windowsill, his tail flicking lazily. I was lost in a book, the kind that lulls you into another world, when the phone rang, slicing through the silence with its shrill insistence. "Hello?" I answered, a bit startled, because no one usually called at such an hour. "Amy?" The voice was familiar. It belonged to my friend Sarah. We hadn't spoken much since she moved across town, caught up in her demanding new job. Her voice sounded different, strained, as if she were trying to mask a simmering panic. "Hey, Sarah, everything okay?" I asked, concerned. "Have you heard about the new drug trials going on?" she asked, her words rushing out in a torrent. "Only a little. Why?" I replied, curious and now a bit wary. "They say it's supposed to eliminate fear," she said, lowering her voice as if sharing a secret. "But I've heard rumors. People are changing, Amy. Something's not right." I frowned, the coziness of my evening slowly dissipating as a chill crept into my spine. "What do you mean, changing?" "I'm not sure. There are stories. People becoming reckless, aggressive even. It's like they're losing more than just fear." My thoughts swirled, a mixture of intrigue and unease. The idea of a drug that could strip away fear was both fascinating and terrifying. What was life without fear, without the instinctive caution that kept us safe? Sarah continued, her voice a frantic whisper. "Please, just be careful. I've seen some of these people around your neighborhood. They're not themselves." We said our goodbyes, but her words lingered, casting a shadow over the comfort of my evening. I tried to return to my book, but the words blurred into meaningless shapes. My mind was elsewhere, trapped in a loop of possibilities and anxieties. I got up and walked to the window, peering out into the street. The neighborhood looked unchanged, serene, yet a sense of foreboding clung to the air like a mist. Days turned into nights, and life continued with its predictable rhythm, but the uneasy feeling persisted. It was as if Sarah's warning had opened a door in my mind that I could not close. I began observing the people around me with a cautious eye, noting any unusual behavior, any signs of change. It wasn't long before I witnessed the first disturbance. I was on my usual morning walk, the air crisp and invigorating, when I spotted Mr. Thompson, my elderly neighbor, standing at the corner of the street. He was a kindly soul, always offering a cheerful nod or a wave. But today, his eyes were wide, almost frantic, as he stood in the middle of the road, seemingly oblivious to the approaching traffic. "Mr. Thompson," I called out, rushing towards him. He turned, an unsettling calmness on his face despite the danger. "Fearless," he murmured, a strange smile playing on his lips before stepping further into the street. I managed to pull him back, just as a car honked loudly, swerving to avoid him. His heart was pounding wildly against his frail chest, yet he seemed untouched by the near accident. There was something in his eyes, something distant and detached, that sent shivers down my spine. "Are you okay?" I asked, concern lacing my voice. "Never felt better," he replied, the strange smile never leaving his face as he walked away, leaving me standing in the street, bewildered and anxious. In the following weeks, incidents like these became less rare. Whispers of fearlessness spread across the community, and people I had known for years began exhibiting strange behaviors. It was as if the neighborhood had been cast under a spell, a shared mania that tugged at the seams of our daily lives. I heard stories of individuals walking into dangerous situations with an eerie calm, their actions devoid of the survival instincts that usually guided us. There was the woman who calmly walked onto the frozen lake despite the cracking ice, the teenager who smiled as he jumped from an intimidating height into the river below, emerging laughing and unharmed. The rumors of the drug trial resurfaced, this time accompanied by hushed tales of its side effects that stretched far beyond the absence of fear. Despite the growing evidence, a part of me remained skeptical, clinging to the notion that perhaps these were isolated incidents, exaggerated tales spun out of control. Yet deep down, I knew something was happening, something that defied logic and reason. The atmosphere in the neighborhood grew tense. Conversations became whispered exchanges of concern and speculation. The once friendly gatherings at the local park were now tinged with an undercurrent of unease. No one knew who might be affected next, or what they might do. And then, one evening, the situation escalated. I was returning home after dinner at a friend's house, the air crisp with the scent of impending rain. The streetlights cast long shadows on the sidewalk, creating a patchwork of light and darkness. As I approached my house, I noticed movement near my front door. 2 figures lurking in the shadows. My heart quickened as I realized they were trying to force the lock. Panic gripped me momentarily, but I pushed it aside, unwilling to succumb to fear. I called out, hoping to startle them, but they turned towards me with unsettling calmness. Their eyes were devoid of emotion, and I recognized one of them, a young man who lived a few houses down, someone I'd seen playing with his little brother just days ago. "Get away from my house," I yelled, trying to sound more confident than I felt. They simply stared, as if my words held no meaning for them. Then, as if on some silent cue, they slowly turned and walked away, their movements languid and unhurried. I stood there, breathless and shaken, as the rain began to fall. It seemed that whatever was happening, it was spreading, affecting more people, consuming their fears, and replacing them with something far more insidious, a detachment from the consequences of their actions. The days that followed were a blur of fear and uncertainty. I found myself jumping at shadows, locking and relocking doors, peering out of windows with a growing sense of paranoia. Whiskers seemed on edge too, his usual calm replaced with restless pacing. It was as if the very air around me was charged with a tension that refused to dissipate. The climax came on a night when the wind howled like a restless spirit, rattling the windows and shaking the bare branches of the trees. I was in bed, trying to sleep despite the unease gnawing at my insides. It was then that I heard it, a soft tapping at the window, rhythmic and deliberate. I sat up, heart pounding, the room bathed in eerie shadows. The tapping continued, persistent and insistent. Gathering my courage, I crept to the window and peered outside. A figure stood there, silhouetted against the darkness, just beyond the pane of glass. It was Sarah. Her eyes were wide and unblinking, her expression a mask of eerie calm. She raised a hand, beckoning me to open the window. My heart skipped a beat, torn between the urge to help my friend and the instinct to protect myself from whatever she might have become. "Sarah, what are you doing here?" I whispered, unsure if she could hear me through the glass. "Come with us, Amy," she replied, her voice oddly serene, as if she were offering a simple invitation to a picnic rather than something far more sinister. "Who is us?" I asked, but she merely gestured towards the street, where more figures stood in the shadows, watching, waiting. "Fearless," she said, her smile lacking warmth, her eyes devoid of the spark that once defined her. I shook my head, backing away from the window as fear clawed at my insides. "I can't, Sarah. This isn't right." Her expression shifted, a hint of something dark flitting across her features, before she turned and walked away, joining the others as they melted into the night. I locked the window, my hands trembling, as the full weight of what was happening settled over me. The people I once knew had become strangers, their identities swallowed by the creeping fearlessness that had invaded our lives. It was no longer a simple drug trial gone wrong. It was a transformation, a distortion of human nature that threatened to unravel everything I held dear. In the days that followed, the neighborhood transformed into a place I could barely recognize. The streets were quieter, the air heavier with unspoken dread. The people, those not yet changed, moved with a sense of urgency, their eyes darting with suspicion, their conversations hushed. It was as if we were all waiting, breath held, for the next shoe to drop. Despite the mounting fear, I found comfort in small moments. A warm cup of tea, the soft purring of whiskers on my lap, the golden leaves swirling outside my window. These fragments of normalcy anchored me, provided a lifeline to the world that still made sense. Yet, every shadow seemed to hold a secret, every unexpected sound a potential threat. The fearlessness that had gripped others had turned me into the opposite, a hyper-aware, hyper-vigilant version of myself. I was consumed by the need to stay alert, to be ready for whatever came next. I often caught myself gazing down the street, watching for signs of those who had changed, those who might return, beckoning me into their emotionless fold. Sleep became elusive, haunted by dreams of shadows and whispers, of faces once familiar, now twisted by the absence of fear. As the days turned into weeks, the neighborhood seemed to hold its breath, a collective pause in the fabric of our lives. The drug trials were eventually halted, the rumors of their devastating side effects spreading beyond the confines of our small community. But the damage was done. The people who had changed did not revert to their old selves. They remained detached, moving through life like shadows of their former beings. The rest of us, those still untouched by the drug, learned to navigate this new world, a world where fearlessness carried its own brand of horror. And so, life continued, a fragile dance of normalcy and unease. The fear of what lay beyond our understanding lingered, a specter that refused to be banished. I carried it with me, a constant reminder of the delicate balance between safety and the unknown. Even now, as I sit by the window, watching the leaves dance in the wind, the fear remains, a quiet companion. I wonder if it will ever truly leave, or if it has become a part of who I am, a guardian against the darkness, a tether to the world I once knew. The neighborhood has changed, yet it endures, much like us, its residents. We are bound by the shared experience of fear and fearlessness, of a community touched by the unexplainable. And perhaps, in that shared understanding, there is a sliver of hope, a reminder that even in the face of the unknown, we are not alone. When I think back to that summer, it's like staring into a distant dream, shrouded in the haze of memory. Yet one thing stands clear as day: the sense of safety that wrapped around our suburban neighborhood like a comforting embrace. The streets, lined with their neat rows of oak and maple trees, offered a canopy of whispers that lulled us into believing that nothing could ever breach this sanctuary of normalcy. Children played freely, their laughter rippling through the air, mingling with the soft rustle of leaves and the gentle hum of lawnmowers. It was a place where time seemed to pause, allowing us the luxury of peace, a gift we had come to take for granted. Our house, perched halfway down Cedar Lane, was a modest affair, with its white picket fence and perennial flower beds. My wife, Emily, and I had moved in 10 years ago, and in that time, we had carved out a life that felt as solid and dependable as the earth beneath our feet. Our dog, Max, a golden retriever with a heart as big as his paws, was the neighborhood's unofficial guardian, a fact we often joked about with our neighbors. Max was a fixture on our porch, his watchful eyes observing the goings-on with an intelligence that often seemed human. It began on a warm, breezy evening. I remember it because the air carried the scent of lilacs, and the sky was a deep, endless blue. Emily and I were sitting on the porch, enjoying the twilight and each other's company, when Max began to growl, a low, rumbling sound that vibrated through the wooden slats beneath our feet. It was unusual for him. He was known more for his friendly demeanor than for any sense of aggression. "What's gotten into him?" Emily asked, her voice tinged with amusement and a hint of concern. I shrugged, peering into the dimming street. Probably just a squirrel or something. But Max's growl persisted, a constant rumble that seemed to vibrate through the calm veneer of our evening. And that's when I saw it. A shadow, darting between the trees across the street. It was quick, almost a blur against the darkening landscape, but it was enough to set my nerves on edge. I dismissed it as a trick of the light, a momentary flicker of imagination, yet somewhere deep inside, the first seeds of unease began to take root. The following days passed without incident, and my brief encounter with the shadow slipped to the back of my mind, buried beneath the routines of daily life. Yet Max's demeanor had shifted subtly. He was more vigilant, his eyes constantly scanning the street and his ears perking up at the slightest sound. I tried to tell myself that it was nothing, that perhaps he had simply sensed an animal wandering too close to our property. Dogs had instincts, after all, and Max was no different. Then came the night when the world around me began to unravel. I awoke to the sound of Max barking, a sharp, urgent sound that shattered the silence of the house. Emily stirred beside me, mumbling something in her sleep as I threw off the covers and padded to the window. The night stretched out before me, a blanket of darkness punctuated by the soft glow of street lamps. Max was at the front door, his body rigid, barking with a determination that sent a chill down my spine. I flipped on the porch light, squinting as my eyes adjusted to the sudden brightness. At first, I saw nothing but the empty street and the dance of shadows cast by the trees. But then, there it was again, an unfamiliar silhouette, standing at the edge of the light, just beyond the reach of clarity. It seemed to waver, caught between reality and the surreal, its presence a stark contrast to the world I knew so well. I blinked, and it vanished, leaving behind only the echo of its intrusion. "Did you see something?" Emily's voice came from behind me, sleepy and concerned. "I'm not sure," I replied, turning away from the window with a frown. "Maybe just a trick of the light." But the unease lingered, a whisper at the back of my mind that refused to be silenced. Over the next few weeks, strange occurrences became a part of our lives. Small things at first, easily dismissed. A rustling in the bushes that ceased as soon as I stepped outside. The faint impression of footsteps in the dew-covered grass come morning. Max's behavior grew increasingly erratic, his once calm demeanor replaced by a restlessness that mirrored my own growing apprehension. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of pink and gold, I decided to take Max for a walk. Hoping the familiar rhythm of our evening stroll would calm both our nerves, I leashed him and set off down the street. The neighborhood was quiet, the kind of quiet that comes just before nightfall, when the world holds its breath in anticipation of the darkness. We walked in silence, the only sound the steady crunch of gravel beneath our feet. Max was alert, his eyes scanning the surroundings with an intensity that I had come to recognize as his new normal. As we approached the park at the end of the street, I felt it, a prickle at the back of my neck, an instinctual awareness of being watched. I stopped, glancing around, but saw nothing out of place. In that moment, Max's growl began, a deep resonant sound that seemed to vibrate through the air. I followed his gaze to the tree line, and there it was, the figure from before, standing motionless among the trees, its form obscured by shadows. It watched us with an unsettling stillness, and I felt a chill creep up my spine, despite the warmth of the evening. I hesitated, every instinct urging me to turn back, to retreat to the safety of the familiar. But something about the figure compelled me to hold my ground. Max strained against the leash, his growl growing louder, more insistent, and then, in a movement so fluid it seemed almost unreal, the figure stepped back, fading into the thicket until it was nothing more than a memory imprinted on the darkness. That night, sleep eluded me. Every creak of the house, every whisper of wind against the windows, served as a reminder of the presence lurking just beyond my understanding. Emily sensed my unease, but I couldn't bring myself to voice the irrational fears that clung to the edges of my consciousness. How could I explain the inexplicable? That something unseen, something unknown, had taken an interest in our lives. The escalation was subtle, a slow build of tension that reverberated through our household. Max refused to leave the porch, his eyes fixed on the street, as though waiting for the return of the shadow. I found myself glancing over my shoulder more often, a habit born of paranoia and the relentless feeling of being watched. The neighborhood, once a haven of safety, now seemed to pulse with an undercurrent of dread. And then, one evening, the dread reached its crescendo. It was late, the kind of late that blurs the edges of reality, and I was sitting in the living room, trying to lose myself in the comfort of a book. Emily had long since gone to bed, the soft murmur of her breathing a lullaby from the next room. Max lay at my feet, his eyes half closed, though I knew he was anything but asleep. A soft thud echoed from the backyard, a sound that sent my heart racing. I froze, listening, the house suddenly too quiet, the air too still. Then came another sound, a slow, deliberate scraping at the back door. Max was on his feet in an instant, a low growl rumbling deep within his chest. I followed him, my steps tentative, aware of every sound, every heartbeat. The back door loomed before me, its surface a barrier between the known and the unknown. I reached for the handle, hesitating as I felt the cool metal beneath my fingers. Max stood beside me, a silent sentinel, his presence a comfort in the face of uncertainty. With a deep breath, I swung the door open, the hinges creaking in protest. The backyard stretched out before me, bathed in the cold glow of moonlight. At first, everything seemed as it should, trees standing stoic in the night, the fence a silent sentry. But then I saw it, a shape, crouched low to the ground, just beyond the reach of the porch light. It was the figure, the intruder of my dreams and waking fears, its form barely discernible against the shadows. As I watched, it rose slowly, deliberately, its attention fixed on us. There was something deeply unsettling about its presence, an aura of foreboding that clung to the air. Max's growl rose to a crescendo, a sound that seemed to resonate with the very foundation of the earth. And then, with the fluidity of a predator, it moved, swift and silent, disappearing into the night. That moment, that confrontation, marked a turning point. I came to realize that whatever had taken an interest in our lives was not merely a figment of my imagination, but something tangible, something that existed beyond the realm of rational thought. Max's loyalty became our guardian, his presence a bulwark against the darkness encroaching upon our world. The following days were a blur of anxiety and vigilance. Max patrolled the yard with a determination that bordered on obsession, his loyalty and courage unyielding. I found myself drawn into his world, my senses attuned to the slightest change, the faintest rustle of leaves. The figure remained elusive, a specter haunting the edges of our perception, yet its influence was undeniable. The climax came on a stormy night, the air charged with electricity, the sky a tumultuous sea of clouds. I lay in bed, listening to the rain lash against the windows, each droplet a reminder of the tempest brewing outside. Sleep had become a distant memory, replaced by a heightened awareness that left me exhausted yet alert. Max was restless, pacing the hallway, his ears pricked, eyes scanning the shadows. A flash of lightning illuminated the room, casting stark silhouettes against the walls, and in that brief moment of clarity, I understood. The figure was not an entity of malice, but a guardian, a protector drawn to our home for reasons I could not fathom. In the days that followed, the disturbances ceased. The neighborhood returned to its sleepy tranquility, the sense of safety restored in its wake. Max's vigilance never wavered, his loyalty a constant reminder of the guardian beyond our understanding. The figure, whatever it had been, seemed to have completed its purpose, leaving behind a lingering sense of gratitude that mingled with the fear it had once inspired. And yet, even now, as I sit on the porch in the soft glow of twilight, I can't shake the feeling that we were a part of something larger, something that transcended the boundaries of the mundane. The world feels safe once more, but beneath the surface, a whisper of mystery remains, a reminder of the night when the shadows danced and the world shifted just enough to let the unknown slip through. The neighborhood where I lived was the kind of place where every house looked like a mirror image of the one next to it, each with neat lawns and white picket fences. I had spent the better part of my life in this suburban cocoon, where the air was always filled with the aroma of freshly baked bread and the sound of children playing in the street. It was a place that promised safety and routine, a small corner of the world where nothing unexpected ever happened. The lawns were always perfectly mowed, the gardens meticulously tended to, and every porch had a swing that creaked softly in the evening breeze. It was a neighborhood wrapped in a blanket of normalcy, comfortable in its predictability. Life went on, as it always had, until one day, the routine was disrupted by an unsettling rumor. They said there was something strange lurking in the shadows of our suburb, something that moved silently from backyard to backyard. I first heard about it from my neighbor, Mrs. Thompson, as she leaned over our shared fence, her eyes darting around like a bird caught out of its nest. "Have you heard about the creature?" she whispered. her voice trembling with fear and excitement. I laughed it off, attributing her words to the kind of stories that sprout up in quiet neighborhoods, like wildflowers in a manicured garden. But her expression lingered with me longer than I cared to admit. As days turned into weeks, the whispers grew louder. People spoke of a beastly shadow that flitted past windows at night, of strange sounds emanating from the dark corners of their properties. The children began telling tales of a creature with glowing eyes that watched them from the edge of their dreams. I tried to ignore it, chalking it up to the vivid imaginations of bored minds. Yet, beneath the surface of my skepticism, there was a growing unease, a subtle shift in the air, like the first chill of autumn, creeping into the warmth of summer. The first real disturbance came one evening as I sat on my porch, sipping a cup of tea and watching the sun dip below the horizon. The sky was painted in hues of orange and pink, a canvas of tranquility. But then I heard it, a low, guttural growl that seemed to reverberate through the ground beneath me. It was a sound I couldn't place, unlike any animal I knew. I stood up, my heart pounding against my ribs, and peered into the growing shadows of my backyard. There was nothing there, just the familiar outline of the oak tree and the gentle sway of the swing set. Yet, the air felt charged, thick with an energy that made the hairs on the back of my neck stand on end. Over the next few days, similar incidents began to occur with increasing frequency. Strange footprints appeared in the soft earth of my garden, long and clawed, unlike anything that should have been there. I found myself waking up in the middle of the night, my dreams haunted by the sensation of being watched. Each time I looked out my window, though, I found only darkness staring back at me. The neighborhood was abuzz with speculation, each person offering their own theory about the mysterious creature. Some said it was a wolf or a stray dog, while others suggested it was something more fantastical, a beast from another world. The escalation came on a night when the sky was inky black, devoid of stars. I was lying in bed, the house enveloped in silence, when I heard a series of thumps coming from the backyard. They were heavy, deliberate, the kind of sound that suggested intention. I hesitated for a moment, the rational part of my brain urging me to stay put. But curiosity and a sense of duty to protect my home drove me out of bed. I crept to the window and pulled back the curtain just enough to peer out. My heart skipped a beat as I saw a shadow slip across the lawn, moving with a fluidity that defied explanation. It was there and then gone, swallowed by the darkness. The next morning, I found more footprints, deeper this time, leading to a corner of the yard where the grass was flattened. It was as if something had crouched there, watching, waiting. My mind was a whirlpool of fear and fascination, the lines between what was real and imagined blurring with each passing day. I wasn't alone in my fear. The whole neighborhood seemed to be gripped by a collective paranoia. People began installing extra locks on their doors, leaving lights on through the night, and pets were kept indoors, their usual freedom curtailed by the invisible presence that stalked our lives. The climax of this eerie chapter in our lives came when the creature finally revealed itself in a way none of us could ignore. It was late, and I was restless, the kind of restlessness that gnawed at the edges of my sanity. I decided to take a walk, hoping the cool night air would calm my racing thoughts. As I stepped out of my door, I heard a commotion coming from a few houses down. It was Mrs. Thompson's place, and the sound was unmistakable, a mix of growls and the high-pitched scream of something or someone in distress. I rushed towards the noise, my heart a drum in my chest. As I drew closer, I saw it, a dark, hulking figure looming in the backyard, illuminated by the flickering porch light. Its eyes glowed with an otherworldly luminescence, and its breath came in visible puffs in the cool air. Mrs. Thompson stood frozen on her porch, a look of pure terror etched on her face. In that moment, time seemed to stand still, the world around us fading into a blur of shadows and fear. Then, as suddenly as it had appeared, the creature turned and bounded away, disappearing into the night with a grace that seemed almost ethereal. The silence left in its wake was deafening, a void that swallowed all sound. We stood there, a tableau of disbelief, our minds struggling to comprehend what we had just witnessed. The days that followed were steeped in an uneasy calm. The creature had vanished, leaving behind only the echo of its presence. Yet the fear lingered like a stain we couldn't wash away. The neighborhood, once a bastion of security, felt foreign, haunted by the specter of what had been. We continued to live our lives, but a shadow now hung over every action, every decision. I found myself drawn to my backyard, searching for signs of the creature's return, though I knew in my heart that it was gone. The memory of those glowing eyes, however, refused to fade, a constant reminder of the unknown lurking just beyond the veil of our understanding. Neighbors shared knowing glances, unspoken acknowledgments of the experience that had bound us together, yet also set us apart from our former selves. In the months that passed, the story of the creature became a part of the neighborhood's lore, a whispered tale shared over fences and at community gatherings. Some believed it was a warning, others a test. For me, it was a reminder of the fragility of the world we think we know. The creature in the backyard had forced me to confront the unknown, to accept that beneath the surface of our carefully ordered lives lay a realm of mystery and fear. It taught me that safety is an illusion, and normalcy just a thin facade masking the chaos of the world. And so, life continued in our suburban enclave, though it was forever changed. The creature had vanished, but its presence lingered in our minds, a silent watchman in the dark corners of our dreams. We had faced the unknown and emerged on the other side, bruised but not broken, forever marked by the experience. The creature in the backyard had faded into myth, yet its shadow remained, a testament to the unseen but ever-present threat that lay just beyond our sight. When the Martin family moved in next door, the neighborhood seemed to stir with a renewed sense of curiosity. It was the middle of autumn, and the trees were shedding their vibrant leaves, casting a gentle golden hue over our suburban enclave. I watched as they unloaded boxes from the moving van, their laughter echoing faintly across the crisp air. The Martins seemed like the quintessential suburban family: a father, a mother, two young children, and a dog. At least I thought it was a dog. From my kitchen window, I could see the Martins' backyard clearly, separated from mine only by a low wooden fence. The supposed dog, a strange dark-furred creature, would often lie in their yard, staring at nothing in particular. Its eyes, a peculiar shade of amber, seemed to reflect more intelligence than I had ever seen in any canine. I shrugged it off as a trick of the light, or perhaps the peculiarity of its breed. It was a dog after all, or so I convinced myself. Life continued its monotonous flow. I worked from home, spending my days tapping away at my keyboard, my eyes occasionally drifting to the window where I could observe the goings-on of the neighborhood. Occasionally, I'd catch sight of the Martins playing outside, the children laughing as they ran around their yard. Their pet, however, never joined in their frolics. It would simply watch, motionless, with those unnerving eyes. The Martins didn't seem to mind, so I ignored it as well, chalking it up to a unique temperament. The first disturbance came a few weeks after they moved in. I was watering my plants in the garden when I noticed something odd. The creature was at the fence, its head slightly turned, as if listening intently to the sound of the water trickling from my hose. Its presence was off-putting, but I didn't want to be rude. I approached the fence, curious about whether it might be friendly. As I got closer, the air around seemed to chill, the hairs on my arms standing on end. I dismissed the sensation as a passing breeze. "Hey there," I called out softly. "What's your name, boy?" The creature didn't respond in any way a dog might. It simply continued to stare, its eyes unblinking. I felt a strange compulsion to look away, as if its gaze held some indescribable weight. I backed away slowly, trying to shake off the inexplicable unease that had settled over me. That evening, as I sat at my kitchen table with a mug of tea, I couldn't shake the image of those eyes from my mind. I tried to rationalize my discomfort. Perhaps it was just an unusual breed, or maybe it had been mistreated before the Martins adopted it. Despite these thoughts, a sliver of doubt began to creep in, gnawing at the edges of my mind. Over the next few days, the feeling of being watched became more pronounced. Whenever I stepped into the garden, I sensed those eyes following me. I couldn't see the creature all the time, but its presence was undeniable. It was as if its gaze reached beyond the physical, probing into places I didn't even know existed within me. The escalation of events came subtly at first. I began noticing small changes in my environment, items not where I left them, strange noises echoing through the house at odd hours. Each time I would dismiss them as figments of an overactive imagination. Yet, the feeling of unease grew stronger, more insistent. The dog, or whatever it was, held an inexplicable sway over my thoughts. One night, as I lay in bed, the sound of a low growl seeped through the walls. I sat up, heart pounding, listening intently. The growl was not aggressive, but seemed to resonate with an unsettling timbre, like a voice slowly forming words. I told myself it was the wind, or maybe a distant car engine. But deep down, I knew better. The climax occurred almost unexpectedly. It was a stormy evening, the kind where the sky splits open with lightning and thunder shakes the earth. I peered through the rain-splattered window, watching the chaotic dance of the storm, when a flash of lightning illuminated the backyard. There, at the fence, stood the creature, drenched but unmoving, those amber eyes glowing with an inner light. Compelled by a force I couldn't understand, I stepped outside. Rain pelted my skin, cold and sharp, but I barely felt it. I approached the fence, my heart beating erratically. The creature remained still, its eyes locking onto mine. I was drawn in, unable to break away, as if those eyes were pulling me into an abyss of understanding that no human should ever glimpse. In that moment, a clarity unlike any other washed over me. This was no dog. This was something far older, more profound, a being that dwelled in the spaces between reality and dreams. Its presence was a whisper of a forgotten truth, a reminder of the mysteries that linger at the edges of our perception. I staggered back, the revelation leaving me breathless. The storm seemed to rage in response to my discovery, each clap of thunder shaking the very core of my being. I retreated into the house, locking the door behind me, seeking refuge in the familiar. Days passed, the encounter etched into my memory with an unsettling permanence. The Martins continued their lives as if nothing was amiss, and their pet, whatever it was, maintained its silent vigil from the backyard. I avoided the garden, the once pleasant space now tainted by the knowledge I couldn't unsee. The lingering fear persisted, a constant companion in my thoughts. Every creak of the floorboards, every rustle of leaves outside, felt magnified, imbued with a sense of foreboding. I had glimpsed a sliver of a reality far removed from the mundane, and it had changed me irreversibly. The Martins eventually moved away, their stay in the neighborhood as fleeting as the seasons. The day they left, I watched from my window, the creature sitting solemnly in the back of their car. As they drove off, those amber eyes met mine one last time, a silent farewell that resonated with an unspoken promise, a promise that it would not be the last I'd encounter their kind. In the quiet that followed their departure, a part of me longed for the return to normalcy. Yet another part understood that normalcy was a facade, a comforting lie we tell ourselves to ignore the depths of the unknown. Life in the neighborhood resumed, but the memory of those amber eyes lingered, a haunting reminder of the eerie realization that still lay within me. The world continued to turn, seasons changing as they always did, but I remained watchful, wary of what might be lurking just out of sight, in the quiet corners where the ordinary meets the extraordinary. The street I lived on was a portrait of suburban tranquility, where picket fences lined manicured lawns, and the hum of lawnmowers was a comforting soundtrack. The neighborhood was a haven for families and retirees, the kind of place where everyone knew each other's business, where secrets had no place to hide. At least, that's what I thought before I got to know Mr. Grayson, the man who lived 3 doors down. Mr. Grayson was an enigma, a man in his late 40s who seemed to have appeared out of nowhere. His arrival was unceremonious, moving into his modest house without any grand gestures or neighborly introductions. His presence was marked by the absence of normal suburban chatter. No friendly waves, no small talk at the mailboxes, no attendance at the neighborhood barbecues. He was a ghost in a place full of life. I first noticed him during my evening walks with my dog Max. Mr. Grayson would be outside, tending to his garden, a patch of earth that seemed to flourish under his meticulous care. His flowers were vibrant, almost unnaturally so, their colors vivid against the backdrop of his otherwise somber house. Despite his apparent skill with plants, there was something about him that made me uneasy. Perhaps it was the way he always seemed to be watching, his eyes following passers-by with a quiet intensity that was hard to ignore. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, I felt emboldened enough to wave. To my surprise, he returned the gesture, albeit hesitantly. Encouraged by this small breakthrough, I decided to greet him the next time I saw him. On one particularly crisp autumn evening, with leaves crunching underfoot, I seized my chance. I stopped at the edge of his garden, Max pulling slightly at his leash. "Evening, Mr. Grayson," I said, trying to sound casual. "Your garden looks incredible." He paused, his gaze shifting from the flowers to me. For a moment, I thought he wouldn't reply. But then, in a voice that was surprisingly soft, he said, "Thank you. It's a labor of love." There was a hint of warmth in his voice, a crack in the facade that had kept him isolated from the rest of us. I took it as an invitation to linger. "It's amazing how you keep them so vibrant," I continued, gesturing at the blooms. "I've never had much of a green thumb." He smiled slightly, though it didn't reach his eyes. "Plants are like people. They need care, attention, and sometimes patience." There was a weight to his words, an underlying message that eluded me. We talked for a few more minutes, mostly about gardening. He seemed more at ease discussing plants than people, and I left that evening with a sense of having peeled back a single layer of who Mr. Grayson was. Yet, the conversation left me with a peculiar feeling, as if there was something more beneath the surface, something he wasn't saying. The first disturbance came unexpectedly. It was late one night, during the kind of stillness that only deep hours can bring. I awoke to the sound of a dog howling, a low, mournful cry that sent shivers through me. It was unlike any sound Max ever made, almost feral, yet filled with a deep sadness. I listened intently, trying to place it, and realized it was coming from Mr. Grayson's direction. Curiosity piqued. I made my way to the window and peered out into the darkness. The neighborhood was shrouded in shadows, but there, in Mr. Grayson's yard, I could make out a silhouette. More than one, actually. My heart quickened as I strained my eyes to see. It was Mr. Grayson, unmistakably standing in his garden. And beside him was a dog, a large creature with a coat that glistened under the faint moonlight. I watched, captivated and confused, as Mr. Grayson knelt beside the animal. They seemed to share a silent communion, a mutual understanding that transcended speech. The dog, or whatever it was, emitted another low howl, a sound that resonated with longing and pain. I turned away from the window, unsettled by the inexplicable scene. The next morning, I approached Mr. Grayson again, this time under the pretense of asking about a pest problem in my own garden. He greeted me with the same distant warmth as before, but there was an edge to his demeanor, as if he were wary of my presence. "Mr. Grayson," I began carefully, "I heard a dog last night. It sounded close by." He paused in his work, glancing up at me with an expression I couldn't quite read. "Yes," he replied, his tone carefully neutral. "That was my dog. He's special. Needs a little more care than most." There was something about the way he said "special" that made me uneasy. His eyes held mine, and for a moment, I felt as though he were measuring my reaction. I nodded, not wanting to pry further, but unable to shake the feeling that there was more to his story. As days turned into weeks, the howling continued intermittently, always in the dead of night. Each time, it was accompanied by the same unnerving encounter in the garden. My curiosity grew, but so did my apprehension. Max, too, seemed affected, pacing nervously and whining whenever the mournful cries pierced the night. I found myself drawn to Mr. Grayson's house, compelled by a mix of fear and fascination. The situation escalated on a chilly November night. The howling was particularly intense, a cacophony of anguish that seemed to echo through the entire neighborhood. I knew I had to see what was happening, to understand the connection between Mr. Grayson and the mysterious dog. Equipped with nothing but my flashlight, I ventured out into the cold. As I drew closer to Mr. Grayson's garden, I moved with caution, my heart pounding in my chest. The air was thick with foreboding, and as I approached the fence, I saw them again, Mr. Grayson and the dog. But this time, there was something different. The dog was no longer standing. It lay on the ground, its body trembling with each breath. Mr. Grayson was crouched beside it, murmuring words I couldn't hear. There was a desperation in his movements, an urgency that mirrored the dog's distress. I watched, transfixed, as he placed his hands on the creature's head, his fingers entwining with its fur. To my astonishment, the dog's form began to change, its outlines blurring, shifting as if it were made of smoke. In that moment, I realized the truth, a revelation so unsettling that it defied logic. The creature was not just a dog. It was something more, something that transcended the natural order. And Mr. Grayson wasn't merely a recluse with a secret. He was a man bound to a creature that defied understanding, a creature that was part human, part beast. As if sensing my presence, Mr. Grayson looked up, his eyes meeting mine. There was no anger in his gaze, only resignation and a plea for silence. I backed away slowly, my mind reeling with what I had witnessed. In that instant, the world as I knew it shifted, the boundaries of reality stretching to accommodate the impossible. I returned home, my thoughts a chaotic whirl. Sleep was elusive as I lay awake, haunted by the memory of the transformation. I understood then that I was part of Mr. Grayson's secret, a reluctant keeper of the truth that lay hidden behind suburban normalcy. The following days were a haze of normalcy and lurking fear. I continued my walks with Max, though I avoided Mr. Grayson's house. The howling persisted, a reminder of the unnatural bond that existed just a few doors down. I found myself hyper-aware of the world around me, questioning every shadow, every rustle of leaves, as if the ordinary had become a facade for the extraordinary. I saw Mr. Grayson one last time before he disappeared. It was on a misty morning, the kind where the air was thick with the promise of rain. He was in his garden, tending to his flowers as always. Our eyes met briefly, and he nodded, a silent acknowledgement of the shared knowledge that bound us. "Take care," he said softly, his voice carrying a weight that spoke of finality. I nodded, understanding that this was his farewell. That evening, under the cover of darkness, he left, taking with him the secrets that had permeated our quiet street. The house remained, a shell devoid of its mysterious occupant. Time passed, and life returned to a semblance of normalcy. New neighbors moved in, and the neighborhood resumed its rhythm. Yet for me, the world had changed. The howling had ceased, but its echo lingered in my mind, a constant reminder that the boundary between the ordinary and the extraordinary was more porous than I had ever imagined. I often wonder about Mr. Grayson and the creature that had been both his companion and his curse. The fear that had once gripped me had transformed into a strange kind of understanding, a recognition that the world was vast and unfathomable, filled with mysteries that defied explanation. And sometimes, on quiet nights, when the wind whispers through the trees, I think I hear the faint echo of a howl, a sound that resonates with the sadness of what once was and the inexplicable beauty of the unknown. The morning sun filtered through the lace curtains, casting gentle patterns on the worn wooden floor of my living room. A breeze just brisk enough to carry the crisp scent of autumn weaved its way through the slightly open window. This was the kind of day Owen, my husband, loved. He had always found solace in such simple pleasures, and his presence seemed to linger in the air, even though he had passed just a few months ago. Our quaint house stood at the edge of a small town, bordered by a dense forest that seemed endless to the eye. It was a place we had chosen for its tranquility, a world away from the bustling chaos we had left behind. Since Owen's passing, life had settled into a predictable rhythm, one that was both comforting and isolating. The townsfolk were friendly enough, allowing me space in my grief while offering neighborly support whenever needed. My days were spent tending to the house, maintaining the garden Owen had loved, and occasionally heading into town for essentials. It was a quiet life, but one I had come to appreciate. The day everything changed began much like any other. I was sipping my morning coffee, the mug warm in my hands as I watched the leaves dance outside. It was then that I noticed something, a figure standing at the edge of the trees, just beyond the garden. Initially, I thought it was my imagination playing tricks on me, a shadow cast by the interplay of light and leaves. But as I squinted, the figure became more defined, standing unnaturally still. I felt a shiver run down my spine. The figure was wrapped in a dark coat, its face obscured by a brimmed hat. I convinced myself that it was just a lost hiker, or perhaps someone from town. But the longer I watched, the more certain I became that this was not a mere passerby. I turned away to grab my phone, intending to call someone, anyone, but when I looked back, the figure was gone. The incident unsettled me more than I cared to admit. The rest of the day passed in a haze of unease, small noises amplified in the silence of the house. I found myself looking over my shoulder, peering out the window more often than usual. That night, as I lay in bed, sleep eluded me. My mind kept wandering back to the figure in the woods, the inexplicable sense of dread it had inspired. The next morning, I awoke with a start, heart pounding against my ribs. The room was dimly lit by the gray pre-dawn light, but something was off. The air felt different, heavier somehow, and I noticed a peculiar odor, faint yet distinct, like damp earth and something sour. I got up, my feet cold against the wooden floor, and followed the scent downstairs. In the living room, I stopped short. There, in the center of the room, was a small patch of soil. It was as if someone had taken a handful of earth and scattered it deliberately. My heart thudded in my chest as I stared at it, trying to comprehend how it had gotten there. I searched for some rational explanation, but found none. The doors were locked and the windows were secured. The day was filled with a growing sense of paranoia. I began to question everything, my own sanity included. What if the figure from the woods had found a way into my home? The thought alone was enough to tie my stomach in knots. I decided to head into town to seek comfort in the presence of others. As I walked through the quaint streets, a chill wind whipped around me, tugging insistently at my coat. The townspeople greeted me as they always did, but I could sense something different in their eyes. A curiosity, perhaps, or a hint of knowing that made me uneasy. I stopped by the local store, sharing pleasantries with the owner, Mrs. Harris, hoping she might have some explanation for the odd occurrences. "Oh, my dear," she said, her voice tinged with pity. "This town has its share of strange tales. The woods have always had a way of playing tricks on those who wander too close. But you're a sensible woman. I'm sure it's nothing more than a passing fancy." Her words did little to assuage my fears, but they lingered in my mind. That evening, as I returned home, I resolved to put it all behind me. Yet, deep down, I knew something was amiss. The house felt different, as if it were no longer the safe haven it once was. Nightfall brought with it a thunderstorm, the kind that rattled windows and made the very air hum with electricity. I sat in the living room, watching the lightning illuminate the sky in jagged bursts. Just as a particularly loud thunderclap shook the house, I saw it again, the figure, standing at the edge of my garden, closer this time. Fear surged through me, a primal instinct that screamed for me to run, but I remained rooted to the spot, unable to tear my eyes away. As the lightning flashed again, I saw the figure more clearly, and a new horror gripped me. Its face was pale, almost luminescent in the dark, and its eyes seemed to glow with an unnatural light. My hand trembled as I reached for the phone, but as I dialed, the line crackled with static. Desperation clawed at me, but just as quickly as it had appeared, the figure vanished once more, swallowed by the night. I spent the remainder of the night on the couch, clutching a blanket, unable to shake the feeling of being watched. In the days that followed, the disturbances became more frequent. The scent of damp earth permeated the house, growing stronger with each passing day. My dreams were plagued by images of the figure, its eyes boring into me, as if it were trying to communicate something I couldn't understand. I became obsessed with finding answers, combing through old town records, questioning the sparse locals who remembered tales of strange happenings in the woods. There was little to go on, just whispers of an ancient presence, a guardian of sorts, that protected its domain jealously. One night, my search led me to a small forgotten cemetery on the outskirts of town. The air was thick with the smell of decay, and a fog clung to the ground like a living thing. A solitary figure stood amidst the gravestones, and my heart stopped when I recognized it as the same figure from my garden. This time, I approached, something compelling me forward despite my fear. As I drew closer, the figure turned, and I gasped. Its face was a mirror of Owen's, yet twisted and distorted, a grotesque parody of the man I had loved. Tears filled my eyes, and I stumbled back, unable to comprehend what I was seeing. "Why are you here?" I whispered, though I knew no answer would come. The figure remained silent, its gaze unyielding. In that moment, I understood that this was not Owen, nor was it truly human. It was something else entirely, something ancient and beyond my understanding. A parasite, perhaps, feeding on my grief, my fear. I fled, my footsteps echoing in the stillness, the fog wrapping around me like a shroud. When I reached the house, I collapsed against the door, my breath ragged and tears streaming down my face. I knew I couldn't stay, not with this presence haunting my every step. In the days that followed, I made arrangements to leave the town. The townsfolk watched with a mix of curiosity and pity as I packed what little I could bear to take with me. I felt a strange sense of relief as I drove away, the house disappearing from view in the rearview mirror. Yet, even as I left, I could feel it, the lingering fear, the sense of being watched. The figure, the parasite, whatever it was, had become a part of me, a shadow that would follow me wherever I went. I could only hope that in time, its grip would loosen, allowing me to reclaim some semblance of peace. But deep down, I knew it would never truly release me. The visitor had left its mark, a reminder that some things, once seen, can never be forgotten. The air around the remote house was crisp with the first hints of autumn. The leaves were just beginning to turn, creating a kaleidoscope of red, orange, and yellow that stretched into the woods surrounding us. It was quiet here, with only the occasional rustle of leaves and the chirping of distant birds breaking the stillness. I moved here 6 months ago in search of solitude, a place to escape the noise and chaos of city life. The house itself was rustic but comfortable, with a large porch that overlooked the encroaching forest. It was the perfect retreat, until things began to change. Adeline, my younger sister, had been staying with me for a few weeks. She visited often, claiming she needed a break from her bustling life in the city. We had been close since childhood, and her presence was a comfort in this isolated corner of the world. She brought with her the laughter that had been absent from my life for too long, and together We filled the house with warmth and stories. One evening, as we sat on the porch, Adeline mentioned a peculiar feeling she had when she walked through the woods. "It's like being watched," she said, her voice a mix of curiosity and unease. I dismissed it as natural apprehension. It's common to feel unsettled in such a secluded environment, surrounded by the dense, impenetrable forest. However, I noticed a flicker of doubt in her eyes, a quiet wariness that made me uneasy. The first real disturbance came soon after. Adeline had gone to bed early, tired from an afternoon spent hiking along the trails near the house. I stayed up, reading in the living room, with the soft glow of a lamp illuminating the pages. Around midnight, the house's silence was shattered by a soft, persistent tapping at one of the windows. I froze, my heart thundering in my chest, as I strained to hear over the rhythmic beating in my ears. Rising reluctantly, I approached the window, expecting to find the branches of a tree brushing against the glass. To my surprise, the tree was too far away for that to be the cause. The tapping continued, seemingly from nowhere. I stepped back, uneasy, and decided to pretend I hadn't heard it, convincing myself it was nothing more than the wind playing tricks. The following day, I installed a series of security cameras around the property. Adeline seemed to find the whole situation amusing, teasing me about paranoia, but I sensed an underlying relief in her eyes. We spent the afternoon setting up the equipment, ensuring the cameras covered every corner of the house and the perimeter of the woods. When we checked the footage that evening, everything appeared normal, and we both laughed off the previous night's incident. But the laughter faded quickly as we began to notice strange occurrences from the footage. There were fleeting shadows that moved unnaturally, darting across the path leading to the woods. Sometimes, in the dead of night, the cameras seemed to glitch and distort, capturing only static and faint whispers. Adeline and I would watch, captivated and horrified, as shapes seemed to manifest from the periphery of the recordings, always just out of clear focus. Adeline's demeanor changed over the next few days. She became withdrawn, spending more time alone in her room. I worried, but she insisted everything was fine. Her laughter was replaced with a silence that echoed through the house, amplifying the creaks of the wooden floors and the whisper of the wind through the trees. It felt as if the house itself was holding its breath, waiting for something to happen. The escalation came during one of those sleepless nights, when the shadows seemed to press against the walls, seeping into the corners of my mind. I was awoken by a soft cry, a sound so faint I thought I imagined it. But there it was again, a muffled sob coming from Adeline's room. I rushed to her door, knocking gently. "Adeline, are you okay?" There was no answer, only the continued sound of her sorrow. I opened the door to find her sitting on the edge of the bed, clutching something in her hands. It was a photograph, aged and worn, depicting a group of people standing in front of the house. Their expressions were odd, faces frozen in a mix of fear and resignation. I glanced at Adeline, her eyes fixed on the image. "Where did you find this?" I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. She looked up, tears shimmering in her eyes. "It was under the floorboard," she said, a tremor in her voice. I don't know why, but I felt compelled to look there. The photograph was unsettling, raising more questions than answers. Who were these people, and what had compelled them to such an expression? The emotions in the image seemed to seep into the room, casting a shadow over our thoughts. That night, I couldn't shake the feeling of being observed. The walls of the house seemed to close in, and the woods outside felt alive, as if they were watching, waiting. I checked the camera footage compulsively, searching for any sign of the figures I couldn't shake from my mind. As the days passed, the disturbances grew more frequent and intense. Now, it wasn't just the tapping at the windows, but whispers carried on the wind and shadows moving in the corners of my vision. Adeline became increasingly agitated, her laughter replaced with a strained silence. She confided that she felt drawn to the woods, as if something within them was calling to her. I forbade her from going there alone, sensing the danger in the pull she described. The climax arrived on a cold, moonlit night. The air was thick with anticipation, as if the world itself held its breath. I awoke to find Adeline missing. Panic surged through me as I searched the house, calling her name. Then, I noticed the back door ajar, leading to the woods. My heart pounded as I grabbed a flashlight and sprinted into the night, the beam cutting through the suffocating darkness. The woods were eerily silent, the only sound my footsteps crunching on fallen leaves. I called out for her, my voice echoing through the trees. Finally, I found her standing in a small clearing, her back to me. She was staring at something I couldn't see, her posture rigid. As I approached, the air grew heavy, almost oppressive. I reached out, touching her shoulder gently. "Adeline," I whispered, my voice trembling. She turned slowly, her eyes wide and filled with an otherworldly light. Her lips moved, forming words that seemed to echo from another time, another place. "They are here," she said, her voice a strange melody that resonated in the depths of my mind. "They have always been here." She gestured towards the shadows at the edge of the clearing, where figures seemed to dance between the trees. They were indistinct, their forms shifting and blending with the darkness. I felt a chill creep up my spine, a primal fear that gripped my heart. The figures seemed to beckon, their movements hypnotic and terrifying. I pulled Adeline back, desperate to escape their grasp. We stumbled through the woods, the sound of whispers growing louder, filling the air with an unholy symphony. We reached the house, slamming the door shut behind us. The silence returned, heavy and suffocating. Adeline collapsed into a chair, her face pale and drawn. I checked the camera footage, hoping to find some explanation for the nightmare we had just escaped. But the recordings only showed static, interspersed with fleeting images of the figures that haunted the woods. In the days that followed, a lingering fear settled over us. The house felt different, as if it had absorbed the presence of those lurking in the forest. Adeline rarely spoke, her eyes distant and haunted. I spent hours watching the camera feeds, searching for answers, but all I found were more questions. The remote house, once a refuge, had become a prison. The woods were alive with the presence of something ancient and unfathomable. A force that watched and waited. I knew that Adeline felt it too, and that it would never truly leave us. We stayed, hoping to uncover the truth of what lay hidden in the mundane, what horrors lurked in the shadows. But deep down, I knew that some mysteries were never meant to be solved, and some doors were better left unopened. It was an ordinary day when the letter arrived, a neatly typed invitation to participate in a groundbreaking social experiment. It promised a substantial financial reward, enough to pay off debts and provide a comfortable buffer for my small family. The premise was simple: live in an isolated house under constant surveillance for 6 months. The letter assured us that privacy would be respected and any information gathered would be used solely for research purposes. The prospect seemed almost idyllic, a retreat from the hustle and bustle of daily life, a chance to reconnect with my wife, Emma, and our 5-year-old son, Liam. We discussed it over dinner, weighing the pros and cons. There was something unspoken between us, a shared understanding that our lives had become a routine we needed to escape. Emma was a writer, struggling with the demands of creativity in a noisy world. Liam, though young, was already showing signs of anxiety, perhaps absorbing the stress that had seeped into our household. We decided to accept the offer, feeling a sense of adventure tinged with relief. The house was located within a high-tech research facility nestled in a remote forest. It was quaint and comfortable, equipped with modern conveniences, but devoid of any connection to the outside world. No internet, no television, and only books for entertainment. A small garden surrounded the house, offering a space to cultivate our own food. It felt like a return to simpler times. For the first few weeks, life in the secluded house unfolded like a dream. We cooked meals together, explored the forest trails, and spent evenings engrossed in stories and laughter. The absence of external distractions allowed us to rediscover each other. Emma's creativity flourished in the quietude, and she filled notebooks with her thoughts and ideas. Liam's laughter was a constant melody, and his nightmares, which had plagued him for months, seemed to vanish into the tranquility of the woods. Yet, beneath the veneer of normalcy, there was an awareness of being watched. Cameras were discreetly placed in every room, their presence both a comfort and a constant reminder of the experiment's nature. We were subjects, our every move documented for scrutiny. At first, it was easy to ignore, to pretend that we were alone in our sanctuary. But as the days passed, the awareness grew, like an itch that couldn't be scratched. The first disturbance came subtly, almost imperceptibly. It was a Tuesday evening, our routine as ordinary as ever. Emma was in the kitchen, experimenting with a new recipe, while Liam and I built a fort out of blankets in the living room. As I tucked the edges of a quilt behind the couch, I noticed a shadow flicker across the wall. I glanced towards the window, expecting to see a bird or a branch swaying in the wind, but there was nothing. Just the stillness of the trees and the soft glow of the setting sun. I dismissed it as a trick of the light, yet the unease lingered, an uninvited guest at the edge of my thoughts. Over the next few days, the shadows seemed to grow bolder, darting across the periphery of my vision, vanishing before I could turn my head. Emma noticed them too, her brow furrowed in contemplation, but she brushed off my concerns with a reassuring smile. "It's just your imagination," she said, though her eyes betrayed a similar disquiet. Liam, however, seemed unaffected, his world still filled with innocence and play. I envied his obliviousness, wishing I could graft his resilience onto my own fraying nerves. But as the shadows persisted, I began to sense a presence, something unseen yet palpable, like a whisper at the back of my mind. The shadows escalated into sounds, soft, indistinct murmurs that drifted through the house at night. Emma and I would lie awake, listening to the elusive whispers that seemed to emanate from the walls themselves. We searched the house, combing through rooms and checking under beds, but found nothing. No hidden speakers, no malfunctioning equipment, just the persistent, unnerving hum that ebbed and flowed with the darkness. Sleep became elusive, and the tension between us grew taut, like a string stretched to the point of breaking. Emma's writing faltered, her once fluid prose stilted and uncertain. Liam began to complain of headaches, his laughter replaced by irritable moans. The isolation, once a haven, now felt like a trap, the walls closing in with every passing day. The climax arrived one night, shattering the fragile illusion of safety we had clung to. It was late, the house cloaked in shadow, when a sharp metallic clang echoed through the stillness. Emma and I jolted awake, our hearts pounding in unison. The sound had come from the living room. I reached for the flashlight we kept by the bed, its beam a weak defense against the encroaching darkness. As we crept down the hallway, the murmurs grew louder, distinct words threading through the air like poison. Leave alone. Dangerous. The flashlight flickered, casting erratic patterns across the walls. As we entered the living room, the beam caught a figure standing by the window, a dark silhouette outlined against the moonlit forest beyond. Fear threaded through my veins, yet I forced myself to step forward, my voice trembling as I called out, "Who are you? What do you want?" The figure turned, and the light fell across its face, revealing not a stranger, but me. The apparition was an uncanny duplicate, its eyes empty, reflecting the fear that gripped my soul. It opened its mouth, a silent scream that seemed to resonate through every fiber of my being. I staggered backward, my mind unraveling in the face of this impossible reality. Emma clutched my arm, her grip the only anchor in a world that spun wildly out of control. "We need to leave," she whispered, her voice barely audible over the crescendo of whispers that filled the room. In a daze, we gathered Liam, who awoke with a jolt, his eyes wide with confusion and terror. Together, we stumbled through the house, the whispers a relentless tide that threatened to drown us. As we reached the door, the whispers ceased, replaced by a deafening silence that pressed against our ears. We burst into the cool night air, the forest a dark expanse that promised both refuge and uncertainty. The house loomed behind us, a monolith of shadow and secrets, its windows like unblinking eyes, watching our retreat. We ran until our legs gave way, collapsing in a clearing far from the house. In the days that followed, we struggled to piece together the fragments of our shattered reality. The research facility, its once pristine facade, now a hollow shell, offered no explanations. The experiment had ended, they said, the data inconclusive. They refused to acknowledge the whispers, the shadows, the doppelganger that haunted our dreams. Back in the comfort of our own home, life returned to a semblance of normalcy. Yet the experience lingered like a shadow, a reminder of the fragility of our perceptions. Emma's writing took on a darker tone, her words laced with the echoes of our ordeal. Liam's laughter returned, but his nightmares had changed, filled now with shadows and whispers that seemed all too familiar. I often find myself standing by the window at night, gazing into the darkness, half expecting to see that figure staring back at me. The cameras in the house have long been dismantled, yet I can't shake the feeling that we are still being watched, observed by unseen eyes that know the deepest corners of our minds. The family experiment, once a promise of escape and renewal, had unraveled into a psychological labyrinth from which there was no easy exit. We had been subjects, yes, but also explorers of our own fears, navigating the thin line between reality and illusion. And though the whispers had ceased, their echoes remained, a haunting reminder that sometimes the most terrifying monsters are the ones we carry within. There is a certain comfort in the predictability of everyday life. The sun rises, the sun sets, meals are shared, and the quiet moments fill the spaces in between. Our family home, nestled at the end of a sleepy suburban cul-de-sac, was the embodiment of this comforting routine. It was a modest structure of faded bricks, its charm lying more in its lived-in warmth than any architectural grandeur. Inside, well-loved furniture was scattered across scarred wooden floors, and walls were adorned with memories framed and hung with care. Life in the house was peaceful, punctuated by the laughter of our son, Timmy, whose boundless energy filled every corner. His room was a testament to his vibrant imagination, a kaleidoscope of colors and toys. Among his many treasures was a peculiar toy, a skeletal figurine affectionately named Skelly-son. Timmy had discovered it at a yard sale, and its oversized head and skeletal grin quickly endeared it to him. To us, it was just another toy in the menagerie of his childhood, its presence unremarkable. It started subtly, like an almost imperceptible shift in the harmony of our home. Harmless things at first, a misplaced slipper, a window left ajar. I dismissed them as the inevitable oversight in a household with a boisterous child. But then, more curious things began to happen. It was Timmy who first mentioned it, his voice small and uncertain as he told us of Skelly-son, whispering to him at night. I laughed it off, attributing it to the vivid dreams of a child. "It's just your imagination, sweetheart," I told him, ruffling his hair. He seemed mollified, but a shadow of unease lingered in his eyes. Still, as days passed, the disturbances grew more difficult to ignore. Shadows seemed to lengthen and deepen in corners where light should reach. The house was quieter, and yet there was a sense of being observed, as if unseen eyes watched from the edges of our vision. One evening, as I tucked Timmy into bed, I noticed that Skeleson had been placed on a high shelf, facing the bed with its eternal grin. Timmy insisted that he hadn't moved it, his voice trembling with sincerity. I replaced it back among the other toys, trying to shake off the prickle of discomfort tracing my spine. The nights in our home began to take on a peculiar quality. There was an oppressive stillness, a silence so profound it seemed to press against the eardrums. I found myself waking at odd hours, convinced I heard the soft murmur of voices, though the house remained still and dark. It was during one of these nights that the first real sign of disturbance happened. I awoke to a low hum, like radio static, barely audible. As I rose from bed to investigate, I noticed a faint glow under Timmy's door. My heart thudded with an undefined anxiety. Pushing open the door, I was greeted by the sight of Skeleson, eerily illuminated by a flickering nightlight, its hollow eyes seemingly aglow with an unnatural light. Timmy was sitting up in bed, staring fixedly at the toy. "He says we need to leave," Timmy whispered, his voice carrying an odd clarity. I felt a chill seep into my bones, but I forced a smile, reassuring him that it was just a dream. As I turned off the light and closed the door, I couldn't shake the feeling that Skeleson's grin had grown wider. The air had a peculiar heaviness, as if the walls themselves were holding their breath. The disturbances escalated. Objects went missing, only to reappear in unusual places. The temperature in the house fluctuated inexplicably, plunging into sudden, frigid chill. Timmy's behavior grew more withdrawn, his eyes shadowed with exhaustion. He spoke often of Skeleson and its increasingly insistent warnings. It was always the same. "He says we need to leave." Each time I tried to console him, but my reassurances rang hollow even to me. I began to dread the nights, with their oppressive silence and the sense of being watched. The familiar shadows of our home seemed to twist into unfamiliar shapes, the corners crowded with unseen specters. One afternoon, as sunlight spilled through the windows, I decided to take matters into my own hands. I marched into Timmy's room, determined to remove the source of his fears. I reached for Skeleson, intending to store it away. As my fingers closed around the toy, an icy jolt shot up my arm, and I recoiled, the toy clattering to the floor. A wave of nausea rolled through me, and I staggered back, heart pounding madly. Later that night, I lay awake, consumed by a restless anxiety. The house was heavy with silence, and I felt a pull, a compulsion to check on Timmy. I found him standing by the window, silhouetted against the darkness outside. He turned to me, his face pale in the gloom. "He says we have to leave now," Timmy murmured, his voice eerily calm. His gaze drifted to Skeleson, which sat on the windowsill, bathed in the pale glow of the moon. Before I could respond, a loud crash resounded from downstairs, shattering the stillness. Adrenaline surged through me, and I raced down, flicking on lights as I went. The living room was a chaos of overturned furniture and scattered belongings. The air felt charged with a tense energy. And yet, there was no sign of forced entry, no evidence of an intruder. My pulse thundered in my ears, a mounting dread. gnawing at my resolve. By the time I returned to Timmy's room, he was asleep, or feigning sleep, curled up amidst his blankets. Skeleton remained on the windowsill, its skeletal grin seemingly mocking me. I wanted to throw it away, to rid our home of its unsettling presence, but an irrational fear held me back. The next day was spent in a haze of tension, a cloud of unease hanging over us. Timmy was quiet, his eyes flicking often to Skeleton, which I had moved to a corner. He seemed to be listening, his head tilted slightly, as if attuned to some unheard conversation. The day dragged into evening, and night fell with a suffocating swiftness. I lay in bed, every creak and groan of the house amplified in the silence. Sleep came fitfully, and I found myself startled awake by a low, rhythmic chanting. It was a whisper on the edge of hearing, slipping through the walls, insistent and alien. My heart pounded as I rose, compelled by a force I couldn't comprehend. I found Timmy standing in the hallway, eyes wide, his small hand clutching Skeleton. "We have to go," he said simply, his voice imbued with a calm certainty that belied his age. The chanting grew louder, a rising tide that drowned out rational thought. Every instinct screamed at me to grab Timmy and run, but my feet were rooted in place. The sound crescendoed, a cacophony of voices blending into a single, urgent plea. And then, as suddenly as it began, the noise ceased, leaving a ringing silence in its wake. I felt as if I had stepped out of a dream, the reality of the moment crashing down with brutal clarity. In the aftermath, I stood frozen, grappling with the stark fear that the house was no longer ours. Timmy tugged at my hand, his eyes pleading. "Please," he whispered, "we have to leave." I nodded, words failing me. We gathered a few belongings, uncertainty and fear propelling us into the night. As we stepped out into the cool, bracing air, I glanced back at the house, its shadowy facade looming ominously. In the window, Skeleton sat against the glass, its grin somehow more pronounced in the moonlight. We sought refuge with my sister, her home offering a sanctuary from the oppressive atmosphere we had left behind. Days turned into weeks, and I found myself questioning the reality of our experiences. In the relative safety of my sister's home, the memories of those nights seemed to waver like a mirage, their edges softened by time and distance. Yet, despite the mundane routine we gradually resumed, a lingering fear clung to me, a shadow that refused to dissipate. I couldn't bring myself to return to our home, the thought of its hollow rooms filled with an inexplicable dread. Timmy, too, seemed different, quieter and more introspective. We never spoke of Skeleton again, the memories buried beneath the surface of our new normalcy. But in quiet moments, when the world stilled and shadows crept from their hiding places, I sensed the presence of something unfinished, an unseen threat poised at the fringes of our lives. The certainty that the house was no longer ours, that we were outsiders in our own lives, lingered like a specter, and somewhere in the back of my mind, I knew Skeleton's warning had been more than a child's imagination. There is something quietly unsettling about the suburbs, especially at night when the world is under the spell of sleep. This was a truth I only came to appreciate after moving to one such neighborhood with my family. Our house was typical of the area, a two-story brick building with a neatly trimmed lawn and a white picket fence. It was safe, predictable, and to some extent, dull, a place designed to cultivate a sense of calm. Yet beneath its surface, something else lingered. For the first few months, life was the embodiment of normalcy. I spent my days teaching at the local kindergarten, a job both rewarding and exhausting. My husband, Matt, worked long hours in the city, making the evenings we spent together a cherished retreat from our separate worlds. Our son, Daniel, was a bright and imaginative 5-year-old, constantly bubbling over with stories and questions. We were a happy family, living a life others might envy. The first disturbance came on an otherwise ordinary Tuesday evening. I had picked Daniel up from kindergarten, and we had settled into our usual routine. After dinner, Matt sat in his chair reading the newspaper while I busied myself with the dishes. Daniel was supposed to be playing quietly in his room, but I could hear him talking. It wasn't unusual for him to indulge in elaborate conversations with his toys. Yet something about the tone and cadence of his voice caught my attention. It was lower, almost conspiratorial. Curious, I dried my hands and walked down the hallway to his bedroom. Peering through the crack of the door, I saw him seated on the floor, his back to me. He was surrounded by his action figures, each meticulously arranged in a straight line before him. Daniel was speaking, but his words were obscured by a strange humming sound that seemed to emanate from somewhere within the walls. I hesitated, unnerved by the unaccountable noise and the intentness on my son's face as he moved his figures with precise deliberation. When I asked Daniel who he was talking to, he turned slowly, as if surprised to see me standing there. "The crafty man," he replied, with an innocence that seemed to belie the strange name. I chuckled, asking him who the crafty man was, expecting a whimsical explanation involving superheroes or cartoon characters. Instead, he simply shrugged and said, "He's just a friend." The following days passed with a mounting sense of unease. Daniel would occasionally mention the crafty man in passing, attributing to him small tricks and clever games. At first, it seemed harmless, the product of an active imagination. However, as time wore on, his stories took on a darker edge. He spoke of secrets the crafty man shared with him, things he couldn't tell anyone else, because they were too big for adult ears. One evening, as Matt was working late, I noticed Daniel's bedroom light flickering. Concerned, I knocked before entering, finding him sitting on his bed, the room dimly lit by a small nightlight. His face was shadowed, but his eyes seemed to glint with an unnatural brightness. "Mom," he whispered, "the crafty man showed me how to make the lights dance." I tried to hide my discomfort, attributing the flickering to an electrical problem. Yet, there was a part of me, the part that felt the skin on the back of my neck prickle, that couldn't dismiss the oddity so easily. I resolved to mention it to Matt, though I doubted he would share my concern. He was a rational man, firmly grounded in logic and reason. The escalation came soon after, beginning with Daniel's sudden aversion to the kindergarten, a place he had once loved. Each morning brought with it tears and protests, his complaints centering on a new boy in class. "He doesn't like the crafty man," Daniel explained, his eyes wide with distress. It was a sentiment his teacher, Mrs. Gibson, found troubling, though she assured me that Daniel played quite normally with the other children. Despite Mrs. Gibson's reassurances, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. Daniel's demeanor shifted from cheerful to withdrawn, his playfulness replaced by a thoughtful silence. He spent long periods staring out the window, as if waiting for something, or someone, to appear. Then came the incident that would shatter any lingering sense of normalcy. It was a chilly Friday afternoon, and the kindergarten was abuzz with the excitement of an upcoming puppet show. I had volunteered to help set up, and on arriving, found the classroom in cheerful disarray, children bustling about with colorful puppets in hand. As I assisted Mrs. Gibson, I noticed Daniel standing apart from the other children, his gaze fixated on a dark corner of the room. Following his line of sight, I saw nothing but shadows. Before I could call out to him, an ear-piercing shriek cut through the air. One of the puppets, an innocuous-looking fox, had inexplicably caught fire, its fabric bursting into flames. Pandemonium ensued, teachers rushing to extinguish the blaze, while children screamed and cried. In the chaos, I found Daniel crouched under a table, his eyes wide with a mix of fear and fascination. "The crafty man did it," he murmured, his voice barely audible over the din. My heart pounded in my chest as I pulled him into my arms, shushing him softly. The puppet fire was eventually put out, but the incident left a lingering tension that could not be easily dismissed. That night, after Daniel had been tucked into bed, I shared my fears with Matt. To my surprise, he confessed that he had begun to notice small changes around the house. Doors left ajar, lights switched on in rooms he distinctly remembered leaving dark. Though we tried to rationalize these occurrences, an unspoken agreement formed between us. There was something unexplainable in our midst. The climax arrived under the guise of an ordinary night. I awoke to the sound of whispers, soft and insistent, filling the air like a distant chant. Disoriented, I sat up, my eyes adjusting to the darkness. The whispers seemed to be coming from Daniel's room, their timbre rising and falling with a rhythm that mimicked breath. With a growing sense of dread, I slipped out of bed, careful not to wake Matt, and made my way to Daniel's room. The door creaked open at my touch, revealing a scene that sent a chill racing down my spine. Daniel stood in the center of the room, his small figure silhouetted against the window. The whispers wrapped around him like a shroud, and I could see his lips moving in time with the ghostly chorus. "Daniel," I called softly, fear threading through my voice. He turned to face me, his eyes reflecting the moonlight in a way that made them seem almost luminescent. "Mom," he said, his voice a blend of his own and something else, something deeper and older. "The crafty man says hello." I wanted to pull him away, to break whatever hold the crafty man had over him, but found myself rooted to the spot. The room seemed to pulse with an unseen energy, the air thick with a presence that was both foreign and familiar. It was as if we were not alone, as if the shadows themselves had come to life, watching and waiting. In that moment, I realized the truth. The crafty man was not a figment of Daniel's imagination, nor was he simply a mischievous spirit. He was something much older, much darker, a being who had found a way into our lives through the unguarded door of a child's mind. And now that he was here, he had no intention of leaving. I don't remember how long I stood there, caught in the crafty man's spell. It felt like an eternity before I gathered the strength to reach for Daniel, to pull him back from the brink of whatever abyss threatened to claim him. As I wrapped my arms around him, the whispers faded, leaving behind a silence that was almost tangible. We left the room together, my heart hammering against my ribs. I didn't dare look back, fearing what I might see if I did. Instead, I guided Daniel to our bedroom, where he nestled between Matt and me, finally falling into a fitful sleep. In the days that followed, I took measures to protect our home. I spoke with a local priest, who kindly blessed the house, and consulted with a spiritual advisor, who offered advice on how to strengthen our defenses against such influences. Daniel was kept close, and slowly, the shadow that had wrapped itself around him began to loosen its grip. Yet, despite our efforts, the lingering fear remained. It was the knowledge that the crafty man was still out there, lurking in the unseen corners of our world, waiting for another moment of weakness to slip through the cracks. And though Daniel seemed to have forgotten him, I knew better. For in the quiet moments of the night, when the house settled into silence, I could still feel his presence, a soft whisper on the edge of consciousness. It was a reminder that the suburbs, with their neat rows of houses and manicured lawns, were not always what they appeared to be. Beneath their placid veneer, the unknown and the inexplicable waited, crafty and patient, ready to emerge when least expected. So we lived on, careful to guard the fragile peace we had reclaimed, aware that the crafty man and others like him never truly vanished. They merely bided their time, invisible yet ever present, a reminder of the thin veil that separates the ordinary from the extraordinary, and the precarious balance between the two. My life had always been marked by mundane predictability. From the moment I awoke to the droning sound of my alarm clock in our suburban home, everything adhered to a rhythm so steady, it was nearly hypnotic. My family, my wife, Melissa, and our 2 children, Emma and Lucas, was the anchor of my existence. We lived in a quaint 2-story house on Magnolia Lane, a location distinguished only by its quietness. The neighbors were pleasant, the lawns were manicured, and the air smelled perpetually of freshly cut grass. Life was as perfect as one could hope for, or so it seemed. I remember the sun dipping below the horizon as I sat on the porch, sipping on a lukewarm cup of coffee, eyes tracing the familiar lines of our yard. Melissa was inside preparing dinner, while the children were somewhere lost in their own worlds of homework and games. As the shadows lengthened and the streetlights flickered on, I felt an odd sense of calm, like the world outside had paused just for us, wrapping us in a cocoon of peace. It was during one of these evenings that the first disturbance occurred. A strange noise broke the serene silence. It wasn't loud, more like a whisper among the rustling leaves, but enough to draw my attention. At first, I dismissed it as the wind, or an animal scurrying through the bushes. Yet I couldn't shake the feeling that it was something more, something that didn't belong. When I mentioned it to Melissa, she chuckled softly, her eyes reflecting the warm glow of the living room lamp. "It's probably just a raccoon," she said, her voice laced with amusement. I nodded, trying to convince myself that she was right. But deep down, the noise had seeded a small pit of unease in my stomach. As the days passed, the disturbances grew more frequent. It wasn't just the noises anymore. Items in the house began to move from their usual places. Emma's hairbrush, which always sat on her dresser, would sometimes be found in the kitchen. Lucas complained about his toys being misplaced, though Melissa assured him it was just his forgetfulness. I wasn't so sure. One night, while locking up the house, I noticed a peculiar sight through the window. Across the street, a shadow seemed to linger, just beyond the reach of the streetlight's glow. I squinted, trying to make out its form, but it melded so seamlessly with the darkness that I could have easily imagined it. Yet, the hair on the back of my neck stood on end, as though I was being watched. I closed the curtains, the room suddenly feeling far too exposed. Sleep became elusive as the days wore on. I found myself lying awake, ears straining for any sound, any hint of movement. The air in the house felt thick, pressing against my skin. Everyone else continued their routines, seemingly unbothered, but I could sense an undercurrent of tension, a shared, unspoken feeling that something was not quite right. The escalation began subtly, almost imperceptibly, like the change of seasons. Melissa's hair, long and golden, started to appear shorter, as if it were vanishing overnight. At first, she laughed it off, blaming it on stress or an overzealous hairbrush. But the laughter faded as the strands continued to disappear, leaving her hair noticeably uneven. What once cascaded down her back now barely touched her shoulders. The children, too, were not spared. Emma's dark curls seemed to thin day by day, while Lucas's usually untamable mop lay flat and lifeless, as if weighed down by invisible hands. The change was subtle enough that it could be rationalized, and yet too consistent to be entirely coincidental. I became obsessed, searching for answers in books and on the internet, delving into forums, discussing urban legends and supernatural occurrences. The more I read, the more I realized how little I understood about the world. There was a thread, a possible explanation that sent shivers down my spine, a tale of a hair-eating entity, a creature that thrived on the essence of hair. It was a legend, a story meant to frighten children, yet it resonated with our situation uncomfortably well. I confided in Melissa, my voice low and urgent, as though speaking aloud would give the entity more power. She listened, her expression a mix of disbelief and growing fear. "We should call someone," she suggested, her voice trembling. "Maybe a priest or someone who knows about these things." Desperation gnawed at me, and I found myself agreeing. We reached out to a local expert in folklore and the paranormal, a woman named Agnes. She arrived at our home, exuding an air of quiet confidence. Her presence was both comforting and unsettling, as though she existed in a realm slightly askew from our own. Agnes moved through the house with a practiced ease, her fingers tracing the walls as if reading a story only she could see. She paused in the children's rooms, her eyes narrowing at unseen disturbances. "There's something here," she finally said, her voice a hushed whisper. Her words confirmed what I had feared. The entity was real, a presence we had unwittingly allowed into our home. Agnes described it as a being drawn to hair, a creature that consumed it to sustain itself. Her solution was simple yet daunting, a cleansing ritual meant to sever the entity's connection to our world. The night of the ritual was steeped in tension. Agnes instructed us to remain silent, to focus on the light and warmth within us as she moved through the rooms, burning herbs and murmuring incantations. The air felt electric, charged with an energy that prickled across my skin. As she worked, I could sense the house shifting, as though it were shaking off a shadow that had settled too deeply. By the time Agnes finished, the atmosphere in the house felt lighter, more open. She assured us the ritual had been successful, but warned us to remain vigilant. The entity, she said, would be searching for a new home, and we needed to ensure it did not find its way back. For a brief time, peace returned. Melissa's hair began to grow back, and the children's hair regained its former luster. We resumed our routines, each day feeling less burdened by the invisible weight that had hung over us. But the reprieve was short-lived. I awoke one night to the sensation of fingers lightly brushing through my hair. I bolted upright, heart pounding, only to find the room empty, the shadows pooling innocently in the corners. A chill swept over me, a whispering reminder that we were never truly free. In the days that followed, the disturbances returned. The sounds, the shifting shadows, the inexplicable movements of objects. Each occurrence felt like a taunt, a reminder of the entity's lingering presence. Agnes had warned us to be vigilant, and yet it seemed we were powerless to prevent its return. The climax unfolded in a whirlwind of fear and desperation. One evening, as I prepared to lock up the house, I caught sight of the shadow once more. It stood just beyond the threshold, a dark outline against the fading light. My heart skipped a beat as I realized it was not outside, but inside our home. Melissa and the children were upstairs, unaware of the danger just beneath their feet. I knew I had to act, to protect them in any way I could. Clutching a flashlight like a talisman, I moved through the house, the shadows closing in around me. The air felt oppressive, thick with an unseen presence. I could feel it watching, waiting for the right moment to strike. As I reached the stairway, a soft rustle echoed behind me. I turned, flashlight beam cutting through the darkness, illuminating an empty hallway. The shadows danced mockingly, their form always just out of reach. My breath came in rapid gasps, each one a battle against the rising tide of panic. And then, just as suddenly as it began, the presence receded. The shadows seemed to melt away, leaving the hallway as it had always been. I stood there, trembling, as the realization washed over me. The entity was not gone, only hiding, lurking just beyond perception. The days turned into weeks, and though the disturbances lessened, they never truly disappeared. It was as if the entity had become part of our lives, an unwelcome guest we could neither see nor touch, yet one we could always feel. Even now, as I sit on the porch once more, watching the sun dip below the horizon, I cannot escape the sensation of being watched. The shadows stretch long and thin across the lawn, whispering secrets to the night. I know the entity is still out there, biding its time, waiting for the perfect moment to strike again. Our lives continue in a semblance of normalcy, but the fear lingers, a constant reminder that our world is fragile, and what we cannot see is often the most terrifying of all. As I rise to go inside, I can't help but glance over my shoulder, half expecting to see those familiar shadows dancing just beyond the porch light's reach. The hair-eating intruder remains a part of our lives, an enigmatic presence that reminds us of the mysteries lurking just beyond the edges of our understanding. I never imagined that the path I'd chosen would lead me to the heart of darkness, beneath the verdant hills of Bavaria. When I first arrived at the secretive laboratory, nestled amid the dense forests of southern Germany, I was filled with excitement and anticipation. The opportunity to work with a renowned scientist on cutting-edge research felt like the pinnacle of my career. Everything about the place exuded a deceptive calm. The neat rows of trees, the gentle chirping of birds, and the pristine silhouette of the facility against a backdrop of emerald green. Dr. Richter, the lead scientist, was a man of impressive intellect and a calm demeanor that belied the intensity of his ambition. He welcomed me with a firm handshake and a tight-lipped smile, ushering me into a world that seemed detached from time and space. The laboratory was immaculate, a testament to German precision, with corridors that twisted and turned like the veins in a leaf. At first, everything appeared normal, routine even. My tasks were simple, assisting with data entry and monitoring various experiments that seemed innocuous enough. The focus of our research was the purification of air, a noble endeavor given the increasing pollution in major cities. We were exploring innovative filtration systems that could potentially revolutionize how we lived and breathed. The initial weeks passed in a tranquil blur, the serenity of the surroundings mirroring the methodical rhythm of our work. I often found solace in the quiet moments, looking out through the expansive windows at the rolling hills, feeling a sense of belonging and purpose. It was as if the world outside was a distant memory, a hazy dream I was slowly forgetting. But then, subtle disturbances began to ripple through the fabric of our ordered existence, like the first tremors felt before an impending earthquake. It started with a peculiar odor, faint yet distinctive, that would occasionally permeate the sterile corridors, a sharp metallic tang that set my senses on edge. I mentioned it to Dr. Richter, who brushed off my concerns with a casual wave of his hand and a reassuring smile. Probably just a minor glitch in the ventilation system, he said, his eyes never quite meeting mine. The incident would have slipped into oblivion had it not been for the unsettling occurrences that followed. One evening, as I was leaving the laboratory, I noticed a figure huddled in the shadowy recesses of a corridor. It was a man, clad in the standard white lab coat, his face obscured by the bill of his cap. He seemed to be whispering to himself, rocking gently back and forth. I paused, unsure of whether to approach or walk away, when a sudden movement startled me, a small, rapid flicker of shadow darting across the floor. Before I could react, Dr. Richter appeared at my side, his presence as abrupt as a cold gust of wind. "Late night, isn't it?" he remarked, his voice smooth, yet carrying an undertone that made my skin prickle. I glanced back to where the man had been, only to find the space empty. Richter's eyes followed mine, his expression unreadable. "You should get some rest," he advised, guiding me toward the exit with a gentle but firm grip. The tension in the air grew more palpable with each passing day, an invisible thread tugging at the edges of my consciousness. I found myself plagued by a series of odd dreams, fragmented and incoherent visions of rustling leaves, echoing footsteps, and a faceless figure standing just beyond my reach. In these dreams, I often struggled to breathe, the air around me thick and suffocating. Driven by a growing sense of unease, I began to delve deeper into the workings of the laboratory, my curiosity piqued by the anomalies that seemed too conspicuous to ignore. I spent long hours poring over research notes and data logs, searching for connections, patterns that might explain the undercurrents of disquiet I could not articulate. It was during one such late-night session that I stumbled upon the project file labeled Erlösung. The term translated to redemption in English, an innocuous word that belied the chilling implications of what I discovered within its depths. Erlösung was not merely about air purification. It was a radical experiment aimed at altering human physiology to adapt to polluted environments, a forced evolution of sorts, driven by chemical and biological manipulation. The test subjects, I learned with growing horror, were not volunteers, but unsuspecting individuals, transients, and those who wouldn't be missed. They were housed in a hidden wing of the facility, their existence shrouded in secrecy and obscured from prying eyes. My mind reeled at the implications, the ethical lines that had been crossed in the name of scientific progress. The realization hit me with the weight of 1,000 stones. I was complicit in an experiment that preyed on the vulnerable, an accomplice to a madman's quest for control over nature itself. But beneath the horror lay a deeper fear, a gnawing dread that my discoveries were only the beginning of something far more insidious. Driven by a need for answers, I ventured into the restricted wing one moonless night, my heart pounding in a frantic cadence that echoed through the hollow corridors. The air grew denser as I approached a series of reinforced doors, the metallic tang from earlier intensifying with each step. My pulse was a drumbeat in my ears as I keyed in the access code and slipped into the dimly lit chamber beyond. What I saw would haunt me forever. Rows of glass chambers housing human subjects, their faces a mask of anguish and resignation. They were plugged into an intricate network of tubes and monitors, their bodies twitching in unnatural spasms as erratic patterns danced across the screens. Their breath came in shallow gasps, a tortured symphony of sound that resonated with the chill in my bones. Among them, I recognized the man from the corridor, his cap discarded to reveal hollow eyes and a visage marked by suffering. He met my gaze, a silent plea etched into every line of his face, a plea for release, for an end to the torment that had become his existence. It was then that the full impact of Dr. Richter's intentions came crashing over me like a tidal wave. Erlösung was never about redemption, but domination, a twisted vision of humanity's future, where the air we breathed became a tool for control. In his pursuit of perfection, Richter had sacrificed his humanity, wielding power over life and death with ruthless efficiency. I stumbled back, my mind a whirl of fractured thoughts and emotions. The door slid shut behind me with a whisper, sealing the chamber's secrets within. I fled the laboratory, my footsteps echoing through the empty halls, driven by a primal instinct for self-preservation. But escape was not as simple as leaving the facility behind. The shadow of what I had uncovered clung to me, an indelible stain on my conscience that I could not wash away. I found refuge in a small village nestled in the folds of the Bavarian landscape, where the air was crisp and untainted by human endeavor. Yet, even here, the memories haunted me. I would often find myself standing by the window, my eyes tracing the horizon as I sought reassurance from the rising sun. But the warmth it offered was fleeting, a mere distraction from the chill that had settled in my soul. The world around me continued its inexorable march toward progress, oblivious to the horrors that lay buried beneath its surface. And though I whispered warnings to those who would listen, my words were dismissed as the ravings of a mind unhinged by stress and solitude. Time, it seemed, had no interest in heeding the warnings of a lone voice. It moved forward with relentless certainty, leaving the past to fade into obscurity. But I knew, deep down, that the air we breathed carried with it the echoes of what had transpired, a reminder that the line between science and monstrosity was fragile and easily crossed. In quiet moments, when sleep eluded me and the night stretched on endlessly, I would imagine those trapped souls in their glass prisons, waiting for a release that might never come. Their silent cries would merge with the rustle of leaves outside my window, a haunting lullaby that would follow me into dreams. Perhaps it was the air itself that bore witness to our deeds, holding within its currents the stories of those who had been lost to ambition's insatiable hunger. Or perhaps it was merely my mind, desperate to find meaning in the chaos, that wove these tales from the fabric of my guilt. Regardless, the fear lingered, an ever-present specter that shadowed my every step, a reminder of the fragile balance between creation and destruction, and the choice that lay within our grasp each time we breathed. The vast expanses of the Texan landscape sprawled endlessly beneath the heavy sky. Miles of sun-bleached road curled like a lazy snake through the terrain, leading to the isolated facility known as the Thomas Project. From the outside, it was nothing more than a nondescript concrete structure, its purpose hidden behind the guise of a government outpost. But deep within its fortified walls lay secrets that twisted the very fabric of human understanding. I knew this place all too well. It had been my home, my prison, for an unquantifiable stretch of time. They had brought me here under the illusion of cooperation, my abilities the subject of their relentless curiosity. I was a remote viewer, able to project my consciousness across distances, a talent that, until my capture, I had nurtured in clandestine solitude. The idea of using my gift to assist in their surveillance seemed noble at first. But as the weeks turned into months, the true nature of the Thomas Project began to emerge, each revelation more insidious than the last. The early days were filled with routine, daily sessions in the viewing chamber, a sterile room lined with humming equipment where I'd sit in a simple chair, electrodes attached to my temples. They'd ask me to locate people, events, places. At first, it was benign enough. A missing person in a bustling city, a lost artifact in a museum. I complied, lulled by the half-truths of bettering national security or aiding humanitarian efforts. Yet, beneath their polished smiles and calculated reassurances, I sensed something darker lurking. The first disturbance came on an unremarkable day. I had settled into the chamber, the usual hum of the machines providing a familiar backdrop. Dr. Ellis, the project lead, was particularly keen on me finding a man named Richard Sloan. According to him, Sloan had vanished with sensitive information, crucial to the interests of national safety. As I delved into the task, extending my mind outward, I found myself in an unfamiliar place, a shadowed, oppressive room. The air was thick with anxiety and an inexplicable sense of dread. Sloan sat there, eyes wide with terror, whispering frantically to himself. Just as I began to focus on his words, seeking clarification on his fear, a shudder coursed through me. I was forcefully yanked back into my body, gasping for breath, confronted by the stark reality of the chamber. Dr. Ellis was there, watching with an intensity that unsettled me. His questions were endless, probing every detail I could muster about Sloan's whereabouts. Yet I withheld the knowledge of Sloan's terror, unsure why, but feeling a deep instinctual urge to protect him from whatever fate awaited. The days following were fraught with unease. They pressured me into more sessions, more searches, each one feeling increasingly invasive. My own mind, once a safe haven, was beginning to feel like a battleground. Whispers crept in during the quiet moments, secrets and fears that didn't belong to me echoing faintly at the edges of my consciousness. I found myself avoiding reflective surfaces, the fear of seeing something unspeakable in the mirror, something beyond my own reflection. Then came the night terrors. I would wake in a cold sweat, heart pounding against my ribs like a caged bird. Each dream was vivid, the scenes playing out with horrifying clarity. I was always in the surveillance facility, yet it was distorted, hallways stretching endlessly, rooms shifting and darkening. I was always alone, except for the ever-present sense of being watched, hunted by unseen eyes. The worst part was the sound, a low, resonant hum that filled the air, vibrating through my bones. It was the same hum as the machines, yet it carried a malevolent undertone that chilled me to the core. The escalation of my fears coincided with changes around the facility. Security tightened inexplicably, guards with unreadable expressions shadowing the corridors. The atmosphere was charged, like the moments before a storm, and I felt as though I was walking on a razor's edge. It was during one of these tense days that I overheard something that cemented my growing suspicions. I had been walking past a conference room, its door slightly ajar. Inside, Dr. Ellis was engaged in a heated discussion with a man I didn't recognize. Their voices were low, but certain phrases seeped through. The accident, containment breach, and psychic instability were among them. But it was the mention of Project Blue Book that made my heart skip a beat. I knew, from stories whispered among the staff, that it was a code for something forbidden, something that had caused people to disappear. Driven by a need to understand the full scope of my situation, I began to explore the facility in earnest during the night. The guards, though vigilant, were predictable in their routes, and I used this to my advantage. My explorations led me to the lower levels, where the air was cooler, the silence more profound. Here, I found the archives, a labyrinthine room filled with boxes of files, each labeled with cryptic codes. It was in this dusty sanctuary that I discovered the truth. I found documents detailing experiments on remote viewing, psychological manipulation, and the exploitation of abilities like mine. But the most damning of all was an account of an earlier subject, a psychic who had been driven mad by their practices, whose mind had fractured under the weight of the visions. The account detailed the same symptoms I was experiencing: the whispers, the sense of being watched, the night terrors. Armed with this knowledge, I realized I was not just a tool for surveillance, but a pawn in a far darker game. The Thomas Project was a facade for something more sinister, an endeavor to weaponize the mind, regardless of the cost to those gifted with such abilities. I had to escape, to warn others, to stop the cycle before it claimed another victim. The climax of my ordeal came unexpectedly. On a stormy night, the power in the facility faltered, plunging the corridors into a disorienting darkness. The storm raged outside, its fury mirrored by the chaos that erupted within. Alarms wailed through the building as the guards scrambled to restore order. It was the opportunity I needed. I navigated the shadowed hallways with a mix of urgency and fear, my destination clear in my mind. The main exit was a guarded steel door, but there were rumors, whispered between staff members, of a service tunnel used for deliveries. It was a gamble, but desperation fuels bravery where logic falters. My heart raced as I reached the tunnel, a narrow passageway barely illuminated by emergency lights. I could hear the distant shouts of guards, the crackle of their radios as they coordinated their efforts. With each step, I expected to feel a hand on my shoulder, to hear the bark of a command to halt. But fortune, or perhaps the storm, was on my side. Bursting into the open air felt like surfacing for the first time in years. The rain was a harsh, cold welcome, but it was freedom, untainted by the sterile confines of the facility. I ran, driven by adrenaline and the hope of escape, disappearing into the Texan wilderness. leaving the Thomas Project behind. Yet, as the days turned into weeks, and I settled into a semblance of normalcy far from the facility, the lingering fear never truly left me. The world outside was a tapestry of normal life, but I was forever changed, haunted by what I had seen, what I had endured. I found myself constantly looking over my shoulder, avoiding eyes that lingered too long, questioning if the innocuous strangers I passed were truly strangers, or remnants of the project's reach. The whispers continued, quieter now, but persistent. They reminded me of promises made to the lost and the broken, of secrets uncovered and deeds unpunished. I was free from the physical confines of the facility, but its shadow had woven itself into my very being. The knowledge I carried was a burden, one that could not simply be shed. So, I began to write, to document my experiences, my truth. Each word was a step towards reclaiming my mind, a barrier against the encroaching darkness. The story of the Thomas Project, of the corporate conspiracy that sought to enslave the human mind, became my testament. It was a tale of caution, of the dangers that lurk beneath the veneer of progress and the resilience of the human spirit against unimaginable horror. Yet, even as I penned the final words, a part of me knew that I would never truly escape the project's reach. In the dead of night, when sleep eludes me and shadows dance mockingly at the edges of my vision, I hear the hum, that low, resonant vibration that once filled the viewing chamber. It is a reminder that some doors, once opened, can never truly be closed. I always thought of myself as a rational person, someone who couldn't be swayed by the whims of superstition or the eerie unknown. That belief was tested one cold winter's day when I found myself sitting across from my brother in the prison visitation room. The air was thick with the smell of stale coffee and disinfectant, and the distant echoes of other conversations melded into a monotonous hum. The flickering overhead lights added to the oppressive atmosphere, casting long shadows on the cold, gray walls. My brother, Jason, had been incarcerated for reasons that were never fully explained to me. The official story was vague, involving charges of fraud and something about unauthorized access to government files. But as I sat there, watching him fiddle with the hem of his orange jumpsuit, I could sense there was more to it, a depth of secrecy and danger that went beyond anything I'd imagined. "Emma," he said, finally raising his eyes to meet mine. Their usual spark dulled, as if a part of him had been extinguished. "I need you to do something for me." His request was simple, yet cryptic. Retrieve a document from the glove compartment of his old car, parked in a garage I hadn't known existed. He instructed me to go there immediately, as if time was of the essence, as if the world would tilt off its axis if I delayed. We talked a little more, but the conversation was stilted, overshadowed by his mysterious request and the unspoken weight of our family's disarray. Our father had passed away when we were young, and our mother, though loving, had always been distant, wrapped up in her own world of grief and silence. Jason had been my constant, my protector, and now, seeing him here, diminished and caged, I felt a surge of determination to help him, even if it meant stepping into the unknown. The journey to the garage was uneventful, a 30-minute drive through the frosted landscape, packed with the bleakness of midwinter. As I drove, I couldn't help but replay our conversation in my mind, trying to extract any hidden meaning. What was so important about this document? And why was it concealed in the glove compartment of a car, long forgotten? When I reached the garage, a nondescript structure on the outskirts of town, I was greeted by the creak of rusted hinges and the bitter chill that seeped through my coat. Jason's car, a dusty old sedan, sat in the corner. It looked untouched, a relic of a past life that seemed incongruous with the present moment. I opened the car door, a little surprised at how easily it gave way, as if I were expected. Without hesitation, I reached for the glove compartment, my heart a drumbeat in my chest. Inside, amidst old maps and faded receipts, was a plain manila envelope. I hesitated for a moment before picking it up, feeling the weight of its contents, the unknown pressing against the thin paper. Driving back home, the envelope sat beside me, seemingly innocuous, yet charged with a potent energy. I was tempted to pull over, to tear it open and uncover its secrets, but something held me back. Perhaps it was fear, or perhaps an instinctive understanding that this was not the place for revelations. Home was a modest house with creaky floorboards and memories etched into every wall. It was where Jason and I had grown up, where we'd shared whispered conversations and childhood dreams. Now, it felt different, shadowed by the mystery of the envelope. I sat at the kitchen table, the envelope before me, and finally allowed myself to open it. Inside were documents and photographs, each more perplexing than the last. There were images of people, but not quite people. They were distorted, their features blurred and twisted, as if caught in a moment of transformation. Accompanying these were notes, written in Jason's handwriting, filled with references to shapeshifters, incubi, and a government conspiracy to harness their powers. The air around me seemed to thicken as I delved deeper, piecing together the fragments of a reality I had never imagined. Jason had stumbled upon something dark and incomprehensible, a hidden truth that defied logic and reason. The government, according to the notes, had been experimenting with these beings, attempting to control and weaponize them. My brother had discovered their plans, and in doing so, had placed himself in their crosshairs. As the enormity of it all settled in, I felt a creeping sense of dread. The implications were terrifying, far beyond the reach of everyday fears. There was a part of me that wanted to dismiss it all as the ravings of a mind pushed too far, a fantasy spun from shadows and paranoia. But deep down, I knew it was real. It had to be. The risk Jason had taken was too great for it to be otherwise. Over the next few days, the secrets began to unravel further. Strange happenings surrounded me, a series of escalating disturbances that chipped away at my grasp on reality. It started with the subtle sense of being watched. Eyes that lingered just beyond the edge of perception. Then there were the noises, soft whispers that filled the silence, almost indistinguishable from the wind or the rustling of leaves, but undeniably present. I became hyper-aware of my surroundings. every creak and shadow amplified in my mind until the house felt like a living entity, shifting and breathing around me. Sleep became elusive, each night a battle against the encroaching darkness, against whatever lurked in the corners of my vision. And then came the dreams, vivid and disturbing, filled with faces that morphed and shifted, people turning into creatures of nightmare. I would wake, heart pounding, the remnants of their otherworldly gazes burned into my eyelids. I knew I had to act, to find a way to protect myself and to help Jason. The documents hinted at a location, a place where the experiments were being conducted. Desperation pushed me toward it, though I knew the risks were immense. The journey to the facility was fraught with tension, the knowledge that I was delving into something dangerous and forbidden weighing heavily on me. The building was nondescript, hidden in plain sight amidst industrial warehouses. As I approached, the oppressive atmosphere seemed to thicken, and I felt an instinctive primal urge to flee. But I couldn't. I owed Jason more than that, and the truth needed to be uncovered. Inside, the air was cold and sterile, the walls lined with equipment that hummed with an unsettling energy. There were rooms filled with documents, all bearing the same cryptic symbols and codes as the ones I'd found in Jason's envelope. But it was the holding cells that drew me, an inexplicable pull that guided my footsteps. What I saw there defied comprehension. People, if they could even be called that, stood in silence, their forms shifting subtly, as if the boundary between human and something else was blurred. Their eyes, devoid of emotion, tracked my movements with an unsettling precision. These were the creatures from Jason's notes, the shapeshifters, the incubi. The reality of it all hit me with a force that left me reeling. These beings were real, and they were here, held captive and studied like curiosities in a twisted experiment. Fear clawed at my insides, a primal terror that threatened to consume me. But amidst the chaos of my thoughts, a single, clear purpose emerged. I had to end this. I had to free them, to expose the truth of what was happening within these walls. I don't remember how I managed it, only that I did. The alarms blared, and in the ensuing chaos, the creatures were set free. Their departure was swift, silent, like shadows slipping through the cracks of reality. I watched as they vanished into the night, leaving behind a void filled with an eerie stillness. Returning home, I felt a strange mix of relief and fear. The danger was far from over, and I knew that the forces behind the conspiracy would be relentless in their pursuit of silence. But for now at least, Jason was safe. The documents had been destroyed, the truth buried beneath layers of secrecy once more. And yet, there was a lingering fear that clung to me, a shadow that refused to dissipate. It whispered of consequences, of a world that was forever altered by what I had uncovered. The shapeshifters, the incubi, they were out there, free, and their potential for change was both exhilarating and terrifying. In the quiet moments, when the world seemed to pause, I could almost feel them watching, their eyes a constant reminder of the secrets that lay just beyond human understanding. I knew that the government would regroup, that they would cover their tracks and continue their search for those who might threaten their control. But for now, I had to live with the knowledge, with the awareness that the world was not as it seemed. In the darkest hours of the night, when sleep eluded me and the wind whispered through the trees, I would remember the gaze of those creatures, their eyes a reflection of a truth that could never be unlearned. And I would wonder if, in freeing them, I had unleashed a new kind of terror, one that would forever haunt the shadows of my mind, a silent reminder of the boundaries we were never meant to cross. My life had always been one of quiet suburban normalcy. I lived in a small, peaceful neighborhood where the most excitement we experienced was the occasional yard sale or block party. The houses were tidy and uniform, with well-manicured lawns and white picket fences that lined the narrow streets. It was a place where everyone knew each other, or at least thought they did. My days were spent at a mundane desk job, my evenings reading or watching television, and my weekends tending to the small garden that bordered my backyard. It was the kind of life that felt predictable, safe, and sometimes suffocatingly so. I'd always been an introvert, content to let others pass by without much interaction. Yet, it was precisely this unassuming lifestyle that made the sudden reappearance of my childhood friend, Daniel, all the more jarring. Daniel and I had grown up together. He had always been the adventurous one, leading us into mischief, while I tagged along reluctantly. When we drifted apart in our teenage years, he pursued paths I never dared to tread, eventually losing touch completely. When I saw Daniel at the local grocery store one evening, it was as if time had folded in on itself. He looked almost the same as he did years ago, save for the lines of age that etched his face and a slightly weathered appearance. His eyes, however, still held that same mischievous glint. We exchanged pleasantries, reminiscing over shared memories, as if no time had passed at all. It felt comforting to reconnect with an old friend, especially in a town that often felt like it was slowly swallowing me whole with its monotony. As the weeks went by, Daniel and I began meeting regularly. We would talk for hours over coffee or during long walks through the nearby park. I found myself drawn to his stories of travel and adventure, of the life he had led while I remained rooted here. But there was one subject he often returned to that left me uneasy: his newfound hobby. One night, as we sat in my living room with a bottle of red wine between us, Daniel leaned in, eyes gleaming with a kind of intensity I hadn't seen before. He began to talk fervently about this hobby of his, grave robbing. At first, I thought he was joking, trying to shock me as he often did in our youth. But as he continued, detailing the thrill of sneaking into old cemeteries and unearthing artifacts left with the dead, I realized he was serious. "You'd be surprised at what people are buried with," he said, almost reverently. "Jewelry, diaries, old photos, pieces of history that would otherwise be lost forever." I shifted uncomfortably in my seat, unable to reconcile this new side of Daniel with the boy I used to know. His words painted vivid and unsettling images in my mind of dark, silent graveyards and the quiet disturbance of the earth. I tried to laugh it off, but a cold knot formed in my stomach. There was something inherently disturbing about the idea, something that went beyond a simple moral repulsion. Despite my unease, Daniel's tales of nocturnal escapades continued, becoming bolder, as if daring me to object. Perhaps it was a test of our rekindled friendship, or maybe he simply craved an audience. Either way, I listened, increasingly disturbed, but unable to pull away from the allure of his stories. It was as if his words had cast a spell, binding me to this dark secret I never wanted to know. It was a rainy night when the first real disturbance shattered the facade of my quiet life. The power had gone out across the neighborhood, leaving everything in darkness, save for the occasional flash of lightning. The storm was fierce, drumming against the windows and saturating the air with its electric charge. I had just settled down with a book when the doorbell rang, a sharp, startling sound in the oppressive silence of the house. I opened the door to find Daniel standing there, rain-soaked and disheveled, his eyes wide with an intensity that bordered on fear. He pushed past me into the hallway, bringing with him a gust of cold, wet air. Before I could question him, he pressed a damp bundle into my hands. It was heavy, wrapped in a sodden cloth that smelled musty and old. "Keep this safe," he whispered, glancing over his shoulder as if expecting someone to be lurking in the shadows. "Please, just for a few days." I hesitated, my mind racing as I held the bundle, feeling the hard, angular shapes beneath the fabric. "What is this, Daniel?" Something I found," he stammered, his usual bravado replaced by a palpable anxiety. "Just promise me you won't open it. Not yet." Against my better judgment, I agreed, driven by a mixture of residual loyalty and an inexplicable curiosity. Daniel left soon after, leaving me alone with the bundle and a growing sense of unease. As the storm raged outside, I placed it in a corner of my living room, trying to ignore its presence and the disquiet it invoked in me. Over the next few days, my life took on a surreal quality. I felt watched, as if unseen eyes were following my every move. The bundle seemed to exert an inexplicable force, drawing my attention even as I tried to ignore it. At night, I dreamed of graveyards, endless rows of headstones stretching into the darkness, and the soft, unsettling sound of earth being disturbed. The dreams grew more vivid, more intense, until they bled into my waking hours. I found myself distracted at work, unable to focus on the simplest of tasks. I began to avoid the living room entirely, fearful of the bundle and what it might contain. It was as if the object itself were alive, pulsing with a malevolent energy that seeped into the air around it. Then came the escalation, a series of strange occurrences that shattered the thin veneer of normalcy I clung to. It started with small things, doors creaking open by themselves, lights flickering despite the absence of any electrical issues. Objects in my home seemed to move of their own accord, shifting position when I wasn't looking. It felt as if the house were waking up, its very structure groaning under the weight of some unseen force. One evening, just after sunset, I returned home to find the front door ajar. My heart pounded in my chest as I stepped inside, half expecting to find an intruder. but the interior was empty, untouched, save for the persistent feeling of being watched. As I moved through the house, I found myself inexplicably drawn to the living room where the bundle lay. It was gone. Panic set in as I searched, my mind racing with possibilities. Had Daniel returned in my absence? Or worse, had someone else discovered the secret I harbored? As I stood in the middle of the room, a low, whispering sound filled the air, like the rustling of leaves in a graveyard breeze. It seemed to emanate from the walls themselves, a spectral presence that sent shivers down my spine. Desperation clawed at me, and I found myself calling Daniel, my voice trembling with a mix of anger and fear. He answered after several tense rings, his voice calm but edged with an unmistakable undercurrent of concern. "Daniel, the bundle. It's gone," I blurted out, unable to keep the rising hysteria from my voice. There was a pause on the other end, followed by a sigh. "I know," he said quietly, as if expecting this revelation. "It's okay. Come to the cemetery tonight. I'll explain everything." The last place I wanted to be was among the graves, yet I felt a pull, an obligation to see this through, if only to put an end to the madness that had engulfed me. As night fell, I drove to the cemetery, my mind a chaotic swirl of emotions and unanswered questions. The cemetery was shrouded in an eerie stillness, the moon casting long shadows that danced across the headstones. I found Daniel standing near an ancient oak, his silhouette framed against the night sky. He turned as I approached, his expression unreadable. "You took it, didn't you?" I accused, my voice a harsh whisper in the quiet. Daniel shook his head. "It wasn't me, but it doesn't matter now. What matters is what we do next." He gestured for me to follow, leading me deeper into the cemetery. The air was thick with the scent of damp earth and decay, and I felt a chill settle into my bones. We stopped before a freshly disturbed grave, the earth still loose and unsettled. "This is what I wanted to show you," Daniel said, his voice low and urgent. "The thing I found, it was part of something bigger, something we shouldn't have disturbed." As he spoke, the ground beneath us trembled, and the whispering sound grew louder, more insistent. The very air seemed to pulse with energy, as if the cemetery itself were alive and aware of our presence. I stared at the grave, a cold dread settling over me as the realization of what we had done began to sink in. "Daniel, what have we done?" I asked, my voice barely audible over the growing cacophony. He looked at me, his eyes filled with a mixture of fear and determination. "We need to put it back, all of it." In the chaos that followed, we worked together, driven by an urgency that defied explanation. The ground seemed to resist our efforts, the soil unnaturally heavy, as if fighting to keep its secrets buried. My mind was a blur, the world around me a nightmarish blend of shadow and sound. Finally, the task was done. We stood in silence, our breaths mingling with the cool night air, the whispering fading into a calm, almost peaceful silence. I felt a weight lift from my shoulders, the oppressive presence that had haunted me dissipating into the night. As we left the cemetery, I felt a lingering fear, a sense of unease that refused to leave. Daniel and I parted ways, an unspoken understanding passing between us. We had delved into a darkness that defied comprehension, and though we had managed to retreat, I knew it would always be there, lurking at the edges of my consciousness. Back in the confines of my home, I found myself unable to shake the feeling of being watched. The sense of normalcy I once craved had been irrevocably altered, the shadows casting darker shapes than before. I could no longer look at my surroundings with the same sense of safety and predictability. The whispers returned occasionally, soft, almost imperceptible, but always there, a reminder of the night that had changed everything. In the quiet moments, when the world outside slumbered and the house settled into its foundations, I would hear them, the echoes of a past disturbed, secrets unearthed and returned to their rest. And in those moments, I understood that some boundaries are not meant to be crossed, some secrets best left undisturbed. Yet, despite the lesson learned, a part of me would always wonder what lay beneath the surface, what stories the earth held within its grasp. And though I would never admit it, I knew that Daniel's vile hobby had awakened something within me, a curiosity that could never be fully satisfied, a dark whisper that would linger just out of reach for the rest of my days. Life in Westmont had always moved in an unhurried, languid fashion. The cemetery, sprawling across the town's northern edge, was an unspoken presence in our lives. As children, we dared each other to trespass its rusting iron gates at dusk, leaving footprints among the graves as if we were intruding on sacred secrets. But for all its supposed hauntings, Westmont Cemetery was also a place of undeniable beauty, its weathered stones telling tales of the past, its trees standing like silent sentinels. It was my favorite place to run, my sanctuary away from the mundane chaos of daily life. That afternoon, as I jogged along the winding paths, the autumn sun hung low, casting elongated shadows that danced upon the ground. The air was crisp, tinged with the earthy scent of fallen leaves. It was a day like any other, yet a subtle disquiet lingered at the edges of my awareness, like a faint whisper just beyond hearing. As I paused to catch my breath by an ancient oak, an unfamiliar sensation prickled through me. It wasn't the chill of the approaching evening, but rather something intangible, a presence that seemed to seep from the earth itself. I dismissed the feeling as mere imagination and continued my run, determined not to let superstition mar the solace I found here. I should have listened to that whisper. The first disturbance came a week later. I was at work, engrossed in the routine of my day, when a notification pinged on my phone. It was an email, the subject line stark and unsettling. The Westmont Cemetery incident. I opened it, expecting some local news piece, perhaps a call for volunteers to help with maintenance, or a harmless ghost story to entertain the town's children as Halloween approached. The email was from an anonymous sender. Its contents were vague, yet chilling, a string of nonsensical words interspersed with phrases like "lost beneath the stones" and "the voices call." An attachment followed, a blurry photograph of the cemetery bathed in moonlight, and in the corner, a shadowy figure, almost imperceptible, standing amongst the graves. I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. The email was no doubt some prank, an attempt to play on the local lore surrounding the cemetery. Yet it left a knot of unease in my stomach, a shadow that clung to me throughout the day and into the night. The escalation was subtle at first, an insidious creeping into the mundane threads of my life. I began to hear faint murmurs as I passed the cemetery on my evening runs, whispers that seemed to rise from the very ground. Sometimes I would catch movement out of the corner of my eye, a fleeting shadow that vanished when I turned to look. Rationality insisted it was nothing more than trickery of light and shadow. Still, my runs grew shorter, my pace quicker, as if I could outrun the sense of creeping dread. Then came the night that changed everything. I was restless, unable to find solace in sleep. The air was suffocating, pressing down on me with the weight of something unseen and powerful. I resolved to confront whatever was haunting me, to meet it head on and lay my fears to rest. With a flashlight in hand, I made my way to the cemetery, the once familiar path, now a corridor of dark foreboding. The gates stood open as if in silent invitation. I hesitated for a moment, a small voice inside urging me to turn back, to abandon this foolhardy quest. But something stronger compelled me forward. Curiosity, defiance, a need to uncover the truth, whatever it might be. As I ventured deeper into the cemetery, the world seemed to shift. The air grew colder, the shadows lengthening unnaturally, crawling like ink across the ground. I followed a path that twisted and turned, unfamiliar despite my countless visits. The night was silent save for the crunch of leaves beneath my feet and the thudding of my heart. And then I saw them. Figures shrouded in darkness, standing amongst the graves. Their forms were indistinct, phantasmal, as though they existed in a realm parallel to ours. I felt their gaze upon me, a pressure against my skin, suffusing my veins with ice. Instinctively, I raised the flashlight, the beam slicing through the blackness. It illuminated a face, gaunt, hollow-eyed, an image of suffering etched into its features. A voice, low and resonant, echoed in the night, speaking words I could not comprehend. Panic surged through me, a primal fear that drove me to run. I stumbled through the labyrinthine paths, the cemetery, a never-ending maze that twisted upon itself. My breath came in ragged gasps, each step taking me deeper into the heart of this shadowed realm. The figures pursued me, their presence a constant pressure, an inexorable force drawing me further into darkness. I fell, the ground beneath me giving way, and I tumbled into the earth. Darkness enveloped me, the weight of the world pressing down. Trapped, buried alive in this nightmarish underworld, I could feel the earth closing in, suffocating, relentless. In that moment of despair, a clarity came to me. I understood the voices, their anguished cries echoing in the hollow spaces of my mind. They were souls lost to time, buried beneath the stones, their stories forgotten. They sought not to harm, but to be heard, to share their tales with the living. With newfound resolve, I clawed my way through the soil, driven by a desperate need to breathe, to escape this subterranean prison. Inch by agonizing inch, I fought against the weight of the earth until my hand broke through to the surface. The cool night air a balm against my skin. Gasping, I emerged from the ground, collapsing amongst the graves. The phantom figures stood around me, watching, waiting. I met their gaze, the fear within me transforming to understanding. "I hear you," I whispered, the words a promise, a pact. And then, as if satisfied, the figures began to fade, their forms dissolving into the mist. The whispers dwindled, the cemetery returning to its slumber, its secrets once more buried beneath the stones. I left Westmont shortly thereafter, unable to shake the lingering fear that haunted me. The cemetery remained a place of beauty, its stories untold, its spirits at rest. But for me, it was a reminder of that night, of the moment I was buried alive, and the revelations it brought. Miles away, I feel the grip of the earth upon me, a shiver that runs through my bones. Late at night, when the world is still, I hear the faint murmurs of those lost souls, their voices carried on the wind. They are a part of me now, and though I live in the light, shadows are never far behind. As I loaded my backpack for what seemed like the 100th hike along the Denver Mountain Trail, the familiar weight settled comfortably on my shoulders. The repetitive crunch of gravel under my boots had become almost a meditative soundtrack to my weekend escapes. Each trek was a loop of normalcy, relief, and quietude, away from the cacophony of city life. The trail was well worn, the path edged with towering pines and occasional glimpses of wildlife. A deer leaping away, startled by human intrusion, or the flash of a blue jay darting between trees. It was a place where the mind could wander as freely as the feet, the air crisp and fragrant with the scent of pine needles and earth. The morning started just as every other had. I parked my car at the trailhead, nodding to a couple of familiar faces. There was old Mr. Jenkins, who always carried a thermos of coffee and shared a wave or a nod, and the group of young campers sprawled across a picnic table, their laughter trailing like smoke in the air. The sun rose steadily, its rays threading through the canopy, promising a day of uninterrupted solitude. About halfway through the trail, I reached a clearing that was particularly picturesque. The landscape opened up, revealing a panoramic view of the mountains that always seemed to steal my breath. It was there, at the edge of the clearing, that something new caught my attention. Scarecrows. They hadn't been there last weekend, I was sure of it. 3 of them stood together, their silhouettes stark against the backdrop of the wilderness. An unusual sight, given the lack of farmland around these parts. The scarecrows were crafted with an unsettling attention to detail. Their shirts were faded and torn, flapping gently in the breeze, as if trying to escape their poles. Straw protruded from the sleeves and neck, and beneath broad-brimmed hats. Their faces were painted with expressions that seemed all too human. One looked as though it were caught mid-laugh, another with an exaggerated frown, and the last wore a twisted grin that sent a ripple of unease through me. I shrugged the feeling off, attributing the scarecrows to an eccentric visitor, or perhaps a Halloween prank, though it was still a couple of months early. Continuing on, I couldn't quite shake the image of the scarecrows. They lingered at the edge of my mind, casting long shadows over my thoughts. I tried to dismiss them, focusing instead on the usual rhythm of my hike. But as I rounded a bend and entered a denser stretch of forest, the atmosphere seemed to change. The air grew heavy, pressing against my skin, and I felt a peculiar stillness settle in my chest. I paused, listening. There was no bird song, no rustle of leaves, just an oppressive silence. It was as if the forest itself was holding its breath. I pressed on, my steps careful and deliberate, but the sensation of being watched was pervasive, impossible to ignore. I glanced back once, twice, expecting to see something or someone following. But there was nothing, only the trees standing sentinel with their secrets. The disturbance in the air followed me all the way to the summit, where I took a moment to rest and collect my thoughts. The view was stunning as ever, but I couldn't shake the disquiet that clung to me like a shadow. As I sat there, the sun dipping lower in the sky, I resolved to investigate the scarecrows on my way down, a sense of curiosity mingling with apprehension. Something wasn't right, and I needed to know what it was. As I descended, the path seemed to close in, the branches reaching out like skeletal fingers. The air grew colder, the light thinner, as if the sun was retreating faster than it ought to. When I reached the clearing again, it was nearly dusk, the world painted in hues of orange and purple. The scarecrows were still there, though they seemed different somehow. More menacing, perhaps, as if they had shifted imperceptibly in my absence. I approached them cautiously, my heart pounding a steady rhythm in my ears. Up close, they were even more unnerving. The painted expressions seemed to follow me, their eyes dull yet knowing. I circled them, noting the craftsmanship, the bizarrely realistic touches, the stitching around the mouths, the way the straw hair caught the waning light. It was then I noticed something else. Footprints. They led away from the scarecrows into the denser part of the forest. They were fresh, the earth turned up and damp. A chill ran down my spine as I realized they didn't lead back. Someone, or something, had come here and left without returning. Every instinct urged me to turn back, to leave the scarecrows to their eerie vigil. But an insistent tug of curiosity, mixed with a sense of obligation, pulled me forward. I found myself following the tracks, deeper into the woods. The path was narrow and winding, barely a trail at all. The trees closed in, their branches whispering secrets I couldn't quite catch. The only sound was my breathing, ragged and shallow, and the quiet crunch of leaves underfoot. The footprints veered left, then right, as if the maker had been lost, or perhaps led astray. I found myself wondering who had made them, and why. Perhaps it was some thrill seeker, a prankster like I'd assumed earlier. But as the light continued to fade, the forest felt more and more like a place out of time, untouched by the everyday logic of the world. I lost track of time, my surroundings growing increasingly alien. The trees seemed to lean closer, their gnarled branches reaching out like the arms of forgotten gods. The air was thick with an unnameable tension, as if the very ground was ready to reveal its secrets. Then, abruptly, the footprints stopped. I found myself at another clearing, this one smaller, more intimate. In its center stood a single, solitary scarecrow. Unlike the others, this one had no hat, its head a simple burlap sack, tied off at the neck. Its posture was slumped, defeated, the arms dangling limply at its sides. As I stepped closer, I noticed something that turned my blood to ice. The scarecrow wore a watch, its face cracked and tarnished. It was the same watch I'd seen on Mr. Jenkins's wrist, the one he always checked with a slow, deliberate motion before offering a wave. I backed away, my mind racing with possibilities, each more terrible than the last. Could it be? Was this some sick joke, or had something more sinister happened? I turned, ready to flee, but the forest had changed. The path back was obscured, swallowed by the shadows. Panic flared, a wild, choking thing. I spun in place, searching for an exit, a way out of this nightmare. But the trees stood silent and unmoving, guardians of secrets long buried. As the last of the light ebbed from the sky, a soft rustle caught my attention. I spun, heart hammering, to see the scarecrow slowly straightening, its head lifting as if stirred by an unseen wind. Its gaze found mine, those painted eyes suddenly alive with a terrible knowing. I stumbled back, my breath caught in my throat. The realization hit me with the force of a storm. The scarecrows were not scarecrows at all, but something else entirely. Something that had once been human, caught in the forest's grasp, twisted into these grotesque sentinels. And now, they were calling me, urging me to join their ranks, to become one with the silence, the stillness, the watchful wood. I ran then, blindly, instinct driving me forward through the labyrinth of trees. My mind was a blur of terror and disbelief, the forest a disorienting maze. Branches clawed at my skin, roots reaching to trip me, but I pushed onward, driven by a primal urge to survive. Somehow, miraculously, I broke through the tree line, the trailhead appearing like a beacon of hope. The parking lot was empty, the picnic tables abandoned. I didn't stop, not until I reached my car, the metal a reassuring solidity against my back. I fumbled with the keys, my hands shaking, the engine roaring to life as I sped away from that place, the mountain fading into the rearview mirror. Days passed, but the memory refused to leave me. I scoured the news, searched for any mention of Mr. Jenkins or the campers. But there was nothing. It was as if they'd never existed, swallowed whole by the forest's ancient hunger. The police dismissed my story as nonsense, a product of stress or fatigue, but I knew the truth. I felt it in the marrow of my bones, in the cold sweat that greeted me at night. I've returned to the trail only once, driven by a need to confront my fear, to lay the ghosts to rest. The scarecrows were gone, the clearing empty, the footprints erased by time, but I could still feel their presence, a whisper in the wind, a shadow at the edge of sight. I know they are there, waiting, watching, biding their time. And so, I walk the city streets with the knowledge that they are out there, that the forest holds secrets deep and dark. I wonder sometimes about the call of the woods, the lure of the silence. I wonder what it would be like to stand as they do, forever keeping watch, a part of the earth and the sky. And though I try to banish such thoughts, they linger, a soft, insistent murmur just beyond hearing. I cannot forget, and I know that someday, should I wander too close, the scarecrows will be waiting to claim me as one of their own. Until then, I keep my distance, but their shadows follow. A reminder that some mysteries are best left undisturbed. I remember those days in the suburban sprawl, where the routine life of school and home provided a comforting rhythm. The mornings were predictable, filled with the hurried clatter of breakfast dishes, the rustle of backpacks being prepared, and the soft murmur of a radio announcer forecasting the day's weather. Parents drove their children to the local elementary school, waving goodbye with a practiced cheerfulness that belied their own adult preoccupations. The school was a squat, unassuming building, brick facades and expansive windows that let in generous streams of light, making the corridors seem less daunting and more welcoming. Within this microcosm of youthful exuberance and routine, one child seemed to stand apart. Daniel. He was an unremarkable boy, quiet, with an unassuming presence that allowed him to blend seamlessly into the background. His eyes, however, told a different story. Deep and contemplative, they hinted at a world beyond the mundane. Daniel had an imaginary friend, which didn't seem all that unusual at first. Many children conjured imaginary companions, figures who occupied their minds, sharing in adventures and secrets never to be divulged to adults. Daniel's imaginary friend was named Uncle Milty. He often spoke of Uncle Milty with a fondness that made it seem as though this entity were an integral part of his life. His parents laughed it off, attributing it to a vivid imagination and perhaps a craving for attention. After all, they were often busy with work, leaving Daniel to his own devices more often than they liked. The first sign that Uncle Milty was more than just a figment of Daniel's imagination occurred during an otherwise uneventful show-and-tell session at school. Each child was expected to bring something of interest from home, a tangible link to their world outside the classroom. As Mrs. Henderson, their ever-patient teacher, called on Daniel, he padded to the front of the room with the unassuming confidence of one about to reveal a great treasure. He carried a small, nondescript box, which he placed on the teacher's desk with great care. "This is a gift from Uncle Milty," he announced, his voice steady, lacking the usual childish tremor when addressing the class. The room stirred with curiosity as Mrs. Henderson, amused by the mystery, urged him to open it. Daniel lifted the box's lid with a deliberate slowness, a magician about to reveal a trick. Inside was something that should not have been there. A severed head, real yet impossible, sat within the confines of the box. The class erupted into chaos. Screams, gasps, a chorus of disbelief. Mrs. Henderson paled, her voice faltering as she hurriedly closed the box, ushering the children away. The school called the authorities, and Daniel's parents were summoned in a flurry of confusion and fear. The incident was dismissed as an elaborate, albeit horrific, prank. An investigation was conducted, but no head was ever found. The box, upon closer inspection, was empty, leading many to suspect that it had been a macabre illusion or a collective hallucination. Yet, for those who had been in that room, the sight was seared into their consciousness, an indelible mark of something profoundly wrong. In the days that followed, Daniel became the center of an intense scrutiny, both from curious peers and worried adults. His parents were perplexed, questioned repeatedly, but unable to offer any clarity. Daniel, however, remained unchanged by the ordeal. When asked, he simply explained, "Uncle Milty wanted me to share his gift. He said it would be important." Attempts to delve further into Daniel's psyche were met with a calm deflection. He spoke of Uncle Milty as though he were discussing the weather, with a straightforwardness that unnerved those attempting to unravel his truth. Psychologists were brought in, professionals who probed with clinical detachment, searching for signs of trauma or underlying issues. Each session ended with the same conclusion. Daniel was a perfectly normal child, albeit one with an unusually vivid imagination. At home, his parents tried to downplay the event, hoping the attention would fade with time. They watched him closer, though, noting any trivial change in behavior. Yet, to their bewilderment, Daniel remained steadfastly himself, an ordinary boy living in the shadow of an extraordinary event. As weeks turned into months, the memory of the severed head began to fade from the collective consciousness of the community, becoming a whispered myth rather than a reality. However, for Daniel, the presence of Uncle Milty grew stronger. He spoke to his imaginary friend more frequently, often retreating into long, silent conversations that left onlookers uneasy. The escalation was subtle, a gradual shift that went unnoticed by those preoccupied with their own lives. Daniel's demeanor became more introspective, his play more solitary. In his room, he would arrange his toys in elaborate formations, as though preparing for a role in some grand narrative, understood only by him and Uncle Milty. One evening, as autumn's chill settled over the neighborhood, Daniel's mother heard him speaking in hushed tones. She paused outside his door, listening. His words were soft, contrasting with the unsettling content of his conversation. "Yes, Uncle Milty, I understand. They can't see you, but I do. We're ready." Concerned, she knocked softly before entering. Daniel was alone, his expression serene as he turned to her with an innocent smile. "I'm talking to Uncle Milty," he explained, as though no further clarification was needed. "Would you like to tell me what you and Uncle Milty were discussing?" she asked, striving for a casual tone that masked her growing unease. "He's helping me with a new game," Daniel replied cryptically, his gaze unwavering. The climax arrived on a night when the winds howled with an unusual ferocity, shaking the trees and sending leaves skittering across the pavement like restless spirits. Daniel's parents were hosting a dinner party, a rare occasion aimed at re-establishing normalcy, an antidote to the lingering shadows of the past months. As laughter and conversation filled the house, Daniel excused himself to his room, leaving the adults to their revelries. His absence barely noted amidst the clinking of glasses and the soft strains of music. It wasn't until the lights began to flicker ominously that anyone noticed. A sudden, inexplicable coldness descended, an oppressive weight that stilled the room's chatter. The guests glanced at one another, unease spreading like a contagion. From upstairs, the sound of Daniel's voice, clear and unperturbed, drifted down, a lullaby of sorts, sung in a language none recognized. Alarmed, Daniel's mother rushed upstairs, her heart pounding with a dread she couldn't articulate. She found his room illuminated by a strange, ethereal glow, a light with no discernible source. Daniel stood in the center, his eyes closed, a serene expression on his face. "Daniel," she called, her voice tight with fear. He opened his eyes slowly, his gaze meeting hers with an intensity that seemed beyond his years. "Uncle Milty was just showing me the way," he said, his tone placid, devoid of fear or uncertainty. "What way?" she pressed, her mind reeling with possibilities she dared not entertain. "The way to see what others can't," he replied, as though the answer were self-evident. Before she could respond, the glow winked out, leaving the room steeped in a darkness deeper than before. Daniel's mother stood frozen, her thoughts scattered like leaves in the wind. The following days were marked by an air of unreality, the world viewed through a lens of quiet dread. Daniel continued his days as though the events of that night were nothing more than a dream, a surreal interlude in the continuum of normal life. Yet, for his parents and those who had been there, the fear lingered, a constant, gnawing presence. In time, the neighborhood returned to its routines, the incident relegated to whispers shared in hushed tones. But in Daniel's house, there remained a palpable, unsettling quiet, a silence that spoke of otherworldly connections and unseen companions. Daniel still spoke of Uncle Milty, his conversations less frequent, but more profound, his eyes carrying the weight of secrets untold. His parents watched him with a vigilance born of love and fear, uncertain of what each day might bring. As the seasons changed and years passed, Daniel grew into adolescence, the memory of that peculiar time in his life fading like an old photograph. Yet, the shadow of Uncle Milty lingered, a silent witness to his journey from boyhood to adulthood. The neighborhood, in its quest for normalcy, forgot the details, remembered only the echoes of a child's strange attachment to an imaginary friend. Yet, behind closed doors, Daniel, now older, occasionally felt a presence, a gentle reminder of those days when Uncle Milty was his constant companion. Even as he moved away, starting a life of his own, he would sometimes wake in the dead of night, certain he could hear the soft, familiar whisper of Uncle Milty, reminding him of the truths seen only by those who dare to look beyond the veil of the ordinary. I remember the sound of the school bell, that familiar chime signaling the end of the day, and the swarm of eager children spilling into the hallways. It was a typical afternoon at Willow Creek Elementary School, the sun casting a warm glow through the windows as the collective noise of laughter and chatter filled the air. In those days, everything seemed so normal, so perfectly mundane, that I could hardly have imagined how quickly things would take a turn. My son, Peter, was a quiet child with a vivid imagination that often left him absorbed in worlds of his own making. He had a particular fondness for show and tell, where he could weave stories around his little treasures, much to the delight of his classmates. Peter's teacher, Mrs. Collins, had called me in for a meeting once, praising his creativity, but noting his tendency to drift into conversations about his Uncle Milty. She assumed it was a figment of his imagination, a harmless, invisible friend the children sometimes conjure. At home, Peter often spoke of Uncle Milty. To him, Uncle Milty was an eccentric character, full of whims and wisdom. He said Uncle Milty lived in the shadows, but Peter never seemed afraid. He described him as a guide of sorts, helping him find lost toys or giving advice on school projects. At first, this amused me, the way children often find comfort in their imaginary companions. But there was something in Peter's eyes, a glimmer of sincerity, that sometimes unsettled me. Life continued in its regular cadence, our routines unbroken until that peculiar morning when Peter insisted on taking a new item for show and tell. He cradled a small, nondescript box carefully wrapped in plain brown paper and declared it was a gift from Uncle Milty. I hesitated for a moment, asking what was inside, but Peter only smiled, a secretive smile that held both innocence and something I couldn't quite place. As he left for school, the sun rose higher, casting long shadows across our suburban street, and I couldn't shake the feeling that this day would be different. By noon, my phone rang. Mrs. Collins on the line, her voice quivering. She asked me to come to the school immediately. I hurried, heart pounding with each step as I braced myself for whatever awaited. The scene in the classroom was chaotic. Children huddled in groups, whispering, while Mrs. Collins stood pale and shaken. On the teacher's desk was the box Peter had taken with him, now open, its contents exposed. The room felt cold, an odd chill that didn't belong on such a sunny day. My gaze fell on Mrs. Collins, who gestured toward the box, as if unable to speak the words aloud. Inside was a head, not a real one, but a disturbingly lifelike replica. Eyes open and staring, mouth slightly agape. A prop, perhaps, from a movie set or an elaborate Halloween setup, but still grotesque enough to unsettle anyone who laid eyes on it. I felt a cold sweat prick my skin, a sense of dread creeping over me as I wondered how Peter came into possession of such a thing. Peter stood off to the side, unperturbed, as if this was all as it should be. When I asked him where he got the head, he simply said, "Uncle Milty gave it to me." His calm demeanor only heightened my distress. Mrs. Collins suggested that perhaps some older kids had played a prank on him, but deep down, I suspected something more enigmatic was at play. After a lengthy conversation with the principal, Peter was allowed to leave early, the head confiscated for investigation. As we drove home, I asked him more about Uncle Milty, but his answers remained vague, shrouded in the fanciful logic of a child. He insisted that Uncle Milty was always around, especially when it was dark, watching out for him and teaching him things. There was a sincerity in his words that both warmed and chilled me. Over the following days, I tried to learn more about this imaginary uncle. I combed through Peter's room, searching for clues. In his drawings, Uncle Milty was often depicted as a tall, shadowy figure with a wide-brimmed hat, always standing on the periphery of whatever scene Peter had sketched. I found a series of notes, simple messages scrawled out in Peter's childish hand. Uncle Milty says be careful. Uncle Milty knows secrets. Uncle Milty sees in the dark. The atmosphere in our home shifted subtly, but surely. The shadows seemed to grow longer, the nights colder. Peter continued to speak of Uncle Milty with familiarity, occasionally laughing at jokes only he seemed to hear. Despite my unease, I couldn't bring myself to dismiss Peter's tales outright. They were too consistent, too real in his eyes. One evening, as I washed dishes, I heard Peter talking in his room. At first, I thought nothing of it. He often entertained himself with stories and conversations. But as I approached his door, the air felt different, charged with a static energy that made the hair on my arms stand on end. I paused, ear pressed against the wood, listening to the one-sided dialogue. Peter's voice was a soft murmur, responding to questions or prompts only he could hear. "Yes, Uncle Milty," he said. "I will tell them." There was a pause, then laughter. His giggle mixed with something deeper, a resonance that did not belong in the throat of a child. My heart skipped, fear settling in my stomach like a stone. I knocked, the sound reverberating down the corridor, and entered. Peter sat cross-legged on the carpet, toys scattered around him, but his focus was on the shadow-draped corner of the room. When I asked whom he was talking to, he grinned. "Uncle Milty." His eyes shone with an intensity that seemed far beyond his years. That night, I struggled to sleep, tossing and turning as the house creaked around me. At some point, I must have drifted off, only to be jolted awake by the sound of soft footsteps in the hallway. I lay still, listening as they paused outside my door, before continuing towards Peter's room. My pulse quickened as I rose, every instinct telling me to protect my son. The hallway was dark, the only light a sliver of moonbeam filtering through a window. I moved towards Peter's room with trepidation, feeling a presence, an awareness that seemed to watch from the shadows themselves. But when I reached the door, the sensation vanished, leaving only silence and the faint sound of Peter's breathing. The following days blurred together, each one steeped in a tension that refused to dissipate. I found myself increasingly on edge, jumping at small noises and imagining figures in the corner of my vision. Peter, on the other hand, seemed untouched by the unease that gripped our home. His conversations with Uncle Milty grew more frequent, and though his demeanor remained unchanged, I sensed a growing distance, a part of him slipping into a world I couldn't reach. Desperate for answers, I decided to consult a child psychologist, hoping they might shed light on Peter's unusual attachment to his imaginary friend. The psychologist, Dr. Harris, was kind and patient, listening intently as I recounted the events. She suggested it was common for children to have imaginary friends, especially in times of stress or loneliness. "But Peter isn't lonely," I argued. "He's always been happy, content." Dr. Harris nodded, considering my words. Sometimes these figures are a way for children to process emotions they can't articulate. Perhaps Uncle Milty represents something Peter is grappling with internally. I left the office feeling no better than when I arrived. Though Dr. Harris's explanation made sense, I couldn't shake the feeling that there was more to Uncle Milty than mere imagination. That night, as shadows danced across the walls, I found myself questioning everything I thought I knew about the world. As the days wore on, my fear turned into something more tangible, an urge to confront whatever it was that had taken hold of my son. I began staying up late, determined to catch a glimpse of Uncle Milty, to prove to myself that he was nothing more than a figment of Peter's active imagination. One evening, as I wandered the darkened halls, I felt a shift, the air thickening with that familiar static charge. I stopped by Peter's room, where the door stood ajar, casting a sliver of light across the hallway floor. I peered in, my breath catching in my throat. Peter was asleep, peaceful and unaware, yet the shadows in the room seemed to pulse, coalescing in the corner by his bed. I blinked, and for a moment, I swore I saw a figure standing there, tall, with a wide-brimmed hat casting a deeper shadow over its face. Cold fear gripped me, and I stumbled back, heart racing. As quickly as it appeared, the figure dissolved into the darkness, leaving me questioning my sanity. In the days that followed, I became obsessed with uncovering the truth. I scoured the internet, searching for anything that might explain the phenomenon. My search led me down paths of folklore and urban legends, stories of shadow people and entities that feed on fear and imagination. They were tales, nothing more, yet they resonated with an uncomfortable truth I couldn't dismiss. Peter, oblivious to my growing obsession, continued his conversations with Uncle Milty, now more animated than ever. It was as if he were communicating with a trusted mentor, someone who understood him completely. I watched him, torn between the urge to intervene and the fear of pushing him further away. As the situation reached its zenith, I resolved to confront whatever force was influencing Peter. I stayed awake for nights on end, vigilant and determined, until exhaustion threatened to overtake me. On the final night, as the moon hung low and the world was draped in silence, I took a deep breath and entered Peter's room. The air was thick, the shadows deep and impenetrable. I called out, my voice trembling as I demanded to speak with Uncle Milty. There was no response, only the faint rustling of leaves outside the window. I pushed further, insisting that if he was real, he should show himself, explain his intentions. For a long moment, nothing happened. Then, the shadows flickered, and I felt a presence, a consciousness brushing against mine, like a whisper in the dark. It was neither hostile nor benign, simply there, observing. My legs threatened to give way under the weight of the moment, but I stood firm, refusing to yield to fear. "Please," I whispered, "leave my son alone." The shadows seemed to shift, a ripple of movement that left me breathless. I felt a pressure in my mind, not words, but an understanding that settled over me like a sudden storm. Uncle Milty was not a threat, but a guardian of sorts, drawn to children like Peter, who saw beyond the veil of reality. He had no desire to harm, only to teach, to guide. As the realization sank in, the shadows receded, leaving the room bathed in the gentle light of a new dawn. Peter stirred, waking to find me sitting at his bedside. He looked at me with sleepy eyes, unaware of the night's events, and smiled. "Did you see Uncle Milty?" he asked, his voice a soft murmur. I nodded, overwhelmed by the truth I had come to accept. "Yes," I said softly. "I did." In the weeks that followed, the tension in our home eased. Peter continued to speak of Uncle Milty, but the fear that had haunted me gradually faded. I accepted that some mysteries are beyond explanation, that the world is full of wonders and enigmas that defy logic. Yet, even as peace returned, I couldn't entirely forget the presence I had felt, the sense of being watched from the shadows. It lingered at the edges of my consciousness, a reminder that the boundary between reality and imagination is often blurred. And so, life went on, ordinary and extraordinary, in equal measure. I watched Peter grow, his imagination as vibrant as ever, knowing that Uncle Milty was never far away. Shadows became less menacing, more like old friends, always there just beyond the light, whispering secrets to those willing to listen. When I look back on it, I often wonder when I first realized that something was off about my son. On the surface, he was perfect. Tommy was the kid every parent dreamed of having, well-behaved, polite, brilliant at school, and beloved by everyone who met him. At 8 years old, his teachers gushed about his intelligence and kindness. Neighbors greeted him warmly as he walked past, always eager to lend a hand or offer a smile. Even his room was impeccably tidy, with toys arranged in neat rows and books alphabetized on the shelves. Yet, there was something about the way he held himself, an almost preternatural calmness that seemed to seep into the very air around him, creating a subtle discord that only I could sense. It was on a clear autumn afternoon when I felt the first stirrings of unease. I was washing the dishes, the sun casting golden patterns across the kitchen, while Tommy played in the backyard. Glancing out the window, I saw him standing stock still at the edge of the lawn, staring intently at something hidden from my view by the hedgerow. There was a focus to his posture, an intensity that seemed unusual for a child immersed in the world of make-believe games. I watched for a moment, expecting him to lose interest and run back to the swings or the sandbox, but he remained there, unmoving. After drying my hands, I stepped outside, the crisp scent of fall filling my lungs. Tommy didn't hear me approach, his attention riveted. "What are you looking at, sweetheart?" I asked, trying to sound casual. He turned slowly, his blue eyes catching the light in a way that for a split second made them look almost translucent. "Just a bird, Mom," he replied, his voice calm, too calm. I searched the shadows of the hedgerow, but saw nothing. "What kind of bird?" I pressed, curious now. "A pretty one," he said simply, and then he smiled, the kind of smile that parents treasure, wide and innocent. Yet beneath it, or perhaps within it, something flickered, something cold. The incident lingered in my mind, like a splinter under the skin I couldn't quite dislodge. As the days folded into weeks, Tommy's behavior continued to be exemplary, and gradually, I dismissed my worries as overprotective fretting. But there were moments, fleeting as the shadows that slip across a room at dusk, when a chill would prick my heart. Once in the supermarket, I caught sight of him standing by the cereal aisle, staring at a couple arguing some distance away. His expression was unreadable, yet there was a density to his gaze that seemed out of place for a child. When he noticed me watching, he waved and ran over, his cheerful demeanor returning as quickly as it had left. I didn't mention my concerns to my husband, Mark. He was busy with work, and besides, voicing my fears felt like admitting they were real. Instead, I buried them, telling myself Tommy was just an observant child, nothing more. However, deep down, I knew that whatever I had glimpsed was not imagination. Then came the night of the school play. Tommy had landed the lead role as Peter Pan, and the whole family was excited. On the evening of the performance, the school auditorium was packed, filled with the buzz of anticipation. As the lights dimmed and the curtain rose, I settled into my seat, eager to watch my son shine. And shine he did. Tommy was flawless, moving across the stage with a confidence and charisma that drew every eye. His lines delivered with perfect timing, his expressions vivid and captivating. Yet, as I watched him, I couldn't shake the feeling that this wasn't a performance at all. It was as if he had truly become someone else, someone other. The thought disturbed me, and I tried to dismiss it, focusing on the proud cheers and applause that followed each scene. The play ended with a standing ovation, and I joined the throng of parents gathered to congratulate their children. Tommy was surrounded by classmates, all of them laughing and chattering excitedly. When he saw me, he ran over, face alight with triumph. "Did you see, Mom? Wasn't it great?" he asked, eyes wide with exhilaration. I hugged him tightly, the warmth of his small body reassuring against my inexplicable disquiet. "You were wonderful," I whispered, meaning it, and for a moment, all my fears seemed absurd, banished by the simple reality of his presence. That night, after tucking Tommy into bed, I lay awake, staring at the ceiling. My thoughts circled, restless and unresolved. It was then that I heard it, a soft, rhythmic sound, like whispering carried on the wind. I sat up, straining to listen, and realized it came from Tommy's room. Heart pounding, I tiptoed to his door, pushing it open a crack. Tommy lay in bed, eyes closed, his expression serene. Yet the murmuring continued, a low susurrus that seemed to fill the space between us. As I stood transfixed, his lips moved, shaping silent words I couldn't understand. Panic surged through me, but I couldn't tear my eyes away. Finally, as if sensing my presence, he stopped, the room falling into an oppressive silence. I backed away, closing the door, my hands trembling. The next morning, I decided to confront Tommy, to ask him directly about what I had seen and heard. But when he came down for breakfast, cheerfully munching on toast, I lost my nerve. How could I accuse him of something I couldn't even articulate? Instead, I watched him closely, searching for any sign of the elusive darkness I had glimpsed the night before. Yet under the bright kitchen lights, he was just Tommy, my perfect son. The unease continued to build, weaving a silent tension into the fabric of our daily lives. I began to dread the evenings, when the shadows outside grew long and the house fell into stillness. Every creak of the floorboards, every rustle of the trees seemed amplified, echoing the turmoil within me. I became hyper-vigilant, watching Tommy for any hint of strangeness, but he appeared blissfully unaware of my growing anxiety. Then one evening, as I was folding laundry, I found something that made my blood run cold. In the pocket of Tommy's jeans was a crumpled piece of paper covered in drawings. At first glance, they seemed like ordinary child sketches. Houses, trees, a family standing hand in hand. But as I looked closer, the details shifted, revealing something else entirely. The figures were distorted, their features twisted into grotesque masks of anguish. The trees loomed like sentinels, their branches curling into grasping claws, and at the center, a pair of eyes, Tommy's eyes unmistakably, stared back at me, filled with an unfathomable depth. I tried to calm the rising panic, telling myself it was just a child's imagination. But the drawings haunted me, vivid in ways that had nothing to do with the crude lines on the page. That night, I lay awake, my mind churning over the images, their meaning eluding me like smoke through my fingers. Days passed, and the atmosphere at home grew taut, straining under the weight of unspoken fears. Mark noticed my distraction, but I brushed off his concerns, unwilling to admit the truth even to myself. Instead, I resolved to find out what was happening, to uncover the source of the shadow that seemed to hang over my son. One evening, I waited until Tommy was asleep and then crept into his room. I felt a mix of guilt and determination, knowing that I was invading his privacy, but needing answers. I searched through his drawers and shelves, careful to leave everything as I found it. At first, there was nothing, just the usual assortment of toys and books. But then I found it, tucked away in the back of his closet, a small box, its lid secured with a piece of string. My hands shook as I opened it, revealing a collection of objects that seemed innocent at first glance. Pebbles, feathers, bits of string. Yet each item was meticulously arranged, an order that spoke of a significance beyond my understanding. And there, nestled among them, was a small notebook. I opened it with trepidation, the pages filled with dense, swirling script. The words were indecipherable, but the energy they exuded was palpable, a silent hum that resonated through me. I closed the notebook, a growing dread settling in my bones. I replaced everything as I had found it, retreating to the safety of my room, where I sat, shivering in the dark, a prisoner of my own fear. What was happening to my son? And why did I feel as though something ancient and unknowable was watching, waiting in the shadows of our lives? The next morning, I knew I had to confront Tommy, no matter how difficult it would be. Over breakfast, I watched him, gathering my courage. "Tommy," I began, voice steady despite the turmoil within. "I found your drawings. Can we talk about them?" He looked up, the spoon pausing midway to his mouth, surprise flickering across his face. But then, to my astonishment, he smiled. "They're just pictures, Mom, from my dreams." "Dreams?" I echoed, caught off guard. "Yeah," he continued, as if this explained everything. "They come to me at night. I just draw them so I don't forget." There was an innocence to his explanation, yet it only deepened my unease. "Is that why you whisper at night?" I pressed, watching him closely. His smile faded, replaced by a look of genuine confusion. "Whisper? I don't whisper." The sincerity in his voice left me at a loss. Had I imagined it all? Was my mind playing tricks on me, weaving patterns where none existed? But the drawings, the notebook, they were real, weren't they? I decided to confide in Mark, hoping for some clarity. That evening, after Tommy was asleep, I told him everything. My fears, the drawings, the box. He listened patiently, though I could see the skepticism in his eyes. "Kids have wild imaginations," he said gently. "Maybe he's just more creative than most." "It's more than that," I insisted, frustration edging my voice. "There's something else, something wrong." Mark sighed, wrapping an arm around me. "I think you're overthinking it, love. But if it bothers you, we can talk to someone. Maybe get a professional opinion." The suggestion provided a small measure of comfort, yet it did little to quell the storm inside me. I spent the following days in a haze of anxiety, vacillating between seeking help and fearing the answers I might uncover. It was late one night when everything came to a head. I awoke to a soft creaking, the sound of footsteps in the hall. Heart pounding, I rose from bed, quietly opening the door. Tommy stood there, silhouetted in the dim light, eyes open but unseeing. "Tommy?" I whispered, but he didn't respond, his gaze fixed somewhere beyond the walls of our home. He began to move, a slow, deliberate walk, as if drawn by an invisible thread. I followed, a sense of inevitability wrapping around me like a shroud. He led me to the backyard, the air cool and still, the silence deep as a well. There, in the moonlight, Tommy stopped, turning to face me. His eyes, usually so bright and cheerful, were dark pools, unfathomable and ancient. "Why, Tommy?" I asked, my voice a fragile thing in the night. He blinked, and for a moment, clarity seemed to return. "It's okay, Mom," he said softly, as if he were the parent, soothing a child's fears. "They told me everything will be fine." "Who told you?" I demanded, though part of me dreaded the answer. "Them," he replied simply, gesturing to the shadows that stretched long and thin around us. I blinked, and the world seemed to shift, the familiar turning strange and ominous. I saw them then, shapes moving in the darkness, indistinct yet undeniably real. They hovered at the edge of my vision, whispering secrets I couldn't comprehend, a language of silence and shadows. Tommy reached out, his small hand finding mine, grounding me in the midst of the surreal. "Don't worry, Mom," he said, his voice gentle and knowing. They won't hurt us. The conviction in his words offered a strange comfort, yet it did nothing to dispel the terror that gripped me. I closed my eyes, wishing for the nightmare to end, for dawn to break and banish the phantoms of the night. When I opened them again, Tommy was just a boy once more, his eyes clear and innocent. The shadows were gone, leaving only the quiet hum of the world settling back into place. I held him close, the warmth of his body a welcome balm against the lingering chill. In the aftermath, we never spoke of that night. Life resumed its normal course, the days slipping by with familiar ease. Yet beneath the surface, the unease remained, a silent undercurrent that I could never fully ignore. Tommy continued to draw, his dreams still vivid and enigmatic. But I no longer searched for meaning in them, no longer sought answers that seemed beyond my grasp. Instead, I focused on the everyday moments, finding solace in the ordinary, even as the extraordinary lingered, waiting in the wings. The fear never fully left me, a shadow that walked beside us, invisible yet ever present. But I learned to live with it, to accept the dual nature of the world we inhabited. My perfect son, with his perfect life, and the mysteries that lay just beyond the veil of understanding. In time, I came to realize that some questions are best left unanswered, that some shadows are meant to remain unseen. And so I watched and waited and loved my son, even as the darkness watched and waited too. The house was quiet, as it always was during the time when the sun began its descent beyond the horizon. It was a modest two-story home, nestled comfortably in an unassuming suburban neighborhood. The Reynolds family had lived there for over a decade, and the space had become an integral part of their lives. The walls, painted in warm hues, echoed with laughter and memories. It was a sanctuary, a place meant for safety and solace. From the outside, the house was unremarkable, like any other in the neighborhood with its neat lawn and white picket fence. Inside, however, it held a secret, one that was slowly beginning to stir from its long slumber. Tommy Reynolds was 8 years old, and like many children his age, he harbored an irrational fear of the dark. His parents, understanding but practical, had installed a nightlight in his room, its soft, comforting glow casting friendly shadows across the walls. Yet, even with its presence, Tommy found himself clutching his blanket tightly each night, his small heart thumping nervously as he peered into the inky corners of his room. It was on a particularly warm autumn evening when things began to change. The day had been unremarkable, filled with ordinary events, school homework, and a dinner of macaroni and cheese. As bedtime approached, Tommy finished brushing his teeth and reluctantly shuffled to his room. His mother, Sarah, followed behind, offering the usual bedtime assurances. "Everything's okay, sweetheart," she murmured, smoothing his hair as she tucked him in. "There's nothing in the dark that isn't there in the light." Tommy nodded, though his eyes still darted towards the closet, that yawning maw that seemed to hold secrets of its own. His mother kissed his forehead and turned off the main light, leaving only the gentle luminescence of the nightlight to hold back the darkness. Sarah left the room, pulling the door to a close with that familiar creak, leaving a small crack open, as Tommy preferred. He lay there for several minutes, staring at the ceiling, trying to quiet his mind. The house was still, the only sounds the occasional creak of settling wood and the soft hum of the refrigerator downstairs. It was then that the first disturbance occurred. A soft rustling, barely perceptible, drifted from the closet. Tommy's heart skipped a beat. He squeezed his eyes shut, willing himself to think of other things, of the weekend trip to the zoo, of his favorite superhero. But the sound persisted, a gentle scratch that set his teeth on edge. "Mom," he called out, his voice barely above a whisper. But there was no response. His parents were likely engrossed in their own pursuits, assuming their son was tucked safely in the arms of sleep. Summoning his courage, Tommy sat up and peered into the dimness. The closet door was slightly ajar, though he distinctly remembered it being closed. His small hand trembled as he reached for the flashlight he kept under his pillow. Clicking it on, he shone the beam towards the source of his anxiety. The light fell upon the open closet, illuminating nothing more than clothes and toys. But the rustling stopped, as if whatever had disturbed the peace had retreated from the probing glare. Tommy exhaled slowly, convincing himself it was nothing but a trick of the mind. Yet, as he lay back down, he couldn't shake the feeling that something was different. Over the next few nights, the disturbances grew more frequent. Every evening, as the house descended into its nocturnal quietude, the sounds would begin. The rustling, now accompanied by a soft whispering, seemed to emanate from the very walls. Tommy, sleep-deprived and anxious, confided in his parents, but they dismissed his fears as childish fancy. "There are no monsters, Tommy," his father, Mark, assured him with a chuckle. "Just your imagination playing tricks on you." But Tommy knew, deep down, that something was amiss. The darkness within the house felt alive, as though it was slowly awakening from a deep, restless slumber. He began to dread the approach of night, the anxiety building into a tight knot in his stomach. The escalation came without warning. One night, as the family sat down for dinner, an unsettling chill filled the air. It was subtle at first, a cool draft snaking through the rooms, despite the windows being closed. Tommy shivered, feeling the prickle of fear along his spine. His parents exchanged a glance, both aware of the sudden change in atmosphere, but unwilling to voice it aloud. Later, as Tommy lay in bed, the whispers grew louder, more insistent. They were incoherent, a jumble of voices overlapping, though one cut through the rest, a deep, resonant tone that seemed to resonate within the very marrow of his bones. "Tommy," it sighed, his name stretching into a susurrus that filled the room. Panicked, Tommy bolted upright, clutching his flashlight like a talisman. The beam swept across the room, landing on the closet once more. The door was wide open now, darkness pooling within its depths. For a moment, he thought he saw a shape lurking there, a shadow darker than the rest, shifting and amorphous. He scrambled out of bed, running to his parents' room. His mother, groggy and half asleep, comforted him, though her patience was wearing thin. "It's just a bad dream, honey," she murmured, half convinced herself. But Tommy knew it was more than that. The house was changing. the comforting embrace of home replaced by an insidious presence that wrapped around him like a shroud. It felt as though the walls were closing in, the darkness pressing ever closer. The climax came one fateful night, a night that began like any other. The family gathered for dinner, the conversation stilted, each member acutely aware of the tension that had settled over them like a fog. Even the house seemed to hold its breath, the air heavy with anticipation. As Tommy lay in bed that night, he felt certain he would not find sleep. The whispers came again, louder than ever, filling his ears until he thought they might burst. And then, with a suddenness that took his breath away, the nightlight flickered and died, plunging the room into impenetrable darkness. Panic-stricken, Tommy fumbled for his flashlight, but it slipped from his grasp, rolling under the bed. He was alone, utterly alone, cocooned in an ebony void. The whispers ceased, replaced by a low, rumbling growl that seemed to reverberate through the floorboards. Heart pounding, Tommy knew he had to act. Driven by a primal instinct to survive, he leapt from his bed for the safety of his parents' room. But as he reached the door, it slammed shut with a force that shook the walls. He was trapped, the doorknob cold and unyielding beneath his fingers. Terror mounting, Tommy turned back to face the room. The darkness was shifting, coalescing into a form, a hulking silhouette that loomed near the closet. It was the embodiment of his nightmares, a creature born from the shadows themselves. Its eyes, pinpricks of malevolent light, fixed on him with an intensity that froze him in place. Summoning every ounce of courage, Tommy opened his mouth to scream, a soundless plea for help that echoed in the void. But before he could voice it, the shape moved, gliding across the room with an unnatural fluidity. It reached out, a tendril of darkness extending towards him. Just as the inky appendage brushed his skin, the door burst open, flooding the room with light. His parents stood there, eyes wide with fear and confusion. The creature recoiled, dissolving into shadows that slunk back into the closet, the door creaking shut behind it. Tommy collapsed into his mother's arms, trembling and sobbing. His father, shaken but resolute, approached the closet, wrenching it open to reveal nothing but clothes and toys, the ordinary trappings of a child's domain. In the days that followed, the house seemed to return to normal, the oppressive atmosphere lifted. Yet, the memory lingered, a shadow on the edge of Tommy's consciousness. The whispers ceased, and the darkness no longer felt alive. But he knew that it was not gone, merely dormant. The parents, eager to restore peace, installed new, brighter lighting throughout the house, and even consulted a child psychologist, convinced that Tommy's imagination had simply run wild. But Tommy, now more aware of the thin veil between reality and the unknown, sensed that the house had secrets yet to reveal. The fear remained, lurking in the corners of his mind. He avoided the closet, never allowing it to stay open for long, the feeling that something was watching, waiting, ever present. And as night fell each day, he lay in bed with his new nightlight, a beacon against the encroaching dark, wondering if it would be enough to keep the shadows at bay. For now, the sleeping giant within the house had returned to its slumber, but Tommy understood the precariousness of peace. The darkness within might have retreated, but it was always there, a silent sentinel in the background, ready to rise once more. In the stillness of the night, as he drifted between wakefulness and dreams, Tommy occasionally heard it, a soft rustle, a breath of air. And in those moments, he knew that he was not entirely alone. The darkness a constant companion, waiting patiently for its time to come again. Every Sunday morning, in our modest suburban home, was a ritual of tranquility. As the first light of dawn filtered through the thin curtains, casting a warm glow over the room I shared with my younger brother Tommy, we would awaken to the familiar aroma of pancakes wafting through the air. It signaled a day free from the obligations of school and the routine mundanity of weekday mornings. Our house, nestled between rows of identical homes with their manicured lawns and picket fences, seemed the epitome of safety and peace. In the kitchen, Mom would hum softly to the tune of a song only she knew, flipping pancakes with a grace that came from years of practice. Dad would be at the table, hidden behind a paper, occasionally peeking over the top to watch Tommy and me as we engaged in a playful tug-of-war over the syrup bottle. It was a scene so ordinary that it never occurred to me how fragile it was, how easily the veneer of normalcy could be shattered. The first disturbance came on a night that seemed no different from any other. It was a Tuesday, and the evening had unfolded in the usual way. After dinner, we retreated to our room, where the soft hum of the house settling surrounded us. Tommy sat cross-legged on his bed, engrossed in a book about dinosaurs, his brows knitted in concentration. I lay on my bed, lost in the imaginary worlds of my own paperback. The clock ticked methodically as I drifted towards sleep, the gentle rhythm pulling me into its embrace. But then, a sound broke through the familiar cadence of the night, a soft scratching, like fingernails brushing against wood. I froze, my heart skipping a beat, straining to listen. The noise seemed to originate from the closet, an innocuous part of our room that had always been a reservoir for clothes and forgotten toys. I glanced over at Tommy, who appeared oblivious, still immersed in his book. "Did you hear that?" I whispered, my voice barely audible over the oppressive silence that followed the mysterious sound. He looked up, eyes wide with innocent curiosity. "Hear what?" "The scratching from the closet." Tommy's gaze flickered to the closet door, then back to me. He shrugged, feigning nonchalance, but I noticed the way his fingers tightened around the edge of the page he had been about to turn. "Probably just a rat," he said, trying to sound braver than he felt. We both knew there were no rats in our house. Pest control had been Dad's obsession the previous summer, and the place was sealed tighter than Fort Knox. Trying to shake off the unease, I suggested we listen to music, a distraction that allowed us to drift back into the arms of sleep. The following days were a haze of school routines and homework assignments, the incident almost forgotten. But each night, as darkness enveloped our room, the scratching returned, more insistent and persistent. It became a nightly ritual, the sound growing in intensity, a constant reminder that something was amiss. It was as if the closet itself had developed a pulse, breathing and living in the shadows. Tommy grew quieter, his laughter less frequent, his eyes shadowed with something unspoken. I noticed the way he would hesitate before entering our room, the slight flinch whenever the closet creaked open to reveal its mundane contents. I too felt the weight of it pressing against my mind, a presence I couldn't explain, but felt with every fiber of my being. Then came the night when everything changed. It was a Friday, and our parents had decided to indulge in a rare outing, leaving us in the care of a neighbor. Mrs. Callahan was kind, but oblivious, her attention more on her knitting than on us. We were left to our own devices, and as the hours ticked by, the sense of unease grew, festering like a wound that refused to heal. We sat on Tommy's bed, the book forgotten between us. The room was dimly lit by a single lamp, casting long shadows that danced across the walls. The air seemed heavier, charged with an energy that vibrated through the room. I could see the fear in Tommy's eyes, a reflection of my own. "It's getting louder," he whispered, his voice trembling. I nodded, unsure of what to say. The scratching had transformed into more than just noise. It was a presence, palpable and sinister. The thought of opening the closet terrified me, yet the compulsion to confront whatever lay within was overwhelming. "Maybe we should tell Mom and Dad," I suggested, though I already knew what their response would be. A gentle dismissal, attributing our fears to overactive imaginations. Tommy shook his head. "They won't believe us." Silence stretched between us, thick and suffocating, and then, as if sensing our fear, the scratching intensified, a frantic clawing that resonated through the room. We recoiled, instinctively huddling closer together, our gazes fixed on the closet door. Suddenly, there was a soft click, barely audible over the sound of our own breathing. The closet door creaked open, inch by inch, revealing nothing but darkness within. I could feel the cold tendrils of fear wrap around my heart, squeezing until it was hard to breathe. "Close it," Tommy urged, his voice high-pitched and urgent. I moved, despite the terror that paralyzed my limbs, reaching out with a trembling hand to push the door shut. As I did, the scratching stopped abruptly, leaving a silence more chilling than the noise itself. We stayed up late that night, sleep eluding us, haunted by the specter of the unknown. When dawn finally broke, the room seemed less threatening, the morning light dispelling some of the shadows that lingered in the corners. But the sense of dread persisted, following us like a shadow we couldn't shake. Each night became a test of endurance, and I found myself growing more protective of Tommy, fearing for him more than for myself. The scratching continued, relentless and tormenting, a whisper in the dark that promised something terrible. And then, the climax of our ordeal came, swift and merciless. It was a windy night, the gusts howling through the trees outside, rattling the windows with a ferocity that matched the storm within our hearts. We lay in bed, the tension between us as taut as a drawn bowstring, waiting for the inevitable. The scratching began, louder than ever, a cacophony that seemed to emanate from the very walls of the closet. Tommy whimpered, clutching at my arm, and I pulled him closer, desperate to protect him from whatever horror lay in wait. And then it happened. The closet door burst open with a force that sent it crashing against the wall, and from the depths of that impenetrable darkness, something emerged. I couldn't see it, not really, but I felt its presence, cold and malevolent, filling the room with a primal fear. Tommy screamed, a sound that pierced my heart, and I watched in horror as he was drawn towards the closet, an invisible force pulling him inch by inch. I lunged forward, grabbing him with all my strength, but it was like trying to hold on to smoke. My grip faltered, and he slipped from my grasp, disappearing into the shadows with a final, terrified cry. The door slammed shut, and the room was plunged into silence, broken only by the sound of my own ragged breathing. I was alone, the reality of it hitting me like a physical blow. Tommy was gone, swallowed by the darkness, leaving nothing behind but the echo of his voice. I stumbled back to my bed, numb and disoriented, my mind refusing to process what had just happened. The closet stood silent and closed, no sign of the terror it had just unleashed. I wanted to scream, to cry out for help, but the words wouldn't come, locked inside by the fear that gripped my heart. When morning came, it brought with it no relief, only an emptiness that filled every corner of the room. I sat there, staring at the closet, willing it to open and return my brother to me. But the door remained stubbornly closed, as if mocking my desperation. Our parents returned home, their smiles fading into confusion, and then horror as they realized Tommy was missing. The police were called, neighbors questioned, but there was no trace of him, no sign of the struggle that had unfolded in our room. It was as if he had simply ceased to exist, erased by the malevolent force that lurked within the closet. Days turned to weeks, and the world moved on, but the shadow of fear lingered, a constant presence in my life. I couldn't bring myself to sleep in that room again, not with the knowledge of what lay within the closet. I was haunted by the memory of Tommy's last, terrified scream, a sound that played on a loop in my mind. I told no one of what had happened that night, afraid of the disbelief I would encounter, the accusations of madness. Instead, I kept it locked away, a secret I carried alone, the weight of it pressing down on me with every passing day. But the fear never left me, an insidious whisper that followed me wherever I went. I would catch glimpses of movement in the corners of my vision, feel the cold touch of phantom fingers on my skin. And at night, when the darkness closed in, I would hear the scratching, a distant echo of the terror that had stolen my brother away. I grew older, but the memory of that night never faded, etched into my mind with a clarity that refused to dull with time. I avoided closets, unable to face the darkness within, and I never returned to that house, leaving it behind like a ghost of a past I couldn't escape. And yet, even now, the fear remains, a constant reminder of the sinister entity that had come for Tommy. It lurks in the shadows, waiting and watching, a presence that cannot be vanquished or forgotten. I live with the knowledge that the closet monster is real, a truth I wish I could disbelieve, but cannot deny. In the quiet of the night, when the world is at rest, I sometimes hear it, the soft, insistent scratching, a promise of the dark things that dwell just beyond the edge of the light. I know it waits for me, patient and unyielding, and I cannot help but wonder if one day it will come for me too. The small town of Maplewood was known for its picturesque landscapes and serene suburban streets, where every house was a testament to the ideal of family living. My wife, Eleanor, and I had chosen this place to start anew, away from the chaos of the city. Our house, a modest two-story with a wraparound porch and an inviting garden, promised a life of tranquility. Eleanor was everything to me. Her presence was like the gentle warmth of the morning sun. Her laughter filled the rooms with a lightness I had never known before. But there was something else about Eleanor, an inexplicable allure that seemed to draw people in like moths to a flame. It was as though she possessed an unspoken charm that was both magnetic and unsettling. Life was routine and peaceful until that one evening when Eleanor decided to renovate the home office. She had always been passionate about interior design, and it was one of those hobbies that kept her occupied during the long, quiet days. She often joked that the office would be her masterpiece, a sanctuary of creativity. That night, as she peeled back the old carpet and pried open the wooden boards beneath, she uncovered something unusual, an old, dusty trapdoor. I remember how her voice trembled with excitement and a hint of dread as she called me over. Together, we stared at the trapdoor, its iron handle rusted and cold to the touch, as though it had been waiting for us for years. The house had been built in the early 1900s, and its history was rich with tales of the previous owners. But never had we heard of this hidden compartment. I hesitated, feeling a chill crawl up my spine. But Eleanor, ever the curious one, insisted we explore it. We pried it open, and the air that escaped was musty and stale, a breath from the past, long forgotten. Beneath was a narrow staircase, descending into darkness. I held Eleanor's hand tightly as we descended, the creaking of the stairs echoing ominously. Our breath was shallow, and our hearts pounded in unison. The cellar was small, its walls lined with old stone, but it was what lay in the center of the room that caught our attention. A small mound of earth, unnaturally shaped, as though it concealed something. Eleanor's eyes were wide, with a mixture of fear and fascination. She knelt beside the mound, her fingers trembling as she brushed away the dirt. What we found beneath was beyond anything we had imagined. A skeletal hand, curled as if in a silent plea. I pulled Eleanor back, a swell of dread rising within me. We should have stopped then, closed the trap door and left it buried under layers of ignorance. But Eleanor was captivated, a strange light in her eyes that I had never seen before. In the following days, Eleanor was different. Her laughter was still there, but it carried a hollow note, as if she were haunted by a melody only she could hear. She spent hours in the office, her eyes fixated on the trapdoor. I would find her whispering to it, as though it had become her confidant. I grew worried, sensing an invisible thread pulling her away from me. Our conversations became strained, her responses distant and distracted. The charm that once drew me to her now seemed to have taken a darker turn, an insidious pull that was slowly unraveling the fabric of our life together. One afternoon, while Eleanor was out, I searched the cellar once more. I needed to understand what had captured her so completely. As I stood before the grave, the air felt thick with an oppressive silence. My mind was a whirl of confusion and fear, yet I couldn't tear myself away. That night, Eleanor's behavior escalated. She seemed possessed by an urgency I couldn't comprehend. She spoke of the grave as a connection, a link to something greater, something otherworldly. I felt a cold dread seep into my bones. The woman I loved was slipping away, her mind ensnared by an unseen force. She insisted on redecorating the office, transforming it into something unrecognizable. The walls were painted a deep crimson, the kind that reminded one of old blood. Strange symbols adorned the walls, shapes and lines that seemed to pulse when the light hit them just right. I watched helplessly as she transformed the room into a shrine for the unknown. I tried to talk to her, to break the spell that had her bound, but she was beyond my reach. Her eyes, once filled with warmth and love, were now dark voids, reflecting a world I couldn't see but only feel, a world that terrified me. Desperate, I sought help from the town's historian, an elderly gentleman who had spent decades piecing together Maplewood's hidden past. His eyes widened with recognition when I described the trapdoor and the grave. He spoke of a legend, a woman accused of witchcraft in the early days of the town, said to lure men with her beauty and charm, leading them to their doom. Her spirit was believed to be bound to the earth beneath, waiting for someone to awaken her. His words chilled me to the core. I returned home to find Eleanor in the office, lost in her own world, the shadows around her thick and alive. I pleaded with her to leave the house, to break the connection, but she laughed, a sound that stabbed through me like a knife. The climax came that night. I awoke to the sound of whispers, the voice soft yet insistent, echoing through the walls. Eleanor was not in bed. I found her in the office, the trapdoor wide open, the air charged with an energy that felt ancient and malevolent. She stood by the grave, her eyes locked onto something I couldn't see. The room was filled with an oppressive presence, as though the very house was breathing, watching. I called out to her, but my voice was swallowed by the darkness. She stepped into the grave, and for a moment, she seemed to dissolve into the shadows, her form merging with the earth. Panic seized me, and I lunged forward, pulling her back with all my strength. She collapsed into my arms, her body cold and limp, her flesh pale as the moonlight that bathed the room. The whispers ceased, the presence retreating back into the depths. I held her tightly, tears streaming down my face, whispering her name, willing her to return to me. In the days that followed, Eleanor's condition improved, but the light in her eyes was dim, as though part of her had remained in the grave. We moved from Maplewood, leaving the house and its secrets behind, but the memory lingers, a haunting melody that plays at the edge of silence. Even now, in the quiet moments of dusk, I hear whispers echoing in the distance. Eleanor is with me, but I know she is changed, her heart still bound, in part to the specter that lay beneath our home. The fear is no longer at the forefront, but it lingers like a shadow on the periphery of our lives, a reminder of the things that sleep beneath the surface, waiting for the unwary to awaken them. There is a certain tranquility in routine, a comforting rhythm that anchors the day-to-day life. My mornings were always the same, awash with the gentle hum of the coffee machine, the rustle of the newspaper, and the soft, soothing sounds of my partner Emily preparing breakfast. Our home, nestled in the quiet suburbs, was a place of peace, a sanctuary, really. It was the kind of place where shadows didn't linger, at least not until recently. Emily and I had been living together for 3 years. She was the kind of person whose presence effortlessly filled the room with warmth, a radiant contrast to my more reserved demeanor. Our life together was ordinary, but in a way that felt precious. I found a rare kind of contentment in our shared dinners, our quiet evenings spent reading, and the shared smiles over inside jokes that only we understood. One day, while tidying up the living room, I came across something that seemed out of place. It was a book, old and worn, with a leather cover blackened by time. I'd never seen it before, and it certainly wasn't something that belonged to my modest collection of novels and biographies. The title was embossed in faded gold letters, The Chronicles of the Forgotten. Curious, I opened it. The pages were yellowed, their edges brittle. The text was handwritten in a spidery script, and as I skimmed through the pages, I realized it was filled with strange stories and symbols that I couldn't comprehend. Each page was like a fragment of a dream, or perhaps a nightmare, seemingly unconnected, yet charged with an eerie energy. I found it a little unsettling, but I placed it back where I found it, assuming it was something Emily had picked up from a thrift store. She had a penchant for collecting oddities, after all. Later that evening, as we sat down to dinner, I casually mentioned the book to Emily. Her reaction was unexpected. She froze. Her fork paused midair, and an odd look crossed her face, one I'd never seen before. It was as if a shadow had passed over her. She quickly regained her composure, brushing it off with a laugh that felt forced. "Oh, that old thing. It's just something I've been meaning to read," she said, but her eyes didn't quite meet mine. After that, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. Emily, who was usually an open book herself, now seemed cloaked in secrecy. Her behavior began to change in subtle ways, little things that might have gone unnoticed if I weren't already on edge. She became quieter, more introspective, and I often caught her staring out the window, lost in thought, as if searching for something in the distance. My unease grew over the next few days. I found myself drawn to the black book again and again, inexplicably compelled to pick it up and leaf through its pages. Each time, I hoped to find some sense or coherence in the cryptic stories, but they remained as elusive as ever, each tale more perplexing than the last. One night, as I lay in bed, unable to sleep, I heard a soft rustling sound coming from our living room. Quietly, I slipped out of bed and tiptoed across the creaky wooden floors. There, in the dim light of the lamp, I saw Emily sitting on the sofa, the black book open on her lap. Her eyes were glazed over, as if she were in a trance, and she was whispering under her breath. her lips moving in time with the flickering shadows. "Emily?" I called softly, but she didn't respond. A chill ran down my spine. It was as if she were in another world, entirely unreachable. It wasn't until I gently touched her shoulder that she blinked rapidly and looked up, confusion evident on her face. "Oh, I must have fallen asleep," she murmured, closing the book and placing it aside. Her smile was reassuring, but a part of me remained skeptical. I couldn't shake the feeling that the book was somehow changing her, altering the familiar rhythms of our life in imperceptible ways. As days turned into weeks, Emily's behavior became more erratic. There were moments when she seemed like her old self, lively and engaging, but these were interspersed with periods of distant silence or peculiar behaviors, like talking to herself in hushed tones or scribbling incomprehensible notes on scraps of paper. One afternoon while Emily was out, I decided to examine the book more closely. I felt a strange sense of urgency, as if understanding the book was somehow crucial. As I flipped through the pages, my eyes settled on a particular passage that seemed to pulsate with a life of its own. The words twisted and writhed on the page, and as I read them aloud, a strange heaviness settled over the room. It was as if the very air had thickened, charged with an unseen presence. Suddenly, a low, almost imperceptible whisper filled the room. It was a soft chorus of voices, overlapping and indistinct, rising from the walls themselves. I stumbled back, dropping the book. The whispers faded as the book hit the floor, but the sense of being watched lingered. A sensation of unseen eyes observing from the shadows. That night I confronted Emily. I told her everything, the whispers, the feeling of being watched, my growing fear that the book was somehow influencing her. Her reaction was one of shock, but also of something else. Relief, perhaps, as if she had been waiting for this moment. "I didn't want to involve you," she admitted, her voice trembling. "I thought I could handle it alone. The book. It's not just a book. I found it at an estate sale. The woman who sold it to me warned that it held secrets, knowledge that should remain hidden." "Then why keep it?" I asked, struggling to keep my voice steady. "Because it called to me," she whispered. "It's hard to explain, but I felt chosen. It's like the book knew me, understood me in a way no one else could. I wanted to be angry, to be upset that she had kept such a thing in our home. But instead, all I felt was a deep, suffocating fear. The realization that the Emily I knew might be slipping away, replaced by something else, was a terrifying thought. We decided to get rid of the book. It seemed like the most logical solution, the only way to reclaim our lives from whatever shadow had crept in. Together, we wrapped it in cloth and drove to the outskirts of town, intending to bury it deep in the forest where it couldn't harm anyone else. As we dug a hole in the cold, hard earth, there was an odd sense of finality in the air, a feeling that this was the end of a chapter neither of us had meant to start. But as we placed the book into the ground, I couldn't shake the feeling that we weren't alone. The forest was silent, too silent, as if the trees themselves were holding their breath. Back home, we tried to return to normalcy, but a sense of unease lingered, a persistent whisper at the back of my mind. The house felt different, as if it had shifted in some fundamental way. I found myself jumping at shadows, startled by the creak of the floorboards or the distant call of an owl. Emily assured me that everything was fine, that the book was gone, and its influence had ended. For a while, I believed her. She seemed more like herself, the light returning to her eyes, her laughter once again filling our home. But then, on a particularly stormy night, I found an old familiar item on our coffee table, the black book, its leather cover gleaming in the dim light. Panic clawed at my chest. How was this possible? We had buried it, left it far behind. Yet here it was, as if mocking our attempts to rid ourselves of its presence. Emily entered the room, her eyes widening in horror as she saw what I held. "I don't understand," she stammered. "I thought—" We hadn't finished the sentence, but we both knew what it meant. The book was here to stay. In the days that followed, a sinister atmosphere settled over us. Emily and I began to argue more frequently, tension rising like steam between us. The whispers returned, louder and more insistent, echoing through the rooms at odd hours, a constant murmur that frayed my nerves. One evening, I caught Emily once again with the book, her fingers tracing the symbols with an almost reverent touch. I begged her to stop, but she looked up at me with eyes I barely recognized, eyes that seemed to see through me, beyond me. "It's too late for that," she said softly. "It's part of me now." Desperation clawed at me. I didn't know how to fight something I couldn't see, couldn't touch. The Emily I knew was slipping further away, and all I could do was watch helplessly. The climax came one night when the whispers reached a crescendo, a cacophony that filled every corner of the house. Emily stood in the center of the living room, the book open in her hands, her voice rising above the chorus. She was chanting, her words a language I couldn't understand, and as she spoke, the shadows in the room seemed to shift and grow, reaching out with elongated fingers. I reached for her, trying to pull her back, but an invisible barrier kept me at bay, a force that seemed to pulse with the rhythm of her words. Panic surged through me, every instinct screaming to do something, anything. But I was powerless, trapped in a nightmare of my own making. And then, as suddenly as it began, it stopped. The whispers fell silent, the shadows retreated, and Emily collapsed to the floor, the book slipping from her grasp. I rushed to her side, cradling her in my arms, relief flooding through me as her eyes fluttered open, clear and bright. The black book lay closed and dormant on the floor, its presence still palpable but somehow diminished. We knew then that it was over. The threat it posed had passed, at least for now. But the fear, the knowledge that something otherworldly had touched our lives, lingered like a shadow at the edge of our vision. We never spoke of that night again. Emily and I tried to rebuild, to restore what we had lost, but the scars remained, etched deep in the fabric of our lives. The black book was placed in a box and hidden away, a silent reminder of the darkness we had faced. And though we tried to forget, to move on, There were times when I would catch a glimpse of Emily, staring into the distance, a hint of longing in her eyes. At those times, I would wonder if the book truly was gone, or if its influence still whispered in the recesses of her mind. In the quiet moments, when the house was still and the shadows stretched long into the night, I found myself listening for whispers that weren't there, fearing the return of something I couldn't name. The lingering fear that the black book might never truly let go of its hold on us, a haunting presence in the corners of our lives, waiting patiently for the right moment to return. I was sitting in the living room of our 2-story Victorian house, the kind with a porch that seemed to embrace you, with its whitewashed railings and intricately carved pillars. The late afternoon sun filtered through the lace curtains, casting delicate patterns on the floor. It was a house that held memories in every creak of the floorboards and whispered to you in the rustle of the leaves against its windows. It felt safe, a sanctuary from the chaos outside its walls. My daughter, Emily, was playing by herself in the corner with her assortment of dolls. She was 5, with golden curls that seemed to have trapped sunlight within them. Her laughter, a sprinkle of bells, was a constant companion to my days. She had always been imaginative, concocting elaborate stories with her dolls as protagonists. Her innocence, painting the world with a palette I had long forgotten how to use. The afternoon passed in tranquility, as it often did, filled with the mundane yet comforting routines of life. Yet, an unfamiliar chill crept into the room, a shiver I couldn't quite shake, like the feeling of being watched by something unseen. I attributed it to a draft, perhaps a window left slightly ajar upstairs. As evening descended, I went about the usual rituals, preparing dinner, setting the table, and calling Emily away from her play. She came to the table reluctantly, her eyes holding a secretive glint. "Mommy, can I tell you a story?" she asked as she pushed her peas around her plate. "Of course, sweetheart," I replied, eager to hear the latest adventure she had concocted in her vivid imagination. Her story began innocently enough, about a girl who lived in a house much like ours. But then, her tone shifted, and her little brow furrowed with an intensity unusual for her age. "The girl had a friend," Emily said, her voice dropping to a whisper, "a friend that no one else could see." I felt a tickle of unease, a cold breeze passing over my skin. "An imaginary friend?" I offered, trying to keep my voice light. "No, Mommy," she insisted, her eyes wide and earnest. "He's real. He lives in the shadows and watches us." A frisson of something akin to dread prickled at the back of my neck. I had read about imaginary friends being a normal part of childhood, but the conviction in Emily's voice unsettled me. "What's his name?" I asked, attempting to steer the conversation back to more benign territory. "He doesn't have a name," Emily replied matter-of-factly. "He doesn't need one." I tried to laugh it off, attributing her eerie tale to an overactive imagination, perhaps too many ghost stories overheard. Yet, as I tucked her into bed that night, I couldn't shake the feeling that a heaviness had settled over our home, like a storm cloud that refused to pass. Days went by, and Emily's stories about her shadow friend grew more frequent and detailed. She spoke of him with a familiarity that made my skin crawl, describing how he would whisper secrets to her. Secrets about me and our home that she couldn't possibly know. I began to notice small things, things I had overlooked before. A door would creak open by itself. Footsteps would echo down the hallway when no one else was home, and lights would flicker inexplicably. I told myself it was an old house, prone to drafts and electrical quirks, but the rationalizations did little to quell the growing unease. One evening, as I was folding laundry, Emily came rushing into the room, her face ashen. "Mommy, he says you need to be careful," she blurted out, her voice trembling with urgency. "Careful of what, darling?" I asked, my nerves stretched taut. "He doesn't like it when you ignore him," she whispered, her eyes darting to the dark corners of the room. A chill swept through me, not from the cold of the room, but from the cold certainty that something was indeed amiss. I had dismissed her stories as mere fantasy, but now they seemed to carry an ominous weight. I started to watch her more closely, scrutinizing every interaction, looking for signs of distress or fear. But Emily remained her usual self, cheerful and bright, except for the occasional solemn reminder about her shadow friend. As the days slipped by, my own sanity began to fray at the edges. I found myself jumping at shadows, starting at every unexplained sound. The house, once a refuge, now felt like a living entity, breathing its own insidious life. The situation escalated one stormy night. I was jolted awake by a loud crash. Heart pounding, I rushed to Emily's room, only to find her sitting up in bed, wide-eyed, staring at something just beyond the edge of her lamp's glow. "What happened?" I asked, trying to quell the panic rising in my throat. "He knocked over my toys," Emily replied, pointing towards the scattered dolls on the floor. "Your friend?" I asked, my voice barely concealing the tremor. She nodded solemnly. "He's angry. He says you're not listening." I felt a rush of anger, a futile attempt to combat the impotence I felt in the face of an unseen adversary. "Emily, enough of this nonsense," I snapped, instantly regretting the harshness in my voice as her eyes welled up with tears. I gathered her in my arms, murmuring apologies, but the damage was done. The fear in her eyes was mirrored in my own heart, a reflection of a world that had slipped from my grasp. Sleep eluded me that night as I lay in bed, the wind howling outside, a sinister symphony that seemed to echo my inner turmoil. My mind, once a fortress of reason and logic, now swirled with doubt and dread. The climax came subtly, almost imperceptibly, as I sat in the living room one quiet afternoon. Emily was upstairs, playing in her room, her laughter weaving through the house. I was trying to read, losing myself in the words in a desperate bid for normalcy, when I heard it. A soft, insistent whisper. It was a voice, as real and tangible as the book in my hands, murmuring from the shadows. I froze, my heart a wild drumbeat in my chest. "Listen," it said, the words stretching out in a drawn-out sigh, chilling me to the bone. I dropped the book, my hands trembling. The voice was gone, leaving in its wake an oppressive silence. I glanced around the room, half expecting to see a figure lurking in the corners, but there was nothing, only the deepening shadows as the sun dipped below the horizon. Emily's stories had woven themselves into the fabric of our lives, a malignant thread that pulled tighter with each passing day. I could no longer dismiss her tales, not when I had heard the voice myself, felt its icy breath on my skin. I knew then that I had to confront whatever it was that haunted our home, to protect my daughter and reclaim the sanctuary that had been ours. But how does one battle an unseen foe, fight a presence that has no form? I spent the following days researching, diving into books of folklore and the supernatural, searching for answers. My rational mind resisted, clinging to the vestiges of logic, but desperation overrode skepticism. I needed to understand, to find a way to sever the hold this shadow had over us. I reached out to a friend who had dabbled in the occult, hoping for guidance. She came to the house, a bundle of sage and whispered incantations at the ready. Together, we walked through each room, the smoke trailing behind us like a protective veil. Emily watched us with solemn eyes, clutching her favorite doll to her chest. As we moved through the house, I felt a shift, a lightening of the oppressive atmosphere. But the unease remained, a persistent echo of something just beyond reach. That night, as I lay in bed, listening to the rhythmic breathing of Emily in the next room, I felt the weight of the unseen threat pressing down on me. I closed my eyes, willing sleep to come, when I felt it, a presence, a chilling breath upon my cheek. I opened my eyes, heart racing, but there was nothing there. Only the whisper of the wind and the quiet creak of the settling house. Yet, in the darkness, I felt it, a lingering fear, a promise that the shadow had not yet relinquished its hold. It was a specter woven into the very walls of our home, a reminder of a battle not yet won. I resolved to keep Emily close, to shield her with every fiber of my being. Love, after all, was the only weapon I had against the unseen, and as we navigated the days that followed, I clung to that belief, even as the shadows whispered their secrets, and the house continued its quiet vigil. The threat remained, an ever-present specter lurking at the edges of our lives. But we lived on, finding moments of light amidst the darkness, weaving our own stories that spoke of resilience, of love that defied the shadows. And though the fear lingered, it became a part of our tale, a reminder of the unseen forces that shaped our lives and the strength found in facing them together. In a small, unassuming town nestled in the heart of Northeast Ohio, the streets lay quiet under the embrace of night. During the day, the town exuded a postcard-perfect charm, quaint bakeries, age-old bookstores, and a park where children laughed and played amid the rustling of autumn leaves. I had moved here for the tranquility, hoping to escape the cacophony of city life. My daughter, Lily, and I settled into a modest two-story house on the edge of town, where the backyard opened to a dense thicket of trees, the leaves whispering secrets in the wind. Life was normal, blissfully so. Lily was a bright-eyed 7-year-old with a penchant for fairy tales and an imagination that soared beyond the realms of reality. She spent her days drawing whimsical creatures and spinning stories of enchanted lands. Our evenings were filled with giggles under blanket forts and bedtime stories that transported us both to magical kingdoms. But as peaceful as our life was, there was an undercurrent of unease that I often brushed aside as mere remnants of city stress. It started subtly, a misplaced toy, a creak in the floorboards, the soft murmur of what I assumed was the wind. Yet, these were easy to dismiss in the light of day, where reality seemed unbreakable and grounded. The first real disturbance came one evening after Lily had gone to bed. I was seated in the living room, a book in hand, the crackle of the fireplace keeping the chill at bay. A sudden thud from upstairs broke the stillness. My heart lurched, a primal parental instinct spurring me into motion. I found Lily wide awake, her eyes wide and fixated on the shadowy corners of her room. "Mommy, there's something under the bed," she whispered, her voice trembling. I smiled, though a shiver crawled up my spine. "It's just the wind, sweetheart. Nothing to be afraid of." I knelt beside her, peeking under the bed to reveal nothing but a few dust bunnies and a forgotten sock. "See? Nothing there." She nodded, but her eyes lingered on mine, searching for reassurance. I tucked her back under the covers, my fingers brushing her hair in soothing strokes until her breathing evened out, slipping into the rhythm of sleep. Yet, as I left her room, I couldn't shake the feeling that something indeed was amiss. The disturbances grew over the following weeks. Lily began speaking of a friend who visited her at night. Initially, I thought it was a byproduct of her vivid imagination. Children often invent invisible friends, especially when adjusting to a new environment. But as her stories grew more detailed, a chill settled in my bones. Her descriptions were unsettling. Her friend was a tall, thin figure with long fingers and eyes that glowed like embers in the dark. "He watches over me, Mommy," she'd say, with an innocence only a child can possess. I tried to assure myself it was just a phase, a combination of too many fairy tales, and perhaps the loneliness of a new setting. But as the nights passed, my own unease blossomed into a quiet terror. The thuds above my room grew more pronounced, and one night I awoke to the distinct sound of footsteps pacing back and forth just outside my door. I lay still, my heart a drumbeat in my chest, straining to catch any further sound. The footsteps paused, and then nothing. Desperation led me to consult the town's library, diving into local folklore and old wives' tales. I found stories of creatures that lurked in the shadows, the kind that preyed on loneliness and fear. But these were just stories, I told myself. Yet the librarian, an elderly woman with eyes that seemed to see into your soul, warned me quietly. "There are things in this town that defy explanation, dear. Sometimes it's best to acknowledge them." I returned home, the words of the librarian echoing in my mind. That night, as I put Lily to bed, she clutched my hand, her eyes wide with a seriousness that belied her age. "He says he's here to protect me," she murmured, her voice barely above a whisper. "Protect you from what, darling?" I asked, my voice steady though my heart raced. "From the bad things in the dark," she replied, her gaze shifting to the shadows in the corner of her room. I left a nightlight on, the soft glow casting a warm cocoon of light around her. But as I lay in bed, trying to sleep, I felt the weight of unseen eyes watching over us. The air seemed to hum with a palpable tension. The escalation came unexpectedly. One night, I was jolted awake not by footsteps, but by a scream. A sound so primal and raw that it pierced the silence like a knife. I raced to Lily's room, my heart pounding, and found her sitting upright, her eyes wide and unseeing, as if she were staring through me. "Lily," I called, shaking her gently. She blinked, the fog of terror slowly lifting from her eyes. "He was here," she said, her voice barely a quiver. "He told me not to be afraid." I wrapped her in my arms, whispering soothing words that did little to quell the storm of fear. I turned on every light, banishing the shadows, and stayed with her until the first light of dawn crept through the curtains. Determined to confront whatever haunted our nights, I spoke with neighbors and learned of the house's peculiar history. Previous owners had left suddenly, whispering of strange occurrences and inexplicable presences. Some said the land itself was cursed. Others spoke of an ancient pact with beings beyond comprehension. Armed with this knowledge, I decided to seek help from a local psychic, hoping for answers or at least peace of mind. The woman, a middle-aged clairvoyant with an air of mystique, agreed to visit our home. She walked through the rooms, her brow furrowed in concentration, eventually stopping in Lily's room, her gaze fixating on the space beneath the bed. "There is a presence here," she said, her voice a low murmur. "Not malicious, but tethered. It seeks to protect your daughter. Something ominous lurks, something that it keeps at bay." Her words brought both relief and dread. Relief that my daughter was not in immediate danger. Dread for the unknown entity that hovered just out of sight. I thanked her, though her visit raised more questions than answers. The climax came one stormy night. Thunder rolled across the sky, and lightning fractured the darkness into startling clarity. I awoke to find Lily standing by my bed, her face pale as moonlight. "He's gone," she said softly. "He says I don't need him anymore." Before I could respond, a gust of cold wind swept through the house, extinguishing the lights. The room plunged into darkness, and in that moment, I felt an oppressive presence fill the space. A dark, malevolent force that seemed to reach out with icy tendrils. In the chaos, I grabbed Lily and fled to the living room, the fireplace offering a flickering island of light. I could sense it lurking, watching from the shadows, but it did not cross the threshold into the light. We huddled together, the storm outside a mirror to the tempest within. As dawn broke and the first rays of sunlight pierced the gloom, the presence retreated, leaving behind an eerie calm. The air felt lighter, the house no longer burdened by unseen weight. Life slowly returned to a semblance of normalcy. The disturbances ceased, and Lily's friend never returned. We spoke little of that night, but I could see the change in her, a newfound confidence, as if she had faced the darkness and emerged stronger. Yet, as the days turned to weeks and then months, I couldn't shake the lingering fear. Shadows seemed to stretch a bit longer, the night air a shade cooler. I couldn't help but wonder if the presence was truly gone, or merely biding its time. Even now, as I write this, I feel the weight of unseen eyes. Perhaps the protection lingered, a silent guardian against the malevolence that prowled the edges of our reality. In this small town with its quiet streets and whispering trees, normalcy dances on the razor's edge of the unknown. And so, I keep a nightlight burning by Lily's bed, a beacon against the darkness, a fragile reminder of the things that lurk just out of sight. The chill of autumn had begun to seep into our old family home, whispering past the wooden floors and curling around the corners like an unwelcome guest. This creaking Victorian, nestled at the edge of town, had been our sanctuary for generations, a place where memories layered upon each other like the peeling wallpaper in the hallway. Life here had always been a blend of routine and the unexpected creaks of age, both comforting in their predictability. My daughter, Lila, had always loved her room on the second floor, with its large bay window overlooking the garden. Each morning, the soft light would spill through the glass and paint her room in hues of gold, dancing over her collection of stuffed animals lined up with military precision. Her laughter, a sound as bright as the sun, filled the air and made the old house feel young again. It was during one of those crisp afternoons, as leaves tumbled from trees like confetti, that I first noticed the diary. It was tucked neatly under Lila's pillow, its cover a worn shade of pink, edges frayed with secrets. I hesitated for a moment, respecting her privacy, but curiosity nudged me forward. I opened it to find page after page filled with swirls of childish script. At first, the entries were what one might expect, a young girl's musings on school, friends, and dreams of distant adventures. But as I delved deeper, the tone shifted. The once bright and whimsical pages gave way to something darker. Lila had begun to write about the shadow. The shadow watches when I sleep, one entry read. It stands in the corner and whispers things I can't hear. I felt a chill, not from the draft, but from the words themselves. I closed the diary, my heart beating a cautious rhythm. Children have vivid imaginations, I reminded myself. This was just a phase, a figment of her creative mind. But the feeling of unease lingered. That night, as I tucked Lila into bed, I couldn't help but glance toward the corner of her room. There was nothing but darkness, only shadows cast by the moonlight filtering through the window. I kissed her forehead and left, the echo of her diary playing in my thoughts. Days turned into weeks, and life continued its steady march. However, the diary kept calling me back. I would find myself in Lila's room more often, flipping through its pages, seeking some explanation or reassurance. The entries grew more unsettling. "The shadow is getting closer," she wrote. "Sometimes I hear it breathing." I began to notice changes in Lila. Her laughter was less frequent, her eyes shadowed with an exhaustion that seemed too heavy for a child. She spoke less of her adventures and more of the shadow, with a seriousness that belied her years. I tried to dismiss it, to chalk it up to nightmares, or perhaps an overactive imagination fed by stories from school. Yet, the unease gnawed at me, a steady thrum of dread that refused to be silenced. One evening, as I sat reading in the living room, I heard a soft thud from upstairs. It was followed by the unmistakable sound of Lila's voice, speaking in low, hurried tones. My heart skipped, and I rose from my chair, climbing the stairs with deliberate steps. As I approached her room, her voice became clearer, the words indistinguishable yet urgent. I paused outside her door, my hand resting on the cool brass handle. A part of me hesitated, the rational part that whispered of overreactions and childish fantasies. But another part of me, the one that had been growing more insistent with each diary entry, propelled me forward. The room was dimly lit, the only light coming from the nightlight shaped like a crescent moon. Lila was sitting up in bed, her eyes wide and focused on the corner of the room. I followed her gaze, seeing nothing but darkness. "Who are you talking to, sweetheart?" I asked gently, trying to keep my voice steady. She turned to me, her face pale and eyes round with fear. "It's the shadow," she whispered. "It says it wants to stay." A shiver cascaded down my spine. I moved to her side, wrapping an arm around her small shoulders. "There's nothing there, Lila. It's just your imagination." She shook her head vehemently, her little hand clutching mine with surprising strength. "No, Mama. It's real." That night, I stayed by her side until she fell asleep, her breathing slow and steady. My thoughts were a tangled mess of concern and disbelief as I watched the moonlight crawl across the floor, painting the room in silvery hues. The disturbances became more frequent. Lila's diary was filled with entries that spoke of the shadow's persistence, its presence growing more tangible with each passing day. I began to see changes in myself as well. Sleep eluded me, my dreams haunted by faceless silhouettes and hushed whispers. I felt a presence in the house, a sensation of being watched that I couldn't quite shake. I tried to reason it away, to attribute it to stress or the change of seasons. But deep down, I knew there was something more, something that I couldn't explain. The air in the house felt charged, like the moments before a storm when the world holds its breath. Then came the night that changed everything. I had fallen into a fitful sleep, only to be woken by a soft cry. It was Lila. I rushed to her room, my heart pounding in my chest. She was sitting up in bed, her eyes wide and tears streaming down her cheeks. "Mama, it touched me," she whimpered, pointing to the corner with a shaking finger. I felt a cold dread seep into my bones, the kind that only a parent feels when their child is in distress. I turned to the corner, half expecting to see the shadow she spoke of. But there was nothing, just the oppressive darkness, thick and unyielding. I gathered her in my arms, her small frame trembling against me. "It's okay, sweetheart. You're safe," I murmured, though the words felt hollow. Even to me, that night, I slept in a chair by her bed, my senses on high alert. The darkness seemed to press in around us, a living, breathing entity that watched and waited. Morning came, bringing with it an uneasy peace. Lila's fear lingered, palpable and raw. I decided to take action, to do whatever it took to rid us of this unseen menace. I scoured the internet, seeking advice and solutions, anything that might offer relief. I spoke to friends, family, even a local historian who knew the tales of the old house. But the answers were elusive, slipping through my fingers like sand. My desperation grew, fueled by the escalating tension in our home. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and shadows stretched their fingers across the walls, I felt a resolve harden within me. I would confront this shadow, whatever it was, and end its hold over us. I sat in Lila's room, the diary open on my lap. The pages felt like a lifeline, a connection to my daughter's thoughts and fears. I read through the entries once more, searching for a clue, a hint of what we faced. It was then that I noticed something new, a symbol, drawn in the margins, repeated throughout the later entries. It was simple, almost childlike in its execution, yet there was an unsettling familiarity to it. I traced the symbol with my finger, its presence both comforting and disquieting. It felt like a key, though to what, I couldn't say. That night, I waited in the darkness, the diary clasped in my hands. The house was still, the usual creaks and groans absent. I focused on the corner, willing myself to see what my daughter claimed to see. And then I felt it. A shift in the air, subtle yet profound. The shadows seemed to deepen, coalescing into a shape that hovered just beyond the edge of perception. My breath caught in my throat, fear a tangible thing that clawed at my insides. "Who are you?" I whispered, my voice barely more than a breath. The shape flickered, the darkness shifting like a living thing. There was no answer, only the oppressive weight of its presence, pressing down on me like a physical force. I clutched the diary tighter, the symbol burning in my mind. It felt like a key, an answer to a question unasked. I closed my eyes and focused, picturing it in my mind's eye, willing it to work. The room seemed to pulse with energy, the darkness receding ever so slightly. The air felt lighter, the oppressive weight lifting. I opened my eyes, the shadow gone, leaving only the familiar darkness of the room. Relief flooded through me, followed by exhaustion so deep it was almost painful. I sank back into the chair, my body trembling with the aftershocks of fear and adrenaline. In the days that followed, the atmosphere in our home shifted. The air felt cleaner, the relentless tension easing its grip. Lila's laughter returned, tentative at first, but growing stronger with each passing day. Yet, the diary remained, a testament to what we'd experienced. I kept it, tucked away in a drawer, a reminder of what lay unseen in the shadows. Life returned to a semblance of normalcy, but the memory lingered, tucked away in the corners of my mind. The fear of the unknown, of what might lurk just beyond our perception, stayed with me, a shadow of its own. I never told Lila of that night, of what I thought I saw or did. I told myself it was to protect her, but deep down, I knew it was more than that. It was a reminder. a reminder that some shadows are best left undisturbed, and that the unknown, while terrifying, is a part of life we must all learn to live with. And so, we did. We lived, laughed, and loved, all the while knowing that some things, once known, can never be truly forgotten. The house was a modest, two-story colonial structure, nestled at the end of a quiet cul-de-sac. It was the kind of place where routine was the main character, and surprises were rare guests. I had bought it with the intention of creating a warm and loving environment for my daughter, Lily, and I. The neighborhood was safe, serene, lined with oak trees that whispered to each other when the wind blew. The days were usually filled with a predictable rhythm: breakfast at 7, school at 8, and evenings spent in the living room, Lily's laughter echoing through the halls. The house, with its creaky wooden floors and sunlit rooms, felt like a sanctuary. Our mornings began in a flurry of activity. I made breakfast while Lily, a spirited 7-year-old with a head full of dreams and questions, chattered about her plans for the day. Her energy was infectious. I often found myself smiling at her antics, even when they involved marching through the house in mismatched socks, or crafting elaborate stories about the imaginary friends that lived under her bed. Everything had a comforting simplicity until that one peculiar morning when everything shifted. Lily was up earlier than usual, which was a surprise in itself. She was standing in the hallway, staring intently at the wall. Her small hand was pressed flat against the surface, her eyes filled with a kind of curiosity I hadn't seen before. I called her name, but she didn't respond immediately. It was as if she were listening to a whisper only she could hear. When she finally turned to face me, her expression was one of puzzlement, but she didn't seem frightened. "Daddy, there's something here," she said, her voice a hushed whisper, as though she was sharing a secret. "What do you mean, sweetheart?" I asked, walking over to her. The wall she was touching was ordinary, painted a soft eggshell white, adorned only by a family photo from a perfect summer day spent at the lake. "I don't know," she replied, her eyes wide with wonder. "It feels warm, like it's breathing." I chuckled softly, not wanting to dismiss her imagination outright, but also not believing that anything was truly amiss. "Maybe it's just the morning sun warming the wall," I suggested, ruffling her hair playfully. "Come on, let's get breakfast." She hesitated, an unusual pause for a child always eager to start her day. But then, with a fleeting glance at the wall, she followed me to the kitchen. I thought nothing of it at the time. Children have imaginations that run wild, and I assumed this was just another tale in her ever-expanding library of wonders. The next few days passed uneventfully, but I noticed Lily's growing fascination with that particular section of the hallway. She would linger there, fingers trailing over the wall, her face a mask of concentration. I would catch glimpses of her murmuring to it, her words too soft to discern. I told myself it was harmless, a child's innocent curiosity. But doubt began to creep into my mind when she started waking up in the middle of the night, wandering to the hallway with sleepy eyes and determined steps. It was on the 4th night of these strange occurrences that I heard her voice. clear and steady as I lay in bed. She was talking in her sleep, or at least that's what I told myself as I rose quietly to check on her. When I reached the hallway, I found her standing there, her hand once again pressed firmly against the wall. "Lily," I called softly. She turned to me, her eyes open but somehow not seeing. "It wants me to stay," she said, her voice an eerie monotone that sent a shiver down my spine. A chill ran through me, irrational fear clawing at the edges of my mind. I moved quickly to her side and gently pulled her hand away from the wall. Her skin was cold to the touch. "Let's go back to bed, honey," I urged, trying to keep my voice calm. She allowed me to guide her back to her room, but her gaze lingered over her shoulder, fixed on the wall as though it were a living entity. I watched her until she fell asleep, her breathing deep and even. But sleep did not come easily for me that night. The following day, I resolved to examine the wall. There had to be some logical explanation. Perhaps a draft, a crack in the plaster, something that might capture a child's imagination. I spent the afternoon tapping and prodding, even using a flashlight to inspect every inch of the surface. Yet, it revealed nothing. It was just a wall. As dusk settled in, painting the hallway in muted hues, Lily approached me again. This time, her demeanor was different, more urgent. "Daddy, it says I need to help it." I knelt down to meet her at eye level. "What does it say to you, Lily?" "It's lonely. It wants to be my friend," she explained, her voice small yet steady. A sense of unease coiled in my stomach. I tried to rationalize. Maybe she was lonely. Maybe this was her way of creating company. But something about her words, the conviction in her young voice, stirred a primal fear within me. That night, I decided to keep watch. I settled into an armchair in the living room, where I had a clear view of the hallway. It was a long, restless vigil, punctuated by the occasional creak of settling wood and the soft ticking of the clock. Sometime after midnight, Lily's door creaked open and she emerged, moving with a sense of purpose. I called out to her, but she didn't respond. She was in a trance-like state, her small frame illuminated by the silvery moonlight seeping through the windows. She stopped in front of the wall, her hand reaching out as if drawn by an invisible force. Then something extraordinary happened. Her hand sank into the wall as if it were made of water. I was on my feet instantly, a cry caught in my throat, unable to comprehend what I was witnessing. She didn't flinch or pull back. Instead, she seemed to relax, as though she were greeting an old friend. "Lily," I called, my voice trembling. She looked back at me, eyes glazed, unfocused. "It's okay, Daddy. It's home now." I reached for her, my heart pounding, my mind filled with frantic thoughts. When I touched her shoulder, she seemed to awaken, blinking slowly as if coming out of a deep sleep. Her hand withdrew from the wall, and she turned to me, confusion flickering across her face. "Daddy, what happened?" she asked, her voice small and scared. I pulled her into my arms, feeling her heart beat against my chest. "It's all right, sweetheart," I whispered. "It's all right." We spent the rest of the night huddled together on the couch, the wall looming in the periphery of my vision, a silent sentinel. The dawn brought no answers, only more questions, and a growing sense of dread. In the days that followed, I noticed changes in Lily. She was quieter, introspective, her laughter less frequent, her gaze often drifting to the hallway. The wall had become an unspoken presence in our lives, a shadow that loomed over our daily routines. I referred to articles and books, trying to find something, anything, that could explain what was happening. I considered specialists, therapists, even paranormal experts. But fear of being labeled paranoid or negligent held me back. I was a parent desperate for answers, caught between skepticism and the terrifying possibility that something beyond my understanding was at play. The more I tried to distance Lily from the wall, the stronger the pull seemed to become. She would stand by it for hours, murmuring soft conversations, as if locked in communion with an unseen entity. The air around that part of the hallway felt different, heavier, charged with an energy I couldn't explain. One evening, as the sky turned dark, I heard her scream. It was a sound that ripped through the house, scattering my thoughts, sending me racing to her side. I found her in the hallway, her hand once again embedded in the wall. But this time, she was pulling against it, her face twisted in fear. "It won't let go," she cried, tears streaming down her cheeks. I grasped her shoulder, pulling with all my strength, panic tightening my chest. Her hand felt welded to the wall, as if it had become a part of it. Just as my desperation peaked, she stumbled backward, her hand free, leaving behind a faint hand-shaped indentation in the plaster. We sat on the floor, breathless and shaken, my arms wrapped protectively around her. I could feel her heart racing against her rib cage, a mirrored reflection of the turmoil inside me. "I don't want to go back," she whispered, her voice barely audible. "You won't have to," I assured her, the words more a promise to myself than to her. The indentation on the wall faded over the next few hours, leaving no trace of the night's events. But the memory lingered, vivid and inescapable. I moved Lily's bed into my room, determined to keep her away from the hallway, from whatever malevolent force dwelled there. Weeks passed, and the house seemed to hold its breath, as if waiting. The wall remained a silent fixture, benign in appearance but fraught with an ominous presence. I avoided it, avoided looking at it, listening to it, fearing that it might call to Lily again. Slowly, the nightmares that haunted her began to fade. Her laughter returned, hesitant at first, but growing stronger with each passing day. She no longer spoke of the wall, and in time, I hoped she had forgotten about it. But I couldn't shake the feeling that it was merely dormant, waiting for an opportune moment to reawaken. Despite my efforts to maintain normalcy, a sense of unease lingered. I often found myself stopping in the hallway, my eyes drawn to that innocuous stretch of wall. I would reach out, hover my hand over the surface, feeling a chill that defied the warmth of the house. I knew it was irrational, but the fear was real, a constant companion in the back of my mind. I considered moving, uprooting our lives to escape the intangible grip of the hallway. But the thought of leaving our home, our memories, was daunting. I had spent hours decorating Lily's room, painting it in bright colors, filling it with love and hope. I didn't want to abandon that, not if I could help it. I took precautions, installing new locks, setting up cameras, anything that might provide peace of mind. But deep down, I knew that walls could not contain what was beyond understanding. Yet, I clung to the fragile hope that vigilance and love would be enough. Lily continued to thrive, growing stronger, more vibrant. Her nightmares ceased, her laughter brightening our home once more. But I remained watchful, wary of the quiet that had settled over us. I couldn't shake the feeling that the wall was watching, waiting. Our lives moved forward, as lives tend to do, carrying with them the echoes of past fears. And though the wall remained silent, I knew that some doors, once opened, never fully close. The invisible threads of its presence were woven into the fabric of our existence, a reminder of the unknown forces that lurk just beyond the veil of the ordinary. One day, as I watched Lily play in the yard, her laughter ringing out in the crisp autumn air, I allowed myself to hope. Hope that we had overcome the darkness that once threatened to swallow us whole. Hope that the wall, and whatever lay beyond it, was truly behind us. But as dusk settled and the shadows lengthened, I caught a glimpse of her, standing by the wall, her hand hovering just above its surface. It was a fleeting moment, gone in the blink of an eye, but it was enough to send a chill through me. She turned to me, her eyes meeting mine, a silent understanding passing between us. Together, we stepped away, leaving the wall to its silent vigil, a part of our past that lingered in the quiet corners of our minds. And though I couldn't see it, I could feel its presence, a constant reminder that some mysteries are never fully solved. They simply become a part of who we are, etched into the walls of our memories, whispering their secrets in the language of shadows and dreams. The evening settled over the town like a heavy velvet curtain, deepening the shadows in my small living room. I had just settled into the well-worn comfort of my brown leather armchair, ready to lose myself in the pages of a dog-eared novel that had been my companion for the better part of a week. The room was quiet, the kind of quiet that wraps around you like a warm blanket, soothing and serene. My cat, Jasper, lay sprawled on the windowsill, his eyes half closed, lulled by the gentle rhythm of the neighborhood beyond. It was a typical autumn evening. The air was crisp with the promise of approaching winter. The faint aroma of fallen leaves and distant wood smoke wafted in through the open window, mingling with the subtle scent of brewing coffee emanating from the kitchen. The world outside seemed like a distant, gentle hum, reduced to a soft murmur by the walls of my home. But then, that serene calm was disrupted by the unexpected ring of my doorbell. The sound was sharp and jarring, slicing through the tranquility like a knife. I hesitated for a moment, puzzled. I hadn't been expecting anyone, and it was an unusual hour for visitors. Jasper lifted his head, ears twitching with mild interest, before returning to his languid repose. Curiosity piqued, I set the book aside, marking my place with a folded corner, and moved to the front door. The glow of the porch light cast an amber halo over the small foyer as I peered through the peephole. There, standing in the fading light, was a delivery man. He held a large pizza box, the logo of a local pizzeria emblazoned in bright red. I didn't recall ordering pizza, but then again, perhaps I had made some absent-minded mistake. The humdrum of daily life had a way of blurring the lines between intentions and actions. Opening the door, I was greeted by the delivery man's polite nod. He was nondescript, with a cap pulled low over his brow, obscuring most of his features. "Evening," he said, his voice a monotone drawl. "Everything pizza. Delivery for you." I blinked in surprise. "I think there's been a mistake," I replied, glancing at the box. "I didn't order any pizza." The delivery man shrugged, unfazed. "It's already been paid for," he insisted, extending the box towards me. I hesitated, a small frown creasing my brow. My hand reached out almost instinctively, accepting the box. It was warm beneath my fingers, the aroma of melted cheese and a myriad of toppings drifting up to meet me. There was something unusually compelling about it, an allure that was hard to pinpoint, but impossible to ignore. "Have a good night," the delivery man said curtly, turning on his heel before I could protest further. I watched him retreat into the shadows, his figure dissolving into the obscurity of the night. Perplexed but unwilling to let a perfectly good pizza go to waste, I carried the box back into the living room. Setting it down on the coffee table, I lifted the lid. Inside, the pie was a kaleidoscope of ingredients. Everything imaginable adorned its surface. Peppers, mushrooms, olives, pepperoni, sausage, onions, and more, all nestled atop a bubbling sea of cheese. As I surveyed the pizza, I couldn't shake an odd sensation, a prickle at the back of my neck that was both familiar and foreign. But the scent was intoxicating, the warmth of the pizza comforting against the coolness that had settled in the house. Besides, a free meal was a welcome surprise on any occasion. I took a slice, the cheese stretching in gooey strands, as I pulled it free. The first bite was a riot of flavors, each distinct yet blending into a harmonious whole. It was delicious, almost unnervingly so. I found myself reaching for another slice, and then another, each one as irresistible as the last. As I ate, the room seemed to shift subtly around me. The shadows deepened, elongating in ways that defied the logic of the soft lamplight. The walls seemed to breathe, expanding and contracting in a slow and steady rhythm. A whisper of sound danced at the edges of my consciousness, too faint to discern but persistent in its presence. I paused mid-bite, the unease from earlier returning with a vengeance. Jasper, who had been watching me with a lazy eye, suddenly perked up, his gaze fixed on a point just over my shoulder. His fur bristled, and a low growl rumbled in his throat, a sound I had never heard him make before. Heart thumping, I placed the half-eaten slice back in the box and turned slowly. The room was unchanged, yet it felt different, as if the very air had taken on a life of its own. The whispering sound grew louder, forming a chorus of unintelligible murmurs that seemed to come from nowhere and everywhere at once. I shook my head, trying to dispel the odd sensation. It was just a pizza, I told myself, a strange but delicious dinner that had arrived unexpectedly. Perhaps my imagination was running wild, fueled by the eerie quiet of the night. But as I sat there, the murmurs continued, weaving through the fabric of the room like an unseen current. Sleep eluded me that night. Even as I lay in bed, the echo of those whispers lingered, slipping through the cracks of consciousness each time I drifted towards slumber. They were elusive, always on the verge of clarity, but never quite revealing themselves. It was disconcerting, unsettling enough to keep my eyes open long into the night. The following day dawned with a heavy overcast sky, the kind that seemed to press down upon the world, dulling colors and muffling sounds. I went about my morning routine with a sense of detachment, my thoughts snagging on the peculiar events of the previous night. The pizza box remained on the coffee table, a silent testament to my curiosity and the subsequent unease it had wrought. As I prepared breakfast, I found myself glancing towards the living room repeatedly, expecting, or perhaps fearing, some change. Jasper, ever intuitive, followed me around with an unusual vigilance, his eyes never straying far from my own. The day passed in a blur of mundane tasks, each movement tinged with the lingering apprehension that shadowed my thoughts. The world outside continued its ceaseless motion, oblivious to the strange undercurrent that had taken hold within my home. The whispers were absent during the day, a fact that should have reassured me, but instead heightened my anticipation for their return. Evening arrived with the same inexorable certainty as the night before. As darkness crept in, the sense of unease intensified, a tangible presence that hovered just beyond the edges of perception. I considered disposing of the pizza, but a part of me hesitated, drawn inexplicably to its mystery. When the doorbell rang again, I nearly jumped out of my skin. The sudden jolt broke the spell of my thoughts, and I went to the door with a mixture of apprehension and curiosity. There, once again, was a delivery man, although this one was different from the last. He wore the same uniform, his face partially obscured by the shadow of his cap. "Another delivery for you," he said, his voice flat and devoid of emotion. He held out another pizza box, identical to the one from the previous night. I opened my mouth to protest, but he was gone before I could utter a word, disappearing into the night as swiftly and silently as the one before. I stood there, bewildered, the new box heavy in my hands. This time, I approached the pizza with caution, setting it beside the first on the coffee table. Jasper sat at my feet, his tail flicking back and forth in an agitated rhythm. I lifted the lid, already expecting what I would find. The pizza was identical to the first, an everything pizza, its surface a chaotic blend of toppings. But this time, there was something else. A note. It was tucked under the edge of the box, a small slip of paper that bore a single, enigmatic line. "The feast begins when the hunger never ends." A chill ran down my spine as I read the words, their meaning as cryptic as the events that had unfolded. The whispers returned, rising in a crescendo of sound that filled the room, an ethereal symphony that defied comprehension. I backed away slowly, my mind racing. There was something at play here, something beyond the realm of reason and logic. The pizzas, the whispers, the unnerving sense of being watched. It all wove together into a tapestry of dread. That night, sleep was a distant memory. The whispers were relentless, a cacophony of sound that ebbed and flowed like the tide, drowning out any hope of rest. I lay in bed, staring at the ceiling, my heart a relentless drumbeat in the silence. The following days unfolded in a similar pattern. Each evening brought a new delivery, each pizza accompanied by a new note, each more cryptic than the last. The whispers grew in intensity, their presence a constant haunting accompaniment to my days and nights. My world had narrowed to the confines of my home, the outside a distant memory overshadowed by the dark intrigue that had taken root in my life. The notes were varied, each one a piece of a puzzle that eluded understanding. In the hollow of night, the answers lie. A choice once made cannot be unmade. Each phrase sent a shiver through me, their meanings tantalizingly close, yet always just out of reach. I became consumed by the mystery, drawn deeper into its web with each passing day. Sleep-deprived and worn thin by the relentless tension, I scoured the internet for answers, searching for any hint of a connection, any explanation for the inexplicable. But there was nothing, no record of similar occurrences, no mention of cursed pizzas or whispering shadows. One evening, as I stared at the latest delivery, a realization struck me with the force of a physical blow. Each pizza was a reflection of my own desires, my own cravings manifested in edible form. The everything pizza, a metaphor for my insatiable curiosity, my hunger for answers that seemed forever out of reach. The understanding brought with it a new sense of dread, a fear that had been lurking just beneath the surface. The whispers were not just noise, they were voices, a chorus of unseen watchers who reveled in my perplexity. The pizzas were a conduit, a way for them to reach me, to ensnare me in their web. As I faced this revelation, something shifted within me. A resolve, a determination to break free of the cycle that had ensnared me. I gathered the pizzas, the boxes stacked in a precarious tower, and carried them to the back door. The air was cold and still, the night holding its breath as I stepped out into the yard. There, beneath the pale light of the moon, I set the boxes down, their presence a weight that pressed upon me. The whispers rose to a fever pitch, a cacophony that threatened to overwhelm my senses, but I stood firm, my heart a steady rhythm that anchored me to the moment. With deliberate care, I opened the boxes, one by one, and scattered the pizzas across the ground. The toppings blended into a mosaic of color, the cheese glistening in the moonlight. The whispers reached a crescendo, a final, desperate plea that echoed through the night. And then, as if a switch had been flipped, silence fell. The air was still, the world holding its breath in anticipation. I stood there, the chill of the night seeping into my bones, waiting for some sign, some indication that the ordeal was over. But there was nothing, only the quiet, the gentle rustle of leaves in the breeze. I turned back to the house, leaving the scattered remnants of the pizzas behind. Inside, the air felt different, lighter, as if a weight had been lifted. Jasper greeted me at the door, his purr a comforting rumble that eased the tension from my shoulders. I sank into the armchair, exhaustion finally claiming its due. The whispers were gone, their presence a fading memory that lingered at the edges of my mind. As sleep finally claimed me, I knew the strangest chapter of my life had come to a close. But the fear remained, a shadow that lurked in the corners of my thoughts. The world was unchanged, yet I was not. The memory of the pizzas, the whispers, the nights spent in restless anticipation, they were a part of me now, a reminder of the unknown that lies just beyond the edges of perception. I had faced the darkness and emerged, but the question remained: had I truly broken free? Or was this just another turn in the labyrinth? The fear was no longer a thing to be banished. It was a companion, a reminder of the mysteries that linger in the shadows, always watching, always waiting. I had always been the kind of person who enjoyed taking the less traveled paths. It was a quirk I cultivated, often seeking out the peculiar and the uncharted. So, when I took the job at Mario's Pizza, it wasn't just for the money. It was a curiosity-driven decision, an opportunity to wander through the winding streets of my town, delivering hot slices of delight to hungry customers. Most nights were uneventful. I'd navigate familiar roads, pass through neighborhoods I'd come to know, like the back of my hand, and exchange pleasantries with regulars who'd grown accustomed to my presence. But one night, a particularly foggy Friday, I received a delivery order that took me to Tenor Street, a place I had never ventured before. I asked around, hoping my colleagues might have some insights into the area, but they merely shrugged, as if disinclined to discuss it. With the pizza box warming my passenger seat, I set off into the fog. The mist coiled around my car like a living creature, obscuring the road ahead and transforming familiar shapes into eerie silhouettes. Tenor Street wasn't marked on any map I checked. It wasn't far from the main thoroughfares, yet it felt isolated, tucked away from the bustling suburban life I was used to. The street appeared suddenly, a narrow lane flanked by dense, shadowy trees, whose branches stretched toward the sky like bony fingers. I drove slowly, the car's headlights slicing through the fog to reveal glimpses of crumbling pavement and overgrown hedgerows. There was an unsettling stillness in the air, a quiet that pressed upon my ears and made the gentle hum of my engine feel like a roar. I checked the delivery address again. An old, dilapidated house stood at the end of the street. Its facade was hidden behind thick ivy, and its windows were dark, as if the house itself were holding its breath, waiting for something to happen. I parked the car and grabbed the pizza, hesitating for a moment as I glanced around. There were no signs of life, no welcoming porch lights or barking dogs, just the oppressive silence and the cold, creeping fog. I shook off the unease and approached the house, my footsteps echoing ominously on the wooden steps of the porch. I rang the doorbell, a shrill sound that seemed to reverberate through the dense air. As I waited, I noticed something peculiar, a feeling of being watched, as if eyes were peering at me from the darkness beyond the trees. I shook my head, dismissing the sensation as a trick of the light and my own overactive imagination. The door swung open, and I was greeted by a man who looked as though he had stepped out of another time. His clothes were worn and frayed, his hair a wild tangle of gray. "Pizza's here," I said, offering a smile that felt strained. The man looked at me with eyes that seemed too large for his face, and nodded. "Thank you," he replied in a voice that was surprisingly soft, almost melodic. He handed me a few crumpled bills and took the pizza, his fingers brushing mine for a moment, a touch that felt unnaturally cold. I turned to leave, eager to be away from the strange house and its enigmatic occupant. As I stepped off the porch, a rustling sound caught my attention. I paused, straining to hear through the fog, but the noise was gone as quickly as it had come. I shrugged it off and returned to my car, eager to complete my shift and head home. But as I drove back down Tenor Street, the feeling of being watched persisted, growing stronger with each passing second. I glanced in the rearview mirror, half expecting to see a shadowy figure trailing behind. The street, however, remained deserted, and I told myself I was being ridiculous. Over the next few days, I couldn't shake the experience. It lingered in the back of my mind, a small, persistent itch that refused to be ignored. Deliveries to Tenor Street became a regular occurrence, and each visit deepened my unease. The man at the dilapidated house was always there, always waiting with those two large eyes and the chilling touch. I began to notice other things too. Whispered voices in the fog, fleeting shadows at the edge of my vision, and that ever-present sensation of being watched. One night, as I prepared for another delivery to the house on Tenor Street, a coworker pulled me aside. "Be careful out there," she said, her voice low and serious. "There's something strange about that place." I nodded, unsure of what to say. Her words mirrored the unspoken fears that had been growing within me, and I felt a chill run down my spine. Nevertheless, I set out once more, determined to complete my task quickly and return to the warmth and safety of the pizzeria. As I approached the house, the fog seemed thicker than ever, swirling around my car in an almost deliberate manner. I felt an overwhelming sense of dread, as if I were about to cross a line I couldn't return from. I parked the car and took a moment to steady my nerves before grabbing the pizza and stepping into the cold night air. This time, the porch light was on, casting an unnatural glow that only served to accentuate the darkness surrounding it. I rang the doorbell, and the door opened almost immediately. The man stood there, his eyes even more piercing in the light. I handed him the pizza and turned to leave, eager to escape his unnerving presence. But as I stepped off the porch, I heard a voice, a perfect mimicry of my own, call out to me from the darkness. "Wait!" I froze, my heart pounding in my chest. The voice echoed in the fog, bouncing off the trees and surrounding me. I turned slowly, my mind struggling to process the impossibility of what I'd just heard. The man was standing in the doorway, unmoving, a slight smile playing on his lips. "Who's there?" I called, my voice trembling. The fog seemed to shift, and I caught a glimpse of something, a shape, a figure indistinct and elusive, hovering at the edge of my vision. It called out again, using my voice with eerie precision. The sound was wrong, twisted, as if it had been filtered through layers of darkness and deceit. I backed away, panic rising in my throat. My instincts screamed at me to run, to flee this place and never look back. But curiosity tugged at me, a dangerous allure that compelled me to take one more step into the unknown. The figure in the fog seemed to sense my hesitation. It shifted, revealing more of itself, a form that defied logic, a monstrous entity whose features eluded clarity. It moved with a grace that belied its size, slipping through the mist with unsettling ease. "Come closer," it beckoned, the voice now a twisted amalgamation of my own and something else, something ancient and unearthly. Fear and fascination warred within me, each pulling me in opposite directions. I took a shaky breath, feeling the cold air fill my lungs and ground me in the reality of the situation. Whatever this thing was, it was using mimicry, trying to lure me into its grasp. In the distance, I heard the sound of a car engine, my salvation, a reminder of the world beyond this haunted street. I turned on my heel and ran, ignoring the creature's calls and the man's watchful gaze. The fog seemed to clutch at my limbs, slowing my progress and sapping my strength. But I pushed through, driven by a primal need to survive. I reached my car and fumbled with the keys, my hands shaking uncontrollably. The engine roared to life, and I sped away, leaving Tenor Street and its dark mysteries behind. As I drove, the sensation of being watched began to fade, replaced by relief and an overwhelming desire to put as much distance as possible between myself and that cursed place. In the days that followed, I tried to make sense of what I'd experienced. I questioned my sanity, replayed the events in my mind, and wondered if the fog had somehow played tricks on me. But deep down, I knew the truth. There was something lurking on Tenor Street, something old and malevolent, using mimicry to ensnare the unwary. I never returned to Tenor Street after that night. I made excuses, swapped shifts, and eventually left the job at Mario's Pizza altogether. Life moved on, and the memories faded into the background, a ghost story I rarely spoke of. Yet the fear lingered, a shadow that followed me wherever I went. Even now, I sometimes catch glimpses of movement in the fog, hear voices in the night that sound unnervingly familiar. And in those moments, I remember the creature on Tenor Street, waiting in the darkness, ready to wear the skin of its next victim. The night started like any other. I sat in my favorite old armchair, a remnant of my college days, now residing in the corner of my cramped living room. The fabric was worn and frayed, a testament to countless late-night study sessions and nostalgic reminiscences. A soft glow from the lamp bathed the room in a warm golden hue, offering a comforting contrast to the chill of the autumn air that crept through the cracked window panes. Outside, the wind rustled through the trees lining Wilhelmina Drive, sending a cascade of leaves skittering across the pavement like a murmuring, unseen crowd. It was a quiet neighborhood, one where the most exciting event was the weekly garbage collection. I had always found solace in its predictability, the serene rhythm of suburban life, offering a counterpoint to the chaos that often swirled in my mind. That night, as I sipped from a mug of herbal tea, I allowed my thoughts to drift aimlessly. The ticking of the clock marked time at an agonizingly slow pace, each second pulling me further into a meditative state. I was on the verge of slipping into a peaceful doze when a peculiar sensation washed over me, a sudden and inexplicable feeling of being observed. I shook the thought from my mind, dismissing it as a trick of fatigue. Yet, as I glanced toward the window, the shadow of movement caught my eye. It was brief, almost too quick to process, a flash of light darting between the trees. I leaned forward, squinting to pierce the darkness outside. Nothing. Just the whispering leaves and the soft glow of streetlights casting their nets over the asphalt. Muttering under my breath, I dismissed it again, attributing the disturbance to my overactive imagination. It was a defense mechanism, one that I had honed over years of suppressing inconvenient truths. I returned to my armchair, drawing a blanket over my legs, and attempted to recapture the elusive serenity that had just been within reach. A sharp beep from my phone interrupted my efforts. Its screen glowed brightly, an unexpected text message from an unknown number. I frowned as I read the words. "Stay away from Wilhelmina Drive tonight." A chill settled over me, more profound than any caused by the creeping autumn air. The words were simple, yet brimming with an understated urgency that demanded attention. I grappled with the message, attempting to reconcile its warning with the mundanity of my life. Wilhelmina Drive was just a road, a harmless artery of suburban life that led to the supermarket, the park, and the quiet peace of my evening walks. It was ridiculous to think of it as a source of danger, yet the warning lingered, seeping into my thoughts like a slow poison. Despite the logical part of my mind arguing against it, curiosity tugged at my senses, urging me to investigate. I resisted at first, trying to distract myself with television and meaningless internet browsing. But the allure of the unknown, of the bizarre warning, was too powerful to ignore. As the hours ticked by, I finally succumbed to its pull. I grabbed my coat, a thin barrier against the night's chill, and slipped my feet into a pair of worn sneakers. My mind raced with the possibilities of what I might encounter, everything from a simple prank to something more sinister. As I stepped out onto the porch, the air was crisp and clear, the kind that invigorated the senses and heightened awareness. Wilhelmina Drive was barely a block away, and as I approached, I noticed that the street was eerily quiet. No cars passed, no laughter from nearby houses, just the persistent rustle of the trees. I hesitated at the entrance to the street, the memory of the text message pulsing in my mind like a warning beacon. Yet, instead of turning back, I began to walk. The road stretched before me, a winding path of shadows and light. I felt an unsettling weight settle over me, as if I had crossed an invisible threshold into a world where the familiar rules no longer applied. I walked slowly, my footsteps muffled by fallen leaves, the sound barely registering in the expansive silence. As I made my way down the street, I noticed something peculiar. A car parked at the curb, its interior dark and silent. It was an old model, its paint faded and peeling, something that seemed out of place even in this quiet neighborhood. I felt a strange compulsion to approach it, my curiosity overriding the instinct to retreat. When I reached the car, I peered into the window, seeing nothing but shadows. I circled it, my breath forming clouds in the cold air, the uncomfortable sense that I was being watched, returning with greater intensity. Suddenly, the headlights flickered to life, their beams cutting through the darkness with startling clarity. The car roared to life, engine revving as if in response to an unseen command. I stumbled back, my heart pounding in my chest. The car lurched forward slightly, then stopped, the headlights blinking insistently. It was then that I realized the pattern. 3 quick flashes, a pause, then 3 more. A signal, a warning. I remembered the urban legend my friend had once told me about. A car that warned of impending danger. A spectral driver with a penchant for saving lives. But this was no comforting legend. The flashes were urgent, insistent, and I could feel the pulse of danger in the air. An unseen threat, lurking just beyond my perception. As I backed away, the car's headlights continued their cryptic dance, a silent alarm that sent chills down my spine. Panicked, I turned and ran, the rhythmic pounding of my feet echoing down the deserted street. I didn't stop until I reached the sanctuary of my porch, the door slamming shut behind me with a finality that seemed to cut off the chaos outside. I leaned against it, my breath coming in ragged gasps, heart still racing from the adrenaline coursing through my veins. Back inside, I paced the small confines of my living room, my mind grappling with the events I had just witnessed. The car, the warning flashes, it was all too surreal, too reminiscent of a horror movie trope come to life. Yet, no amount of logical reasoning could dispel the lingering fear that had settled into the pit of my stomach. Sleep was elusive that night. Each creak of the floorboards, each sigh of the wind outside, sent my imagination spiraling into overdrive. I lay in bed, staring at the ceiling, my mind replaying the events over and over, like a broken record. The warning had felt so personal, so directed, and the question of why still haunted me. By morning, the world had returned to its usual mundane state. The sun filtered through the curtains, casting a warm glow that felt almost mocking in its normalcy. I hesitated before venturing outside again, my steps tentative as I surveyed the street from my front porch. Wilhelmina Drive was as I had left it, serene, unbothered by the supernatural drama that had unfolded the night before. The car was gone, leaving behind no evidence of its eerie message. I half hoped to see it parked where it had been, to find some proof that it hadn't all been a figment of my imagination. Days turned into weeks, and I found myself unable to shake the experience. It lurked at the edges of my consciousness, a question mark hanging over the fabric of my reality. I became hyper-aware of every detail on Wilhelmina Drive, scrutinizing every parked car, every shadow, for signs of the sinister presence I had encountered. As I settled back into my routine, the warning that had once filled my thoughts began to fade, replaced by the demands of daily life. Yet, every so often, I would catch a glimpse of something out of the corner of my eye, a flash of light, a shadow darting between the trees, and my heart would leap into my throat, the memory of that night returning with gut-wrenching clarity. I never did discover the source of the warning or the unseen threat it had promised. The car remained an enigma, its intentions as elusive as the shadows that danced along Wilhelmina Drive. But the experience left its mark, a reminder of the thin veil between the world we know and the strange, inexplicable events that lurk just beyond our grasp. In the quiet moments, when the wind whispered through the trees and the night stretched endlessly before me, I would find myself wondering about the car and its spectral driver. What had they seen? What danger had they perceived that had prompted their cryptic message? And perhaps more unsettlingly, would they return? The questions lingered, unanswered, a spectral presence haunting the corners of my mind. I had no choice but to live with the uncertainty, to accept the reality that sometimes the world holds secrets it refuses to share. The experience had changed me, leaving me both wary and strangely grateful for the warning that had come in the form of flickering headlights on a quiet suburban street. It was a reminder of the unknown, of the mysteries that lay hidden in the ordinary and the extraordinary alike. And though I had returned to my life, the comforting illusion of safety restored, the memory of that night on Wilhelmina Drive would forever cast its long, eerie shadow. It was the kind of evening when the air felt thick with the promise of rain, even as the skies remained obstinately clear. The sun was setting behind a horizon of jagged trees, painting the sky in hues of orange and violet. I had just returned from my daily jog around the neighborhood, a quiet enclave on the outskirts of town, where houses were spaced generously apart, each with its own stretch of land. Our driveway, a winding path lined with towering oaks, had always felt like a secure cocoon, safely nestling our home from the busy world beyond. Life in this part of town was predictably serene, almost idyllic in its isolation. The only sounds that occasionally broke the silence were the rustling leaves and the distant chirp of crickets. My wife, Emily, and I had moved here a few years ago, craving a retreat from the relentless pace of the city. Our evenings were typically spent in peaceful companionship, her nose buried in a book while I toiled away at my desk, papers sprawled before me. It was a comforting monotony, one that we both cherished deeply. That evening, however, a sense of unease began to creep in, as faint as the first tremors of an earthquake. As I settled into my evening routine, Emily called out from the living room, her voice tinged with curiosity. "Did you notice the car parked at the end of our driveway?" I hadn't. My mind had been elsewhere, preoccupied with the lingering tasks of the day. But now that she mentioned it, a vague recollection surfaced, a fleeting glance at a darkened silhouette stationed just beyond the threshold of our property. It seemed out of place, like a smudge on a pristine canvas. "Probably just someone lost, checking their directions," I replied, though my words carried an edge of uncertainty. It wasn't uncommon for drivers to stray into our secluded corner, misled by unreliable GPS systems. Yet, something about the presence of that car nagged at me, refusing to be dismissed so easily. As the evening wore on, the car remained a stubborn fixture at the periphery of our world. Emily and I exchanged uneasy glances, each of us silently willing the other to suggest a course of action. Finally, I resolved to investigate, to confront this small anomaly before it could swell into a larger concern. The air outside was cooling rapidly, the first whispers of nightfall cutting through the remnants of warmth. I made my way down the driveway, each step crunching softly against the gravel. The vehicle stood still in the dim light, a nondescript sedan, colored a shade of blue so dark it appeared almost black. I approached it cautiously, feeling the pulse of my apprehension quicken. As I drew nearer, I noted with growing discomfort that the car appeared deserted. Its windows were up, obscuring any view inside, and the air around it was eerily still. I circled the vehicle, hesitant to touch it, as though it might spring to life at the slightest provocation. After another moment's hesitation, I knocked gently on the driver's side window. Silence. Not even the faintest stir from within. I peered through the glass, the interior shrouded in shadow, yielding nothing but uncertainty. For reasons I couldn't quite articulate, a shiver raced down my spine. Returning to the house, I found Emily waiting anxiously by the door. Her expression mirrored my own mounting unease. "No one in the car," I said, attempting to sound more confident than I felt. Maybe they went for a walk or needed to clear their head. But as the words left my lips, their implausibility struck me. Who would choose to wander down a secluded driveway in the gathering dark, leaving their car unguarded and locked? The question lingered, a specter hovering between us as the evening deepened into night. The hours slipped by in oppressive silence, the clock ticking with a rhythm that seemed louder than usual. We tried to resume our routines, but our attention kept straying back to the window, to the dark shape that loomed at the edge of our property. Sleep came reluctantly that night, filled with nebulous dreams that dissolved into blackness as soon as I awoke. When morning arrived, it brought with it a chill that seeped into our bones. Emily and I exchanged wary glances over breakfast, the unspoken question hanging between us: was the car still there? I ventured outside once more, the morning light casting long shadows across the grass. There it was, unmoved, like a sentinel watching over our home. My resolve hardened. This time, I intended to get some answers. Returning to the car, I tried the doors, finding them locked fast. A closer inspection revealed nothing new. No clues, no signs of who might own this vehicle or why it had been abandoned here. But as I leaned against the driver's side door, a flicker of movement caught my eye. Something small and white was peeking from beneath the windshield wiper. With growing curiosity, I extracted the object, a folded piece of paper, slightly yellowed with age. It felt oddly out of place, as though it belonged to a different time. Unfolding it carefully, I found a single line scrawled in an untidy hand. "The truth lies within." A cryptic message, offering neither explanation nor comfort. It was the kind of thing one might expect to find in a mystery novel, not in real life. Yet, there it was, undeniably real and profoundly unsettling. Emily listened intently as I recounted my discovery, her brow furrowing in thought. "What does it mean?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. "I don't know," I admitted, the weight of the unknown pressing down heavily upon us both. The rest of the day passed in an uneasy blur. We kept to our routines, but the presence of the car anchored us to a reality that felt increasingly surreal. I contacted the local authorities, hoping they might shed some light on the enigma. They promised to send someone to investigate, but warned that it might take time, given the area's low priority. As afternoon gave way to evening, we found ourselves once more peering out the window, our gaze drawn inexorably to the car. A sense of vigilance took root in our hearts, each of us on edge, waiting for something, anything, to break the tension that had wrapped itself around our lives. The following day dawned gray and overcast, a cold wind sweeping across the landscape. True to their word, the police arrived mid-morning, 2 officers stepping out of their patrol car with an air of deliberate calm. I greeted them, explaining the situation as best I could. They nodded, asked a few cursory questions, and then proceeded to inspect the mysterious vehicle. We watched from a distance as they worked, their movements methodical, professional. They checked the doors, the windows, attempting to glean some information from the nondescript car. Finally, one of the officers retrieved a set of tools, preparing to unlock the door. With a few deft movements, the lock clicked open and the door swung wide. The officers peered inside, their expressions unreadable. After a moment, they called us over, gesturing for us to join them. Apprehension coiled like a serpent in my gut as we approached. The interior of the car was disheveled, papers strewn across the seats, an empty water bottle rolling on the floor. But what caught my attention was a small, leather-bound notebook resting on the passenger seat, its surface worn with age. The officer handed it to me, his expression grave. "We found this," he said simply. I took the notebook, feeling its weight, its potential significance. Flipping it open, I was met with a series of entries, each dated but lacking any identifying names. The handwriting was consistent throughout, a neat, cursive script that spoke of someone meticulous in their documentation. As I scanned the entries, a chilling narrative began to unfold. A story of a life unraveling, of paranoia and fear creeping into the mundane. The final pages were filled with frantic scribbles, words overlapping in a chaotic tangle. Amidst the disarray, a single phrase stood out, repeated over and over. "They are watching." The words resonated with a familiar dread, echoing the sentiments of our recent days. A person had spiraled into madness, their fears consuming them until they could no longer distinguish reality from their nightmares. And now, their remnants lay bare before us, a testament to the fragile line between sanity and the abyss. The officers took the notebook, promising to investigate further. They reassured us that they would keep us informed, but as they departed, the sense of closure I had hoped for eluded me. The car remained, an unresolved mystery, lingering at the fringes of our lives. Days turned to weeks, and though the authorities continued their inquiries, the identity of the car's owner remained elusive. Our lives resumed their semblance of normalcy, yet the shadow of that vehicle loomed ever present in our consciousness. The cryptic message, the journal of a mind unraveling. It was as though these vestiges of another's despair had seeped into our existence, leaving an indelible mark. As time passed, I found myself drawn back to that moment, to the eerie quiet of the driveway and the mysterious car that had appeared unbidden. The truth, as elusive as it was, beckoned like a siren's call, whispering of secrets yet to be uncovered. And in the quiet of the night, when the world was still and my thoughts turned inward, I found myself wondering, had the car brought with it only the echoes of another's fear, or had it awakened something within us as well? A lingering question, unanswered and eternal, as the car remained, ever watchful at the edge of our world. The highway stretched endlessly before me, a vast ribbon of asphalt cutting through a landscape that was as monotonous as it was barren. The afternoon sun bore down heavily, casting long shadows that danced on the road's surface like playful phantoms. The air conditioner in my car struggled to stave off the oppressive heat, but the faint hum it emitted was a small comfort against the oven-like atmosphere outside. My hands gripped the steering wheel with a kind of mechanical precision, my mind lulled into a state of complacent detachment by the rhythmic thump of tires against the rough, unyielding road. I had been driving for hours, having left the small town where I worked as a freelance graphic designer. It was a nondescript place, neither remarkable nor memorable, but it was familiar, and there was a certain comfort in familiarity. My destination lay somewhere ahead, a city that promised new opportunities and a fresh start. But at that moment, it was simply a distant point on the horizon, a goal that seemed ephemeral and elusive. The radio played softly, a low murmur of music and static that barely registered in my consciousness. It was interrupted suddenly by a series of urgent beeps, followed by a voice that resonated with authority and concern. "This is an Amber Alert for the following counties." The announcement was one to which I had become somewhat desensitized, living in a world where such alerts were unfortunately common. Yet, something about this particular message caught my attention, a mention of a child who bore an uncanny resemblance to my own daughter, Ella. My heart skipped a beat, a sudden rush of adrenaline jolting me from the comfortable fugue state of driving. I reached for the volume knob, turning it up in a bid to catch every word. The description was eerily accurate. A child with dark brown hair, about 5 years old, wearing a pink jacket and blue jeans. It was the same outfit Ella had worn the last time I saw her, when she and my ex-wife left for a visit to her parents' house earlier that week. The thought was ludicrous, of course. Coincidences happen all the time, and I knew Ella was safe, far away from the location mentioned in the alert. Yet, an inexplicable chill crept over me as the voice continued, describing the suspected vehicle, a dark blue sedan. My gaze instinctively flicked to the rearview mirror, almost expecting to see it trailing behind me on the near-empty highway. The rational part of my brain dismissed it as paranoia, a trick played by an overly vivid imagination. Still, the nagging unease refused to dissipate, lingering like an unwanted specter at the edge of my consciousness. I tried to shake it off, focusing instead on the road ahead. But the image of my daughter's face haunted my thoughts, refusing to be banished by logic or reason. As the sun dipped lower in the sky, casting a warm golden light over the landscape, I decided to pull into a rest stop. The air was cooler here, the shadows longer and deeper, hinting at the promise of nightfall. I killed the engine and stepped out, stretching my legs and taking a moment to breathe deeply, hoping the fresh air would dispel the lingering tension. The rest stop was deserted, save for a single car parked at the far end, its windows tinted to obscure any view of the interior. I paid it little mind as I made my way to the vending machines, the clink of coins and the mechanical whir of the dispenser filling the silence. With a can of soda in hand, I returned to my car, preparing to resume my journey. Just as I reached for the door handle, a movement caught my eye, something small and quick, darting across my peripheral vision. I turned sharply, scanning the area, but saw nothing out of the ordinary, only the wind rustling through the trees, whispering secrets I couldn't decipher. I shook my head, blaming my nerves and the unsettling news for my jumpiness. I climbed back into the driver's seat, closing the door with a definitive thud. As I fastened my seatbelt, a soft tapping sound emanated from the passenger window. I turned, expecting to find a branch, or perhaps a stray piece of debris caught in the breeze. Instead, my breath caught in my throat. There, peering through the glass, was a little girl. Her face was partially obscured by shadow, but there was something familiar about her, an echo of features that tugged at my heartstrings. She wore a pink jacket, just like the one Ella had. A coincidence, surely. I lowered the window slightly, enough to speak without fully exposing myself to the eerie silence of the evening. "Hello," I said, trying to keep my voice calm and even. "Are you lost?" The girl said nothing, her eyes wide and unblinking, as if she were seeing something in me that I could not perceive. The silence stretched thin between us, taut as the string of a violin waiting to be plucked. I felt an inexplicable urge to break it, to reach out and touch her shoulder to assure myself that she was real. "Do you need help?" I asked again, trying to coax a response from her. She tilted her head slightly, a gesture that seemed both innocent and unsettling. Then, without a word, she turned and ran towards the trees bordering the rest stop. The leaves rustled in her wake, swallowing her small form in an embrace of green and shadow. I hesitated, torn between the instinct to follow and the rational knowledge that chasing after strange children in isolated areas was unwise. Yet, the nagging feeling, the prickling doubt that something was amiss, refused to let go. I sat there for a moment longer, caught in a paralysis of indecision, before finally setting the car in motion, leaving the rest stop and the mysterious child behind. The road unfurled before me again, shrouded now in the deepening twilight. I felt the weight of the encounter pressing heavily on my mind, a sense of disquiet that lingered even as I tried to focus on the journey. The landscape grew more indistinct, the passing scenery reduced to a blur of color and shadow, as my thoughts returned, again and again, to the child's face. Night had fallen completely by the time I reached the outskirts of a small, shady housing development. It was an area I hadn't planned to detour through, yet something compelled me to explore its narrow, poorly lit streets. The houses huddled together, their shapes distorted by the darkness, lending the neighborhood an air of quiet menace. As I navigated the maze of winding roads, my headlights briefly illuminated a figure standing on the sidewalk. It was the girl again, her pink jacket a vivid splash of color against the muted tones of the night. She stood perfectly still, her gaze fixed on me as I drove past. A chill ran down my spine, and I struggled to make sense of the situation. How could she have gotten here so quickly, ahead of me, and seemingly without a vehicle? It was impossible. Yet there she was, as real as the road beneath my tires. I pulled over, my heart pounding in my chest. I had to understand what was happening, to unravel the mystery that seemed to have ensnared me in its web. I stepped out of the car, the cool night air washing over me like a balm, and approached the place where she stood. But as I drew closer, the figure blurred, dissolving into nothingness as if she had never been there at all. I stood alone on the empty street, a sense of vertigo washing over me at the sudden absence. I felt unmoored, adrift in an ocean of doubt and fear. Returning to the car, I sat for a moment, trying to regain my composure. The logical part of my mind insisted it was a trick of the light, a figment of my imagination, conjured by stress and fatigue. Yet, deep down, I couldn't shake the feeling that something supernatural was at play, that I had brushed against the very edge of a world beyond my understanding. With a heavy heart, I resumed my journey, the road now a comforting companion as I left the housing development behind. The radio played softly again, a gentle murmur that filled the silence like a lullaby. But even as I drove, the encounter lingered in my mind, an unsolved puzzle that gnawed at the edges of my thoughts. I reached my destination late that night, the city welcoming me with open arms and the promise of a new beginning. Yet, the events of the day refused to be forgotten, haunting my dreams with the image of the doppelganger child and the eerie sense of something left undone. In the days that followed, I found myself scanning the news, searching for updates on the Amber Alert that had sparked this strange chain of events. But there was nothing. No mention of a missing child matching the description, no reports of unusual sightings in the area I had traveled through. The world continued to turn, life moving forward with its usual rhythm. Yet I was left with a lingering unease, a haunting question that could not be answered. Was it all in my mind, a trick of light and shadow, or had I truly glimpsed something beyond the veil of reality? The doubt lingered, a constant companion that colored my perception of the ordinary and mundane. I found myself questioning the solidity of the world around me, the boundaries between the known and the unknown blurring in ways I couldn't fully comprehend. Even now, as I sit here writing, I feel the chill of that encounter, the memory as vivid as the day it happened. The little girl in the pink jacket, her eyes wide and knowing, remains etched in my mind, a reminder that some mysteries are meant to remain unsolved, haunting the spaces between what we see and what we believe. There are many things that I remember about high school, and most of them, as is the case with many who have tread through those halls, are forgettable. The humdrum days of adolescence slipped by with a slow, methodical tempo. Each day was a mirror of the last, classroom walls, closing in with every lesson, the endless chatter of students brimming with the energy of youth. But one particular room within the labyrinthine corridors of Brickland High holds a memory so vivid, so deeply etched into the fibers of my being, that it refuses to fade. It was the detention room, a place where the echoes of a normal high school day could not intrude, where silence was both a rule and a companion. I found myself there one Friday afternoon, the result of a minor infraction that seemed monumental at the time. I had been caught passing a note in algebra class, a misstep that my teacher, Mrs. Callahan, took as a sign of disrespect. She was a woman of rigid principles, her stern gaze capable of withering even the most rebellious of students. So there I was, dragged before the judgment seat, handed a slip of paper with the dreaded words, "Detention." The room itself was unremarkable. Rows of desks lined up with military precision, an old chalkboard at the front, and a single window that allowed a sliver of light to filter through the heavy drapes. The air was thick with a musty, stale odor that seemed to cling to the walls, a scent that became an unwelcome participant in our silent penance. Here, time slowed to a crawl, each tick of the clock echoing like the drumbeat of a slow march. Detention was usually overseen by Mr. Hale, a man who seemed to fade into the background of the school like a forgotten relic. His presence was as unobtrusive as it was unremarkable. His role was simple: to sit, to read, and to occasionally glance up to ensure all was quiet. But on this day, an unusual figure presided over the room. Mr. Crow, a history teacher known for his unorthodox methods and enigmatic air, had replaced Mr. Hale. It was a rare occurrence, one that I dismissed as a simple matter of scheduling. How naive the young can be. As I settled into my seat, I noticed the other students around me, each absorbed in their own silent worlds. There was Jenny, a habitual visitor of detention for reasons she never shared, and Mike, a rather boisterous character whose enthusiasm often bordered on disruptive. There were two others whose names escape me now, faces blurred by the passage of time. We were a ragtag group, bonded only by our shared punishment. Mr. Crow was a tall, slender man with sharp features and eyes that seemed to hold a flicker of something unsettling. He paced the front of the room with a calculated grace, the soles of his shoes whispering against the tiled floor. His presence was unlike Mr. Hale's. It demanded attention, even in silence. It was during the first hour that the disturbance began, subtle at first, shrouded in the veneer of normalcy. Mr. Crow paused his pacing and turned to face us, his hands clasped behind his back. He regarded us with a smile that failed to reach his eyes, a curious, knowing look that set my nerves on edge. "Today," he said, his voice soft yet clear, "we shall play a game." A chorus of confused glances passed among us. This was detention, not a playground. Games were not part of the unwritten code of this solemn space. Mr. Crow walked to his desk and retrieved something from the top drawer. As he returned to face us, I felt a prickle of apprehension run down my spine. In his hands was a small, unmarked wooden box. He placed it on the desk with an air of reverence, his fingers tracing its edges as if it were a cherished possession. "This," he continued, "is a game of chance. Each of you will take a turn, and we shall see what fate holds for you." There was no protest, no objection. The room was gripped by a palpable tension, curiosity mingling with the first threads of unease. Mr. Crow's gaze swept over us, and for a moment I could swear his eyes lingered a fraction too long on me. He opened the box to reveal a small cylindrical object, its metallic surface gleaming under the fluorescent lights. It was a revolver, an object that seemed so out of place in our mundane world that it took a moment for the reality to sink in. "We will play a version of Russian roulette," Mr. Crow announced, his tone devoid of the gravity the object warranted. A collective gasp filled the room, the very air vibrating with disbelief. Yet Mr. Crow remained calm, unmoved by our shock. He picked up the revolver, its weight seeming lighter in his practiced hands. "This is not loaded," he reassured us, though his words did little to quell the rising panic. "There is nothing to fear. It is merely a symbolic gesture, a test of courage." The room was silent, save for the anxious shuffling of feet and the hammering of hearts. Fear hung in the air, a specter that loomed over each of us. I wanted to speak, to question this madness, but my voice was locked somewhere deep within. Jenny was the first to be called upon. She approached with trepidation, her eyes darting nervously between Mr. Crow and the revolver. He handed it to her with a nod of encouragement, as if this were a simple task, no different from reciting history lessons. With shaking hands, she raised the barrel to her temple and pulled the trigger. There was a click, the sound echoing like a distant whisper. Relief washed over us, but it was short-lived. The game continued, each student stepping forward, each click of the trigger tightening the coil of fear around us. I watched as Mike, ever the joker, tried to mask his fear with bravado, his laughter hollow and strained. The revolver passed from hand to hand, its weight a constant reminder of the absurdity of our situation. When at last it was my turn, my legs felt like lead as I rose from my seat. The room seemed to close in around me, the walls pressing in with silent judgment. Mr. Crow handed me the revolver with an inscrutable smile, his eyes glinting with a predatory gleam. My hand trembled as I lifted the revolver, its cold metal biting into my skin. I could hear the blood rushing in my ears, a roaring tide that threatened to sweep me away. With a deep, shuddering breath, I placed the barrel against my temple and squeezed the trigger. Click. The sound was like a thunderclap, a release of tension that left me weak and breathless. I returned to my seat, the adrenaline still coursing through my veins, the surrealism of the event settling like a heavy fog. But Mr. Crow was not finished. He closed the box and addressed us once more, his voice carrying a note of satisfaction. "You have all passed a test of bravery," he declared. Remember this moment, for it is rare to face one's fears so directly. His words were met with silence, the weight of what had transpired hanging over us like a shadow. As the final minutes of detention ticked by, I could not shake the feeling that we had been part of something far more sinister than a mere game. The bell rang, signaling our release, yet the normalcy of the world beyond the detention room felt foreign, as if we had crossed a threshold into an altered reality. We filed out in silence, each of us burdened with the knowledge of what we had experienced, a secret that bound us together in a pact of silence. In the days that followed, the world continued its relentless march forward, the school returning to its familiar rhythm. Yet I found myself haunted by the memory of that afternoon, the image of Mr. Crow and the revolver, a constant companion in my thoughts. I often wondered what his true intentions were, whether we had been mere pawns in a twisted game of his design. That sense of unease persisted, lingering like a specter that refused to be exorcised. I would catch glimpses of Mr. Crow in the hallways, his presence a reminder of the darkness that lurked just beneath the surface of our everyday lives. He would nod in passing, a silent acknowledgement of the bond we now shared. Years have passed since that day, yet the memory remains as vivid as ever. I am older now, the perspective of time revealing layers of understanding that were once obscured. But the lingering fear, the shadow that has followed me into adulthood, is a testament to the power of that moment, a reminder that beneath the veneer of normalcy lies a world fraught with unseen dangers. The high school has since closed, the building now standing abandoned, a relic of a past that refuses to fade. I sometimes find myself drawn to it, standing before its locked gates, the halls echoing with the ghosts of memories long past. And in those moments, I wonder if the game we played was truly a test of courage, or if it was something far more profound, a glimpse into the darkness that dwells within us all. As I stand there, the wind whispering through the cracked windows, I am reminded that there are some things that remain with us, unshakable and eternal. The game was but a moment, yet its impact lingers, a shadow that stretches across time. And as I turn away, I feel the weight of that knowledge settle within me, a quiet, persistent reminder of the fear that never truly fades. The walls of Claremont Academy High School were painted a dull beige, a color that seemed to suck the life out of the bustling energy usually found in a school of its size. Every day, students shuffled through the halls, their chatter echoing off the lockers and linoleum tiles. The school was old, its architecture a mix of Gothic and early 20th century design, a testament to its history and the generations that had passed through its halls. As a senior, I had grown accustomed to the daily routine: classes, lunch, more classes, and the occasional detainment in the classroom when I was caught talking out of turn. Detention was held in room 112, a musty old classroom at the far end of the East Wing. It was an isolated part of the school, where the few scattered windows allowed for only the faintest hints of daylight. I had been there a handful of times, mostly for minor infractions like forgetting to turn in homework, or for the rare occasions when my sarcasm outpaced my discretion. The room was always cold, and the desks, lined in perfect rows, stood like sentinels in the dim light. I often wondered if the janitors ever ventured into this part of the school, as it always seemed to have a layer of dust that gave everything a ghostly appearance. On one particular Friday, after an unfortunate incident involving an impromptu mimicry of Mr. Hendrix's monotone teaching style, I found myself seated in room 112 once more. The bell had rung, signaling the end of the school day, and I slipped through the throng of students towards my inevitable penance. Mr. Carson, the history teacher who oversaw detention, sat at the front desk with the air of someone who would rather be anywhere else. His glasses perched precariously on the bridge of his nose as he leafed through a worn copy of some history tome, his face a mask of indifference. I settled into a desk near the back, prepared to spend the next hour pretending to do the homework I hadn't yet started. A few other students filed in, each with their own reasons for being there, some looking genuinely annoyed, others resigned to their fate. It was an eclectic mix, none of whom I knew particularly well, which suited me just fine. The less I had to interact, the quicker the time seemed to pass. As the minutes ticked by, the dull hum of the fluorescent lights overhead seemed to grow louder, filling the room with a monotony that matched the beige walls. I was just about to pull my notebook from my bag when a strange sensation washed over me, a prickling at the back of my neck that made the hair stand on end. I glanced around, half expecting to see someone playing a prank, but the rest of the students were engrossed in their own activities, oblivious to the change. Even Mr. Carson remained undisturbed, his attention fixed on his book. It was then that I noticed the air. It felt different, heavier, as if it carried with it an unseen weight. A peculiar chill settled over the room, though the windows were shut tight against the outside world. I shook off the feeling, attributing it to the stuffy confines of the classroom and the boredom of detention. But the sensation lingered, a whisper of unease that refused to be silenced. The first real disturbance occurred when the clock above the chalkboard began to behave erratically. The second hand jerked forward, then back, as though caught in a loop. I nudged the student beside me, a boy named Lucas, whose reputation for being a prankster often landed him in detention. "Hey, you seeing that?" I whispered, nodding towards the clock. He followed my gaze and frowned. "Weird. Maybe it's broken." A broken clock was a plausible enough explanation, but something in Lucas's voice hinted at a similar discomfort. I returned my attention to my notebook, trying to focus on the math problems I had half-heartedly attempted. The numbers swam on the page, refusing to form cohesive equations. The room seemed to pulse with a strange energy, and I found my eyes drawn back to the clock repeatedly, each glance revealing more erratic movements. The other students began to notice too, muttering among themselves, their voices a low murmur that rose and fell like the tide. Suddenly the lights flickered, casting the room into momentary darkness before buzzing back to life. Mr. Carson looked up from his book, his expression one of mild irritation. "Settle down," he said, as if the lights were our doing, his tone dismissive. But the lights were the least of our concerns. A sound echoed through the room, a gentle creaking followed by a soft thud. I turned towards the far corner, where an old wooden door, long since unused and bolted shut, stood partially ajar. It was the door that led to the basement, a place rumored to be haunted, though I had never given much credence to such stories. The door had always been locked, its surface covered in a layer of dust that suggested it hadn't been disturbed in years. "Did you see that?" a girl in front whispered, her voice tinged with apprehension. I nodded, more to myself than to her. My curiosity piqued. I watched as the door gently swung open a little further, a draft of cool air escaping from beyond its threshold. It was as if the building itself had taken a breath, exhaling secrets long kept. Mr. Carson stood, adjusting his glasses as he made his way towards the door. "Probably a draft," he muttered, though his voice lacked conviction. He pushed the door shut with a firm hand, the sound echoing through the silent room, but I noticed he did not attempt to lock it again. The hours dragged on, time stretching in the peculiar way it does when one is confined. I returned to my math, though I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being watched, that something unseen lingered in the corners of the room. The sensation was unsettling, and I couldn't help but glance over my shoulder now and then, half expecting to catch a glimpse of something lurking in the shadows. Then the scratching began. It was faint at first, like the sound of a pencil against paper, but it grew steadily louder, a persistent noise that clawed at the edges of my consciousness. It seemed to come from the walls, the floors, the very structure of the room itself, alive with a life of its own. The other students shifted uneasily, their discomfort mirroring my own. Lucas leaned closer, his voice a hushed whisper. "You hear that?" "Yeah," I replied, my voice equally low. "It's creepy." He nodded, his eyes scanning the room. "Think it's rats?" "Maybe." But something told me it wasn't rats, or at least not in the way we understood them. There was an intelligence behind the sound, a purpose that defied explanation. Without warning, the lights flickered once more, and the room was plunged into darkness. A collective gasp rose from the students, the air thick with tension. I heard Mr. Carson curse softly in the front of the room, his silhouette barely visible against the shadows. "Everyone stay calm," he called, though his voice carried an edge that suggested he was anything but. The power's probably just out. But his explanation did little to quell the unease that had settled over us like a shroud. The scratching continued, now accompanied by a soft whispering that seemed to float through the air, a chorus of voices too faint to decipher, but undeniably present. The door to the basement swung open again, the hinges groaning in protest. This time, Mr. Carson did not move to close it. Instead, he stood frozen, his eyes fixed on the dark maw beyond. It was as though the door had become a portal, a gateway to something beyond our understanding, and none of us dared approach it. The whispers grew louder, and the air in the room felt charged, electric, as if the very atmosphere was alive with possibility. I could feel a change in the air, a shift that was both thrilling and terrifying. My heart pounded in my chest, each beat a reminder that we were on the precipice of something unknown. Then, as suddenly as it had begun, the lights flickered back to life, We blinked against the sudden brightness, the room returning to its mundane appearance. The whispers silenced, the scratching ceased. The door remained open, but the sense of foreboding had lessened, leaving in its wake a lingering unease. Mr. Carson cleared his throat, his face pale and drawn. "All right, enough," he said, his voice shaky. "Detention's over. Everyone, go home." We did not need to be told twice. In a flurry of movement, we gathered our things and left the room, each of us glancing over our shoulders, as if to confirm that the door remained as it was. As I stepped into the hallway, I felt the tension ease, but the memory of the experience clung to me like a phantom, refusing to be dispelled. That night, as I lay in bed, my thoughts returned to room 112 and the strange events that had unfolded there. I couldn't shake the feeling that we had glimpsed something otherworldly, a reality that existed parallel to our own. The sensation of being watched lingered, and I found myself dreading the return to school the following Monday. As the days passed, the event became fodder for rumors and speculation among the students. Some claimed it was a prank, others swore it was a genuine haunting. But for those of us who were there, the truth was far more complex. There was an understanding, unspoken yet shared, that we had been touched by something beyond comprehension, a presence that defied explanation. Though I tried to put the experience behind me, I found myself drawn back to room 112, a curiosity that refused to be quelled. I would linger outside its door between classes, peering through the small window, half expecting to see the door to the basement standing open, beckoning. It was during one of these moments that I noticed something peculiar. The clock in the room, which had functioned perfectly since that day, was now permanently frozen at the exact moment the lights had first gone out. Despite attempts to fix it, the hands refused to move, a silent testament to the disturbance. The school administration eventually replaced the clock, and life returned to a semblance of normalcy. But the memory of that day remained with me, a shadow that followed wherever I went. I began to see subtle changes in the school, a shift in the air, a fleeting shadow in the corner of my vision, the feeling of being watched when I was alone. I wasn't the only one. Lucas and the others who had been in detention that day would occasionally exchange glances, a silent acknowledgement that we shared a secret, a connection forged in the crucible of fear. As graduation approached, I found myself contemplating the future, the inevitability of leaving Claremont Academy behind. The prospect was both exhilarating and daunting, yet, despite the excitement of moving on, a part of me was reluctant to let go, tethered by the invisible threads of that shared experience. The last day of school arrived with the same sense of finality I had anticipated, and as I walked through the halls one final time, I found myself drawn back to room 112, compelled to take one last look before stepping into the future. To my surprise, I found the door ajar, the room empty and quiet, the dust motes dancing in the slanting light. As I stood there, a chill ran down my spine, and I realized that the transformation we had witnessed was not confined to the physical space of the room, but had touched each of us in ways we could not fully understand. We had been marked by the experience, our perceptions altered, our lives forever changed. I stepped back into the hallway, leaving the room and its secrets behind, but the feeling of unease remained, a constant companion that whispered of things unseen. As I walked away, the door to room 112 slowly swung shut, the soft click of the latch echoing down the empty corridor, a final punctuation to a chapter of my life that would haunt me long after I had left Claremont behind. In the dim light of early November, our classroom sat silent and cold, nestled on the second floor of the old brick school building, a place meant for learning, where the echo of youthful chatter and the scribble of pencils on paper usually filled the air, now stood eerily still. It was the kind of stillness that one might enjoy in rare moments of solitude, but in the company of peers, it felt unnaturally oppressive. The windows, large and somewhat antiquated, overlooked the leaf-strewn courtyard below. They were old enough that they rattled with the wind, a constant reminder of the world outside, yet incapable of letting us escape to it during our confinement. Our teacher, Mr. Hallstrom, was a man in his late 50s, with a face etched by the experiences of a life in academia. He had an air of authority that was seasoned with a visible fatigue, perhaps from years of dealing with restless students like us. On the morning of the first incident, he entered the room with his usual calm demeanor, though a subtle flicker of unease clouded his eyes. The day began like any other, with the morning announcements crackling over the intercom and the sound of backpacks dropping onto desks. We were accustomed to the humdrum routine of school life, the predictable rhythm of bells dictating our every move. However, the simplicity of our day was shattered when, without warning, the fire alarm blared with a shrillness that drove us all to our feet. Our practiced routine kicked in, lines formed, and we made our way to the exit. But as we reached the doorway, we found it inexplicably locked. Panic set in quickly, like a contagion spreading from one student to the next. Mr. Hallstrom, attempting to maintain order, assured us it was likely a malfunction, a mistake that would soon be rectified. Yet calls to the front office went unanswered, and the alarm continued its relentless wailing. When it finally ceased, the silence that followed was even more unsettling. The first day passed with mounting apprehension. Attempts to contact the outside world through our phones met only with static, as if we had been disconnected from reality itself. Mr. Hallstrom, doing his best to keep us calm, suggested that we treat the situation as an unexpected break, a pause in our normal routine that would soon be resolved. He organized activities, encouraged discussions, and even read to us from a book of short stories he kept on his desk. Yet as the hours turned into days, it became clear that we were not merely experiencing a brief interlude. The school, once a bustling ecosystem of students and teachers, seemed abandoned beyond the confines of our classroom. No one came to fetch us. No explanations were given. The food supplies from our lunchboxes dwindled quickly, and soon hunger became a constant companion, gnawing at our patience and civility. By the fourth day, tensions were running high. The lack of food, combined with the claustrophobic environment, began to fray the social fabric that had been woven over years of shared experiences. Cliques that once seemed benign now became factions, each vying for dominance over the dwindling resources. Arguments broke out over trifles, voices raising over the ownership of forgotten snacks found at the bottom of backpacks. It was on the sixth day that the true nature of our predicament began to reveal itself in the behavior of my classmates. The once polite and orderly group devolved into chaos, mimicry of society's basest instincts. Friendships dissolved over mere crumbs of sustenance, trust eroded by the persistent erosion of order. Mr. Hallstrom, who had been our anchor, seemed to struggle under the weight of maintaining composure and control. His eyes, once calm and reassuring, now flickered with doubt. On the eighth day, the air in the room felt thick with the tang of fear and desperation. I watched as classmates, driven by hunger and suspicion, began to hoard whatever they could. The classroom, with its worn wooden desks and chalkboard, became an arena where survival instincts overruled civilized behavior. The camaraderie that had once bound us was replaced by a primal urge to endure at any cost. It was on the 10th day that things took a darker turn. The absence of authority, of any reminder of the outside world, led to a strange sense of liberation in some, and a descent into madness for others. I overheard whispered conversations at the back of the room, plots and schemes that spoke of desperate measures. Acts of petty theft escalated as students snatched food and possessions from each other, the concept of ownership becoming as fragile as our psyches. Despite the growing chaos, some semblance of normalcy was maintained through the efforts of a few like-minded individuals. I found solace in the company of a small group who, like me, sought to maintain reason in the face of unfolding madness. Together, we shared what little we had, formed a pact of mutual support amidst the growing anarchy. On the 12th day, an eerie silence settled over us. Exhaustion, both physical and mental, had taken its toll. The once vibrant classroom was now a shadow of its former self, a stark reminder of the fragility of social order. Our teacher, Mr. Hallstrom, had withdrawn into himself, his presence now ghost-like, wandering between realities as if haunted by specters only he could see. It was on the 13th day that the climax of our ordeal presented itself. The morning began with an unusual stillness, a quiet that felt laden with anticipation. As we sat listlessly at our desks, the classroom door, which had remained a steadfast barrier, creaked open with an almost spectral slowness. The hallway beyond, bathed in a soft, unnatural light, beckoned us with an invitation that was as terrifying as it was alluring. Despite our fears, the pull of escape was too strong to resist. We left the confines of the room, moving as a hesitant group through the silent hallways, each step echoing with the weight of 13 days of isolation. The rest of the school lay abandoned, eerily preserved, as if waiting for us to return to a world that had moved on without us. When we finally stepped outside into the courtyard, the brisk autumn air was a balm to our senses, a tangible reminder of life beyond the confines of our imprisonment. Yet the joy of freedom was tempered by an intangible dread, a lingering fear that the world we returned to was not the same as the one we had left. Our ordeal had changed us, an unspoken bond forged in the crucible of shared terror. We were no longer just classmates, but survivors of a peculiar nightmare, forever marked by the experience. The school, once a symbol of learning and growth, now held an ominous significance in our minds. Rumors of our disappearance and eventual return would ripple through the community, stories spun from whispers and half-truths. As days turned to weeks, the memory of those 13 days began to fade, overshadowed by the return of routine and the demands of everyday life. Yet, deep within us, the specter of isolation lingered, a shadow that danced at the edges of our consciousness. The classroom where we had spent those weeks was cleaned, repainted, and eventually filled with new students, unaware of the spectral history that the walls held. And though normalcy returned to our lives, I found myself often drawn back to that room, standing quietly at its threshold, feeling the chill of memories long past. I would peer inside, half expecting to see the ghosts of our former selves, and wonder if, somewhere in the cracks of reality, a part of us remained forever locked in that room. The day began like any other. The routine was almost comforting in its predictability. I arrived early at Glenwood High, where the corridors echoed with the quiet anticipation of another school day. The morning air was crisp, the sun barely peeking over the horizon, promising a serene day ahead. I settled into my usual seat in the back corner of the classroom, a vantage point from which I could observe without being noticed. Our chemistry teacher, Mr. Langley, was characteristically punctual, entering the room with his usual flourish. He was an eccentric man, his love for the subject palpable and infectious. Today, he was particularly animated, diving into the nuances of chemical reactions with a fervor that seemed almost out of place in the mundane setting of a high school classroom. The gentle hum of his voice, mixed with the soft scratch of chalk on the blackboard, was soothing in its familiarity. Just as we were getting into the rhythm of the lesson, a shrill ring echoed through the halls. The fire alarm's clamor sent a wave of confusion rippling through the classroom. Mr. Langley paused, his hand suspended midair, the piece of chalk poised like a conductor's baton. A collective murmur rose among us, students exchanging bewildered glances. Fire drills were routine, yet this interruption felt strangely ominous, a discordant note in the symphony of our day. Heaving a sigh, Mr. Langley set the chalk down and motioned for us to line up. We shuffled out of the room, our movements sluggish with reluctance. As we trickled into the hallway, the air discernibly shifted. It was heavy, carrying a weight that wasn't there before. A faint, acrid smell tickled my nostrils, subtly out of place amidst the sterile smell of industrial cleaners that usually permeated the school. Once outside, the usual chatter of students during a drill was replaced by a nervous quiet. We gathered in the schoolyard, our eyes instinctively drawn to the sky. It was then that we saw it. A dense, unnatural fog was creeping toward us, rolling in like a slow tide, enveloping the world beyond the school grounds. Its color was a sickly greenish hue, swirling and undulating in an almost hypnotic dance. A voice crackled over the school's PA system, Mr. Langley's voice, sounding strained and unfamiliar. "Everyone, Please return to your classrooms immediately. This is not a drill. Repeat, this is not a drill. Unease turned to anxiety as teachers and students alike hurried back inside, the doors shutting with a sense of finality. Back in the classroom, the atmosphere was tense, laden with an unspoken fear. Mr. Langley closed the blinds, the snap of the plastic slats a stark punctuation in the silence. He turned to us, his face a mask of calm that did little to hide the worry in his eyes. We need to stay inside until further notice. It's a chemical fog, potentially hazardous. The weight of his words settled over us. The room seemed to shrink, the walls closing in ever so slightly. We were trapped, the outside world a forbidden zone shrouded in mystery and danger. We could hear the wind howling outside, a mournful lament that echoed through the classrooms and hallways. Time dragged, and the boundaries of the classroom became the limits of our world. The initial flurry of whispered conversations and speculative theories eventually gave way to a heavy silence, punctuated only by the occasional nervous shuffle or stifled cough. We were a collective of individuals, sharing the same space, but lost in our own thoughts, each grappling with the surreal nature of our predicament. As the hours slipped by, the air inside grew stuffy, a reminder of our confinement. We clung to our cell phones for updates, but the networks were jammed, a digital silence as oppressive as the physical one. Mr. Langley did his best to maintain a semblance of normalcy, attempting to resume our lesson, but the words felt hollow, their meaning lost amidst our mounting anxiety. The turning point came when one of the students, Leah, broke the uneasy silence. Her voice was shaky, laced with fear. "Mr. Langley, what if the fog gets inside?" The question, though whispered, reverberated through the room like a gunshot. Mr. Langley, caught off guard, hesitated before responding. "The school is sealed off. We should be safe in here," he reassured, but his eyes flicked toward the windows, betraying his uncertainty. The hours stretched on, each minute feeling like an eternity. The room was a pressure cooker, our anxiety simmering just below the surface. I found myself staring at the clock, willing it to move faster, each tick a reminder of our helplessness. Then, without warning, the lights flickered. A collective gasp echoed through the room, and I felt my heart skip a beat. The power struggled to hold, the fluorescent bulbs sputtering before plunging us into an uneasy half-light. Shadows lengthened, and the air seemed to thicken, charged with a static tension. Panic began to bubble beneath the surface, whispers growing urgent and fearful. Mr. Langley urged us to stay calm, his voice a soothing balm, but the fear in the room was palpable. The fog, ever present in our minds, was a silent adversary, its threat looming just beyond the walls. I glanced toward the window, drawn by a movement outside. Through a gap in the blinds, I saw it, the fog pressing against the glass, tendrils curling and unfurling like a living entity. It was mesmerizing in its malevolence, a stark reminder of the danger lurking beyond our fragile sanctuary. Time lost meaning. The boundaries between hours blurred as we waited, trapped in limbo. It was a waiting game, each of us hoping for a resolution, a return to normalcy that felt increasingly out of reach. The climax came with alarming suddenness. A loud bang reverberated from down the hall, followed by hurried footsteps and muffled voices. Fear spiked, our imaginations conjuring all manner of horrors. Mr. Langley moved to the door, opening it a fraction to peer outside. His face, usually animated and expressive, was a mask of neutrality, carefully controlled in the face of uncertainty. After what felt like an eternity, he turned back to us. That was maintenance. They're checking the ventilation. Apparently, some rooms reported issues. His hesitation did little to quell our fears, but the knowledge that someone was actively trying to protect us was a small comfort. The hours continued to drag, our nerves stretched thin. The fog outside was an ever-present threat, its malevolent dance a backdrop to our uncertainty. The school, usually a place of learning and laughter, felt like a fortress under siege. As the day wore on, something shifted. The oppressive tension began to ebb, a subtle change in the air, offering a glimmer of hope. The PA crackled to life once more, a different voice this time, calm and authoritative. Attention all students and teachers. The fog is dispersing. Please remain in your classrooms until we receive an all clear from emergency services. Relief was a palpable thing, a collective exhale that swept through the room. We were still trapped, but the promise of freedom was a balm to our frayed nerves. Mr. Langley smiled, his relief evident. For the first time since the day began, the atmosphere lightened, the weight of fear lifting ever so slightly. Yet, as the minutes ticked by, a lingering unease persisted. The fog might have been receding, but its presence had left an indelible mark on us all. The world outside our classroom was no longer a place of certainty. It was a reminder of how quickly normalcy could be upended. Eventually, the all clear came, a cheer echoing through the school as we were finally allowed to leave. Stepping outside, the air was fresh and clear, the sun shining brightly, as if trying to erase the memory of the day's events. Yet, despite the return to normalcy, the memory of that eerie fog lingered, a shadow on the edge of our consciousness. As I walked home, the world was both familiar and alien, the events of the day casting a long shadow. The fog had dispersed, its threat seemingly gone, but the fear it instilled lingered. In the days that followed, life returned to its regular rhythm, yet a part of me remained watchful, wary of the unexpected. The fog was a specter, an unseen threat that had changed us, a reminder of the fragility of our world. It was a psychological scar, a lingering fear that would stay with us long after the fog had vanished, a silent ghost haunting the edges of our reality. We had faced the unknown and emerged unscathed, but the fear remained, an echo of what had been, a whisper of what could be again. The morning began like any other at Ridgeline High School, nestled at the edge of our small town surrounded by dense forests. The air was crisp, the sun a gentle guide as students trickled in through the front doors, their laughter echoing against the brick facade. I sat at my usual spot in the cafeteria, sipping a cup of lukewarm coffee and watching the familiar scene unfold before me. The rhythmic chatter was comforting, a gentle hum that filled the space like a well-loved song. I was used to this, the reliable routine of my life as a chemistry teacher here. It was my little world, predictable and secure. But that security was shattered when the first message came through on the school's emergency broadcast system. A calm, automated voice instructed us to stay inside and refrain from opening any windows or doors. A chemical fog had been detected outside, it said, and until further notice, no one was to leave the building. At first, the announcement was met with a mix of confusion and disbelief. Some students snickered, others exchanged nervous glances, but as the minutes ticked by and the realization of our predicament settled in, the atmosphere shifted to one of quiet, creeping unease. Curiosity got the better of me, and I made my way to one of the large windows that lined the hallway. Peering out, I saw it, a thick, swirling mist that curled around the trees and crawled towards the school like a living entity. It was an unnatural sight, the way it rolled and pulsed, opaque and menacing against the backdrop of a perfectly clear morning sky. The fog was close, almost too close, and though I couldn't smell it, a strange sensation crept over me, as if the very air itself had changed. The faculty gathered in the staff room to discuss the situation. There was a nervous energy among us, a fragile camaraderie that masked our growing concern. Our phones were useless, no service, no internet. We were cut off, isolated, with nothing but the fog pressing against the walls of our sanctuary. I looked around at my colleagues, their faces pale with worry, and felt an unfamiliar pang of fear myself. We were responsible for the students' safety, but how could we protect them from something we didn't understand? Time seemed to slow, each second stretching into eternity as we waited for more information. In my classroom, I tried to maintain some semblance of normalcy, distracting the students with a lesson on the properties of gases. But their attention was elsewhere, their eyes flicking nervously towards the windows. I couldn't blame them. My own thoughts were consumed with questions. What was in the fog? Where had it come from? And most pressing of all, how long would we be trapped here? The first disturbance came when a student named Kayla reported feeling dizzy. She was a bright girl, always attentive and full of questions. But now, she sat slumped over her desk, her face a ghostly white. I rushed to her side, and as I did, others began complaining of headaches and nausea. Panic flared briefly in the room, a spark igniting dry tinder, but I managed to calm them, convincing myself as much as them that it was likely stress and anxiety taking its toll. I sent Kayla to the nurse's office, though deep down, I feared that whatever was happening outside had started to seep its way in. The hours dragged on, the tension mounting with each passing minute. The school's power flickered intermittently, plunging us into darkness for brief, terrifying moments. And always, the fog loomed outside, a silent, patient predator. I noticed subtle changes in the students, a restlessness that bordered on hysteria. It was as if the fog, though kept at bay, was exerting some unseen influence on us all. Even the faculty weren't immune. Tempers flared, patience wore thin, and a sense of paranoia crept in like a chill wind. It was during one of these blackouts that I heard it, a soft, rhythmic tapping, At first, I thought it was the sound of raindrops against the windows, but soon realized it was too methodical, too deliberate. The noise seemed to come from all around, an insistent knocking that wormed its way into my skull. Others heard it too, their eyes wide with an unspoken terror. No one dared vocalize what we all feared, that perhaps the fog was trying to communicate, to lure us outside. As the afternoon wore on, it became harder to keep the students calm. The nurse had her hands full with a growing number of students experiencing similar symptoms to Kayla's, and rumors flew like wildfire through the hallways. Some said the fog was toxic. Others believed it was some kind of military experiment gone wrong. In the absence of facts, speculation reigned supreme, feeding the monster of fear that lurked in every corner of the building. Desperate for answers, I decided to venture down to the principal's office, hoping she might have received some communication or could reach someone for help. The hallways were eerily deserted, the usual buzz of school life reduced to a tense silence. As I passed by the windows, I paused, drawn inexplicably to the roiling mist outside. It pressed against the glass like a living creature, its surface shifting and churning with a hypnotic rhythm. I felt a strange pull, as if it were beckoning me closer, whispering secrets only I could hear. Shaking off the unsettling sensation, I continued to the office, finding it locked and empty. A note on the door indicated that the principal had gone to check on the gymnasium, where some of the students had been gathered for safety. Frustrated, I turned to leave, but something caught my eye. The security monitor flickered to life, displaying a series of grainy images from cameras placed around the school grounds. The fog was everywhere, a solid wall of gray that obscured everything beyond the school's perimeter. But as I watched, I noticed something else. Shadows moving within the fog, indistinct figures that seemed to glide effortlessly through its depths. They were there, one moment, gone the next, like phantoms slipping between worlds. The sight sent a shiver down my spine, and I hurried back to my classroom, my heart pounding with a primal fear I couldn't quite rationalize. I arrived to find the students huddled together, their faces drawn and anxious. I'd been gone only a short while, but it felt as though an eternity had passed. The atmosphere in the room was thick with dread, an almost tangible presence that coiled around us like the fog itself. Then came the climax of our ordeal, a moment of pure, unadulterated terror that would haunt me for years to come. The fog, it seemed, had grown impatient. The knocking returned, this time accompanied by a low, resonant hum that vibrated through the floors and walls, setting every nerve on edge. The sound seemed to come from within the building, echoing down the hallways like the wail of some tormented spirit. It was enough to drive even the most stoic among us to the brink of madness. In the midst of the chaos, the fire alarm blared to life, its shrill cry cutting through the din like a knife. Panic erupted as students and teachers alike surged towards the exits, instinct overriding caution. But the doors remained firmly shut, locked against the threat outside. I tried to maintain order, to remind everyone of the danger, but my voice was lost in the cacophony. Suddenly, the windows blew open with a force that knocked me off my feet. The fog poured in, a living, breathing entity that swallowed the room whole. I struggled to my feet, the world a blur of grays and whites, and through the haze, I saw them. The figures from the security footage, now unmistakably real, moving with a fluid grace that defied logic. They approached with outstretched hands, their forms shifting and melding with the fog. I wanted to scream, to run, but my limbs refused to obey, rooted to the spot by a terror unlike any I'd ever known. The figures circled us, their intentions unclear, and as the fog thickened, I felt a pressure in my chest, a suffocating weight that pressed down with relentless force. My vision dimmed, the world fading to black around me, and in that moment, the certainty of our doom was all-consuming. When I regained consciousness, I found myself lying on the floor of my classroom, the fog receding like a tide drawn back into the sea. The windows were closed once more, the room silent save for the soft, frightened sobs of the students around me. The figures were gone, as if they had never been, and outside, the fog was lifting, dissipating under the warm touch of the afternoon sun. We were safe, or so it seemed, but the memory of that day lingered, a shadow that tainted the sunlight and haunted our dreams. In the days that followed, the authorities arrived, their presence a mix of reassurance and foreboding. They cordoned off the area, conducted tests, and assured us that whatever had happened would not happen again. But the fog had left its mark, an invisible scar that refused to heal. The students eventually returned to their routines, but something fundamental had changed. Fear had taken root, a lingering unease that colored every interaction, every glance out the window. We spoke little of that day, the details slipping away like a half-remembered nightmare. But its impact was undeniable. A silent bond forged in shared terror. As for myself, I've spent countless nights pondering the events, searching for answers that remain elusive. What was the fog? What had we seen within its depths? And most haunting of all, why had it come for us? The questions gnaw at the edges of my mind, a constant reminder of the fragility of our perceived safety. Even now, I find myself glancing toward the horizon, watching for any sign of the mist's return. It is a fear that may never be dispelled, an indelible mark on my soul. And as the seasons change, the forest whispers its secrets, a language I cannot understand, but am forever bound to listen for. In the quiet moments, when the world is still and the past slips into view, I wonder if the fog truly has left us, or if it merely waits, biding its time until we are once again lulled into a sense of security. Until then, I remain vigilant, my senses attuned to the familiar scent of the air, wary of what might be lurking just beyond the trees.